Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with the amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Extremely Overpowered. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Luckily, the doors to the meeting room open and the Minister Officer of Justice, Sitch, enters with bespectacled worker to his right and bearded worker to his left. My apologies. I was delayed. Apologize, Sitch, who stands on the other short end of the holographic table, opposite to Deku, who sits on the other side. We do not know the whereabouts of Metal Knight, nor can we reach him at this time. No sense in waiting any longer. So let's begin this emergency meeting, said Sitch, making sure he has the full attention of every hero in the room. As for introductions, you can call me Sitch. I represent the association and will be briefing you, so let's get down to brass tacks. Shall we? You heroes are here because you're the best of the best, the top of the class. And now, Sitch slams his palms on the holographic table for dramatic effect. We are asking you to rise to the occasion and save the Earth. Sitch's statement has Deku look at the Minister Officer of Justice with a serious expression, no longer smiling. It's as I feared, a god-level threat. However, I must warn you that even with your Class S skill, there is no guarantee of survival. Walking away also takes courage. Any choosing to do so now will still retain Class S status, told Sitch, having the eye of every Class S hero on him. Those among you who stay and hear me out will not be allowed to walk away from this briefing. You will be confined here until we are certain the incident is over in order to avoid a general panic. Sitch pauses for a moment to wait and see if any of the heroes will get up to leave. Seeing as none of the heroes move to leave, he continues. Alright then, are all of you willing to hear this? Look buddy, whatever is going on around here, it better be worth calling all of us, said Metal Bat in annoyance. I skipped out on my little sister's piano recital for this, she'll be crushed. If it's a total load of crap. Metal Bat glares up at Sitch with a look of fury. Then I'm gonna tear this whole building apart. That's violently sweet, thought Mumin Rider, who keeps his thoughts to himself. It's threats like that which always has Izuku see a resemblance between Metal Bat and his former friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Both are hot-headed, foul-mouthed, and have a mentality of attacking first and asking questions later. However, Izuku knows that Metal Bat has his priorities straightened, unlike Bakugo. For starters, Metal Bat doesn't lord his strength over civilians and lower-ranked heroes, unlike Bakugo, who constantly talks down and insults others just because he has a strong quirk. Another is that Metal Bat is one of the few heroes who doesn't care about rising in the rankings, a contrast to Bakugo, whose main goal is in becoming the #1 hero so he can prove to everyone that he's the strongest. However, the biggest difference Izuku can tell between the two is that unlike Bakugo, Metal Bat doesn't let his temper control his actions. In fact, he has managed to hone his anger to use it as a weapon by fueling the power of his fighting spirit, making him faster and stronger the more angry he gets. Honestly, it's both impressive and terrifying how powerful Metal Bat is, and he's only 17 years old. Of course, the other hot-headed individual in the room had to open her mouth to agitate Metal Bat. HMPH, like you could do that with that skinny stick anyway, scoffed Tatsumaki with her arms folded and her eyes closed, talking down to Metal Bat like as if he's a child. Tatsu, groaned Deku, palming his face over her immature actions. First the incident in the hallway and now this. Yeah, how about I bust your head open instead? Shouted Metal Bat, who's willing to follow up with his threat. Of course, Tatsumaki doesn't much like being threatened. If you think you can, go on and try, Pillbug Head. She shouted back, slamming her fists on the holographic table while glaring at Metal Bat. As Metal Bat and Tatsumaki exchanged threats, flashy flash sighs in annoyance. Just hurry up and get on with it. Otherwise, Mr. Pompadour here is going to die, he said, knowing that a fight between Metal Bat and Tornado of Terror would end in the young man's defeat. Hey, Bobby Pin, you siding with the girls? What's your problem? Growled Metal Bat, more than ready to start threatening Flashy Flash as well. Deku is starting to wonder if Metal Bat has a death wish, realizing that he needs to regain control of the meeting before more heroes begin arguing with one another. Sitch decides to just be blunt. The great seer known as Madame Shibubawa is dead. Sitch's statement quickly silences the room as everyone looks at the Minister Officer of Justice with mixed reactions of shock and disbelief. Izuku is the most shocked, having worked with the old woman many times in the past. Every prediction she made on future tragedies and mysterious being attacks were always 100% accurate. Using her predictions, Izuku and other heroes would always show up before the terrible tragedies could occur and save the lives of everyone who would have died by the future tragedy. If not for Shibubawa's ability to look into the future, millions of civilians would be dead. Sadly, she couldn't predict every future tragedy and attack, which Izuku has long since accepted. But now that she's dead, they now have no way to predict future events. While terrible news, That can't be the only reason why they called for all Class S heroes, thought Izuku, knowing that there must be something else. The spectacled worker explains that Madame Shibubawa had choked on a cough drop after suffering from a coughing fit while looking into the future for the next 6 months. Superalloy Darkshine then asks if the focus of the meeting is to think of a new way to predict future events before they happen, but Sitch denied it. The crux of the problem is this, said Sitch, who reaches into his suit and pulls out a piece of paper. I hold in my hand her last and perhaps greatest prophecy. As she took her last breath, choking on that cough drop, she managed to leave this note, he explained before he places the note face down so the holographic table can scan it. Once the table scanned the note, a holographic image of the piece of paper appears over the table so everyone can read what's written on it. The Earth is in trouble, chorus several of the heroes, some in silence and others in surprise. However, that surprise turns to awkward silence once the contents of Madame Shibubawa's prediction was read out loud. Are you kidding? That is so dumb. Can I go now? I have cram school, asked Child Emperor, who now feels like the meeting is just a waste of his time. With a wave of his hand, Sitch makes the hologram of the note disappear. I know that you're a prodigy, Child Emperor. But if you cannot grasp the catastrophic danger I have presented before you today, it only shows how immature you are, told Sitch. What do you say? Shouted a glaring Child Emperor who looks ready to fight with the Minister Officer of Justice. Child Emperor may only be 10 years old, but none of the other Class S heroes would dare say that he isn't powerful. Izuku can attest to Child Emperor's strength, having been the one to judge the spar between Child Emperor and Atomic Samurai's top disciples, Ian, Akame Tachi, and Bushidrill. All 3 disciples of Atomic Samurai possess strength and skill that are relevant to S-class heroes, and yet, Child Emperor defeated all 3 of them at the same time and did so quite easily. Now calm down. Everyone, listen up, said Sitch, raising a hand to calm down Child Emperor. Madame Shibubawa's predictions are 100% accurate. She has miraculously foretold numerous tragedies and disasters in the past. While many were saved, a few of them resulted in the loss of countless lives. But not once in all of her predictions did Madame Shibubawa use a word with the same weight as trouble. Something more dangerous than a dragon-level catalyst or monster is on its way, and it will occur sometime in the next 6 months, exclaimed Sitch with a nervous sweat dripping down his face. Izuku can see why the Minister Officer of Justice is so worried. While it's obvious just by looking at the faces of the other heroes that some aren't entirely believing Sitch, Izuku is more than a little concerned. Having personally worked with Madame Shibubawa, he agrees with Sitch that she never used the word trouble when she made her previous predictions, and every prediction she ever made has always been 100% accurate. So he believes Sitch when he says there's something dangerous coming their way, since she was looking into the future for the next 6 months. Then the threat must reveal itself within that limit of time, although he would have preferred to have a bit more detail when it came to the prediction. Okay, but does that mean you don't know when in the next 6 months? Asked Watchdog Man. Yeah, it's kinda hard to plan for that, agreed Flashy Flash. So what you're telling us is that for the next 6 months, we must be constantly on the lookout for a god-level threat to appear, asked Deku, speaking for the first time since the meeting started. That is correct, Deku answered Sitch. I know it's inconvenient to a lot of you and it may be difficult, but if we wish to defeat the upcoming threat, we must be vigilant. Deku opens his mouth to respond, but he suddenly feels danger sense twitch before everyone hears a nearby explosion and feel the building shake. The building is under attack, exclaimed Genos' surprise. Wait, that's impossible. This is the Hero Association headquarters, stated Superalloy Darkshine, who wonders who would be stupid enough to attack the Hero Association headquarters, especially with nearly every S-class hero inside. All of a sudden, the explosions stop, just as Deku stands up to deal with whoever is causing them. The explosions stopped, muttered Bang, wondering if somebody dealt with the one responsible. Then without warning, Izuku feels his head nearly split in two as danger sense suddenly goes haywire, alerting him of an immensely dangerous threat nearby. Never in all his years of unlocking danger sense has the quirk hurt this much. Everyone get due. Izuku is too late to warn the others as the sound of massive explosions can be heard from outside and the building begins to shake uncontrollably. The room turns dark as the building loses power, obviously because of whatever is happening outside. After a moment, the explosions cease and the building stops shaking. Emergency power has now been activated, said an automated voice before the lights in the room turned back on. What in blazes was that? What in the hell is going on out there? Exclaimed a confused and worried Sitch. Bearded Worker is in the middle of looking at his phone while trying to communicate through his earpiece. I don't know, sir. All communications has been cut off. We're in the dark, he answered, equally worried. Sitch begins to press the holographic buttons on the table and holographic screens and warnings appear, showcasing the damage done outside. What Sitch reads off the screens makes his heart miss a beat. Destruction levels at 99.8%. Cydia has been leveled. It was destroyed in an instant, cried Sitch, grabbing his head in horror. I thought we would have more time. How could we know her prediction would come true so soon? Tatsumaki ignores bespectacled workers' explanation over how Metal Knight built the Hero Association headquarters, which explains why it's sturdier than the average shelter and why it wasn't leveled with the rest of City as she is instead, focusing her attention on Izuku, who is staring at the holographic display that shows the high percentage of how much of Cydia was destroyed. The usually smiling hero is no longer smiling, staring at the holograms with his mouth open in disbelief and horror. Izuku, Mumen Rider, is just as sickened as Deku, as he can't believe that an entire city was destroyed in an instant. All of Cydia destroyed. Millions of lives gone in an instant, muttered Mumen Rider in horror. We should go outside and see what's going on for ourselves, just to be sure the prophecy is happening, said Child Emperor, just as several heroes stand up to see what's happening outside. Mumen Rider, I want you to search for any survivors. Watchdog Man and Flashy Flash will help as well, told Deku, standing up and giving out orders before anyone can leave the room. Watchdog Man quietly nods, understanding the reason why he should help with search and rescue. With his enhanced sense of smell and hearing, he can find survivors much quicker than other heroes. However, Flashy Flash frowns. I have better things to do than dig through rubble, told Flashy Flash, who turns towards the doorway to leave. However, a hand grabs him by his right shoulder and stops Flashy Flash in his tracks. Calmly, Flashy Flash looks over his shoulder to see that Deku had crossed the distance between them in an instant and is gripping his shoulder. I see you're still as fast as ever, he said before slapping Deku's hand off of him. So then, what now? You gonna try and force me to stay? I won't force you to do whatever you don't want to do. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. I have more important things to do than argue with you, told Deku, walking past Flashy Flash, whose eyes widen somewhat. But if you want to keep calling yourself a hero, then you will do what is required of you. You are the fastest hero here. With your speed, you could find survivors at half the time. But if you've got something more important to do than to save lives, then you can leave. Deku walks past Flashy Flash and leaves the now silent room. Ha ha ha, he told you. Bobby Pin laughed Metal Bat while pointing a finger at Flashy Flash. HMPH, if you aren't gonna help, then leave. You'll only get in my way anyway, scoffed Tatsumaki, who floats after Deku, paying Flashy Flash no heed. The other S-class heroes leave the meeting room to find out the source of what caused the destruction of Cydia, leaving Flashy Flash alone with his thoughts. For a moment, the blonde-haired man stands in silence before cursing. Damn it all, he cursed before he follows after the other heroes. If Deku wants a hero, I'll show him a hero. XXX. Within the ruins of what used to be Cydia, a father and his son managed to climb out of some rubble of what used to be their home, but their reunion is ruined by the arrival of Melzargard, a general of the Dark Matter Thieves, who are a group of alien invaders who have conquered countless planets beforehand, and they plan to do so to this world as well. Melzargard is a large humanoid alien with pale gray skin and blood-red eyes. The alien's most striking feature is its multiple heads, which are all staring at the father and son with cold, uncaring eyes. What is this? Divided by it appears there are survivors. The ship failed to kill them all. We won't. That is good, spoke each of Melzargard's heads before he points his right hand towards the father and child. The alien's fingers stretch and lunge towards the father and son with the intent to skewer them. But Melzargard suddenly finds his fingers sliced off, as well as having a deep cut stretch across his torso. The one responsible is the A-class rank 2 hero, Ian, who sheaths his blade. Ian is a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wears a long-sleeved black shirt under a sleeveless medieval iron armor with a shoulder pad on his left shoulder. He also sports a matching medieval iron helmet. Get away from here, right now, ordered Ian towards the two civilians. The father is more than happy to pick up his son and flee the area. Ian smiles at the sight of the civilians fleeing to safety. But when he turns to face the large, mysterious being, he widens his eyes when he doesn't see it in front of him. Instead, he senses a large amount of bloodthirst coming from right behind him. Melzargard slams his hands together exactly where Ian's head is. But when the alien opens his hands, all he sees is the hero's flattened iron helmet, which falls to the floor. You think I don't sense your thirst for blood? Melzargard turns to see that the human had dodged his attack, although he wasn't fast enough to save his helmet. I accompanied Master Atomic here and was waiting for the Class S meeting to come to an end, only to meet thunder and destruction, spoke Ian, referring to how the large alien ship in the sky destroyed City in an instant. Is this your doing, beast? He roared, jumping towards Melzargard and cutting him in half with a single swing of his blade, returning his katana to its sheath again to prepare for another one of his eye strikes. Ian pulls his blade out again and in a single second, cuts the alien all over his body. Such attacks would have killed tiger-level monsters and even some demon-level. Unfortunately, Ian is fighting a mysterious being who is a lot stronger than demon-level threats. To Ian's displeasure, he watches as the deep cuts he left on the alien's body regenerate. This is one militant creature, also cautious. Hurry. Let us hurry and kill That is good, said Melzargard, finishing his regeneration process. The deep cuts Ian made on the alien's body is now no more. Can it even be destroyed? Wondered Ian, gritting his teeth in annoyance. He dealt several lethal blows on the monster's body, having even cut off a few pieces from its body, and yet it recovered in a matter of seconds. The swordsman has never seen such an incredible regenerating ability from a mysterious being before. With a bloodthirsty smile on each of his faces, Melzargard shapeshifts his left hand into a large hammer and swings it towards Ian at shocking speeds. Ian can barely see the attack coming, and so he shifts his body so that it won't be directly hit by the incoming attack, although he isn't fast enough to move his left arm away to avoid being hit. However, just before Melzargard's attack could hit, a flash of white blurs past the alien before disappearing into the distance. The blur is so fast that Ian doesn't even see it and Melzargard barely notices it. But the alien does notice how the blur managed to cut his body into several pieces and did so without him realizing it done so. Ian widens his eyes at seeing the large mysterious being suddenly crumple to the floor in several pieces. Not that he's complaining, since whoever cut the alien down just saved him from losing an arm. Fast bastard, why does he gotta show off like that? Grunted Atomic Samurai, catching a glimpse of Flashy Flash, who runs off in search for survivors. The mysterious being was just unfortunate enough to be in Flashy Flash's way as he ran past and got cut up for his trouble. What Deku said really lit a fire under his ass, he thought in amusement. The S-Class Rank 4 hero casually walks up to Ian and pats him on the shoulder. Hey, Ian, you alright? You're looking a little pale. Ian would be relieved to see his master, if not for the fact that he knows the mysterious being can't be defeated with swords. Master, swords have no effect on this strange creature. Huh? Atomic Samurai's response is followed by him tilting his head to the side while looking at his top disciple in confusion. The pieces of Melzargard suddenly come back to life and remake his body, which is already in the process of throwing a punch down on Atomic Samurai and Ian, using his advantage of surprise to kill the two humans before they can put up a fight. While the attack may have surprised Ian if he didn't already know about the creature's regeneration ability, Atomic Samurai is neither surprised nor slow to counter as he has already drawn his katana. Begone, shouted Atomic Samurai, swinging it katana down on Melzargard. Atomic Samurai's swing is so powerful and fast that not only does he cut through Melzargard's powerful body with ease, but slices him into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye. But just as Ian said, the many pieces of Melzargard begin to levitate in the air before they begin connecting to each other, similar to a jigsaw puzzle. Melzargard builds himself back together again, but this time he made some changes to himself. For starters, he made his body larger, increased his muscle mass, and joined his 5 heads together into one. Now, his head is larger in size. He has 5 rows of red eyes and 5 rows of teeth. Good. Seems some life forms on this planet can fight. Excellent. I invite you to try withstanding our invasion, chuckled Melzargard, now speaking with one voice. Atomic Samurai is undeterred by the alien's regeneration and shapeshifting abilities. Planet, huh, muttered Atomic Samurai in curiosity. So you're from outer space, then? And you got friends in that floaty toy ship thing, huh? He stated, looking up at the spaceship that's floating over all their heads. I doubt you've got the strength or the power to cause this much destruction to the city by yourself, he stated, taking a fighting stance. Atomic Samurai isn't alone to fight the dragon-level threat as Silver Fang steps up to his left side while Metal Bat comes up to his right. You can count us in, Atomic Samurai, said Silver Fang, ready and waiting for a fight. You're the ugly bastard that smashed this town, asked Metal Bat, glaring up at the alien. Melzargard smirks at the humans facing him. And what happens if I say yes? He asked with a bloodthirsty grin. For all the beautiful men you killed. Melzargard hears a voice behind him and turns around to see another human running towards him. Said human is none other than Puri Prisoner. I claim vengeance, he exclaimed before jumping into the air. Puri Prisoner spreads his arms out and tenses his muscles, causing his prison uniform to rip apart, leaving him naked. Like before when performing his angel rush technique, a mirage of a large pair of wings appear from behind him. But instead of the wings being an angelic white, they are now black as night, giving off an appearance that Puri Prisoner is a fallen angel. The reason for Puri Prisoner's wings being black instead of white is because the technique he's using is a refined version of his Angel Rush special move. Just as they said, each separate attack must be delivered with the intent to kill, thought Puri Prisoner, recalling the words of both the Deep Sea King and Deku. After thinking about what they said, he had come to agree that his strength lacks without killing intent. Unlike with the Deep Sea King, he won't make the mistake of holding back any longer. Dark Angel Rush, exclaimed Puri Prisoner as the mirage of black wings fades and he falls down towards Melzargard. Like with his Angel Rush technique, Puri Prisoner delivers a flurry of punches on his opponent. But the difference this time is that each of his punches are delivered with the intent to kill the alien. Melzargard is at the mercy of Piri Piri Prisoner as the S-Class hero throws a barrage of fast and powerful punches down on him. Hero Association Headquarters, Control Room. While the heroes are outside, fighting the alien threat, the Hero Association employees are all running towards their stations to help out in their own way. Bearded Worker and Bespectacled Worker run into the control room and begin issuing orders. Issue an evacuation warning to City A and all neighboring cities, right away. Ordered Bearded Worker to all the men and women in the control room. Yes, sir, chorus several workers, nodding in agreement. And expand the System M Vitals monitor system to cover all of City A. We need an accurate count of the survivors we'll need to rescue, continued Bearded Worker. What's the threat level? Asked an association employee. Dragon, without a doubt, answered Bespectacled Worker, like as if it should be obvious. If the spaceship could destroy an entire city without their sensors picking it up, then it's obvious that the threat is greater than Demon. Not quite. Bearded Worker looks up at the main monitor, which shows live footage of the massive alien spaceship which is hovering above the ruins of City A. This might be God. Hero Association Headquarters, Rooftop. As Silver Fang, Metal Bat, Atomic Samurai and Piri Piri Prisoner fight Melzargard on the ground, more S-Class heroes are standing on the rooftop of the Hero Association Headquarters, hoping to get some insight on how to take down the massive spaceship which is the size of an entire city. 4 S-Class heroes can take care of the enemy on the ground, but the real problem is up there, stated Child Emperor, sucking on his lollipop while staring up at the floating spaceship. We can't reach that ship. Any aircraft would be shot down in a matter of seconds. Superalloy Darkshine turns to Deku. Any ideas, Deku? You're the top hero, so I'd like to hear your take on this, he asked Deku, noting how the number 1 hero is no longer smiling, a rare and unfortunate circumstance if there ever is one. As angry as he is, Izuku doesn't let his rage over the destruction of City A control him and thinks rationally. Getting angry won't do him any good. With the mysterious being on the ground being dealt with, we should be focusing our efforts on finding and escorting any survivors to the association headquarters so they can be treated for any injuries they may have. Flashy Flash and Watchdog Man may be leading the search, but it would be faster to have others helping out as well. I'll head out and help with the search, told Zombiman, seeing as how he won't be of any help in taking down the spaceship. He could join in on the fight against the mysterious being on the ground, but having too many S-Class heroes fighting the same monster will only lead to them getting in each other's way. He can at least help with digging through the rubble to find survivors. Munch, I'll go munch too, said Pig God, finishing the last of his burgers. Throwing the now empty paper bag over his shoulder, Pig God grabs a disgruntled Zombiman and with a wave to the others, jumps off the Hero Association building. Upon landing on the ground below, everyone on the rooftop can feel the building shake from the impact of Pig God's landing. A normal human wouldn't survive such a fall, but Pig God and Zombiman can be seen running off in search for survivors, showing no damage caused to either men from the fall. Now that's settled, what do you plan to do with the ship? Asked Child Emperor, looking between Deku and the spaceship in the sky. Perhaps we can call in Metal Knight, asked King, who is standing behind the others with his arms folded, looking serious while inwardly freaking out over the destruction of City A. We don't need Metal Knight. Hell, I can handle all of this by myself, scoffed Tatsumaki, disgusted at the thought of calling in Metal Knight for help. Izuku knows that Metal Knight's weapons of mass destruction would be of great help in damaging the spaceship, but seeing as the association couldn't contact him for the S-Class meeting, he doubts that they could contact him now. We don't have time to wait for Metal Knight. We need to take that ship down, now, stated Izuku, glaring up at the spaceship. I want everyone to do all they can to damage that ship from below. I don't care if you have to throw rocks at it. I want that ship brought down. Tank Top Master perks up over what Deku said. Of course, Sensei, exclaimed Genos in acceptance. Tatsu, the ship may try to do what it did to the city before to stop everybody else. I want you to make sure that they don't have to worry about being attacked from above. Tatsumaki looks away and scoffs, although hiding the tinge of pink that covers her cheeks. I guess I can, this one time. Izuku smiles in appreciation. Thank you, Tatsu, he said, not seeing Tatsumaki's cheeks glow even pinker. Child Emperor turns to Deku, looking curious. And what is it will you doing, Deku? Deku looks up at the spaceship and Child Emperor notices how Deku's eyes are starting to glow with power. I'm going to board that ship and take it out from the inside. Superalloy Darkshine laughs in good nature over Deku's statement. That's the number 1 hero for you, he laughed, slapping Deku's back in encouragement. Go get them, Tiger. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his back, Deku nods and activates full cowl at 50% power before he jumps straight towards the spaceship at blinding speeds. Just as Deku is nearing the spaceship, he notices a flicker of purple light somewhere under the ship. All of a sudden, he feels danger sense go off, just in time as it gives Izuku a warning to dodge the massive shell which flies towards him. Dodging to the left, time slows for a second as Izuku looks at himself from the reflection of the giant shell as it flies past him, having just missed hitting him by an inch. So that's what destroyed Cydia, he thought, guessing that the invaders have cannons at the bottom of the ship which fires more of these massive shells. Times returns to normal, and the giant shell flies past Deku and disappears in the distance within half a second. Deku notices several flashes of purple before 8 more shells are fired at him with extreme velocity and incredible accuracy. Izuku moves left, right, up and down to avoid the massive shells, and just when he thinks they've stopped firing at him, they fire another shell. This time, Izuku doesn't try to dodge and instead takes the shell head-on by punching in. The giant shell, which is powerful enough to destroy buildings, is stopped in its tracks and is caved in from Deku's punch. "Take your shell back," shouted Deku, who tosses the destroyed shell back at where he saw it get shot from. The shell is thrown back at greater velocity than when it was shot and destroys the cannon and 2 others when it hits the ship. However, the damage done to the ship is superficial at best. Deku then flies up towards the side of the ship and, without slowing down, crashes straight through the metal hull, causing an explosion from his violent entry. From the rooftop of the Hero Association headquarters, Super Alloy Darkshine places his hands on his hips and laughs out loud. "Poor guys don't know what they brought on themselves. I nearly feel sorry for them. Nearly. I will head down and collect data on the battle between the others and the monster on the ground," said Drive Knight, who walks off the rooftop to go and study the fight between his fellow S-heroes and the alien. If he can, he'll also try to collect a sample from the alien so he can study the creature's incredible regeneration ability. "You do, man," smiled Super Alloy Darkshine, even though Drive Knight has already jumped off the building. The S-Class Rank 11 hero looks around and sees that most of the other S-Class heroes have already left, leaving him alone with Tatsumaki. He opens his mouth to say something, but stops when he notices Tatsumaki's solemn expression as she looks up at the ship, or rather, the smoking hole that Deku made when entering the spaceship. All Tatsumaki can do is stare up at the ship, looking at the large smoking hole on the side of the ship which Deku made when he forcefully entered it. She knows no pitiful monster or alien could defeat Deku, but she can't help but worry. Never has she seen him so distraught. Izuku has always taken his hero duties a lot more serious than others, so seeing that an entire city was destroyed must have hurt him badly. "Izuku, don't you do something stupid. Cydia ruins." Puri Prisoner takes a breather after he finishes pummeling the alien with his Dark Angel Rush technique. The results of his technique can be seen on Melzargard, whose body is riddled with large holes, showing what kind damage can be done by Puri Prisoner once he fights with the intent to kill. He pummeled that thing with nothing but the power of his bare fists, thought a very impressed Hyan, who is watching the fight from a safe distance. As much as he'd like to help, he would only get in the way of the S-Class heroes. "That's a Class S hero for you." Even so, just as Ian predicted, the damage done to Melzargard's body begins to heal itself. In a matter of seconds, Melzargard completely recovers from the injuries caused by Puri Prisoner's Dark Angel Rush technique. Now fully healed, Melzargard repays Puri Prisoner by throwing a punch of his own at him. "Let me give it a try," offered Silverfang, who runs in front of Puri Prisoner and deflects the alien's large fist. Instead of hitting Puri Prisoner, Melzargard's fist hits the ground beside the hero, leaving the alien open for Silverfang, who hits him in the chest with a barrage of jabs that launches Melzargard backwards. Starting to get annoyed, Melzargard climbs back up to his feet. "Should we use a bombardment to finish off these humans?" A second head grows out of Melzargard's original one. "Yes, that is good," answered the second head before it grows bat-like wings from both sides of its head and flies away towards the spaceship with the intended goal to tell the artillery crew to fire a bombardment down on the humans fighting Melzargard. However, the flying head isn't missed by Metal Bat. "Get back here," shouted Metal Bat, who jumps up after the flying head and swings his bat down on it, launching it back down to ground level while also turning it into fleshy paste. The head quickly regenerates, but before it can try to fly away again, Metal Bat splits the head into smaller pieces with a second swing of his bat, preventing it from going anywhere. Melzargard glares at the human who stopped his second head from sending his order to the ship, but he then hears the voice of Geryuganshoop in his mind. "Melzargard, what are you doing?" "I'm in battle," thought Melzargard, like as if it should have been obvious. "There's an intruder here," told Geryuganshoop, much to the surprise of Melzargard. "Ridiculous," thought Melzargard, turning to stare up at the spaceship of the Dark Matter thieves in disbelief. Even if a human did manage to somehow slip by him, the artillery cannons should have shot them down before they got anywhere close to the ship. "It's true. Hurry, finish them off and get up here. They're wrecking everything." From Melzargard's point of view, he sees multiple explosions erupt from the bottom of the ship. Once the explosions subside, a green blur flies out of a smoking hole in the bottom of the ship before it flies through an intact part of the ship, making another hole which soon explodes. Said explosion is followed by several others. What was that? Dark Matter Thieves' ship. With full cowl at 40% power, Izuku has been using his own body as a battering ram by literally smashing through everything in his way. While the purple metal, which makes up a majority of the ship's structure, is a lot stronger than average steel, it's still not strong enough to stop the rampaging S-class rank 1 hero. Moving at blinding speeds, Izuku smashes through the ship's structure so fast that nearby metal heats up in a near instant from the friction and from the energy that's being emitted from Deku's body. The surrounding metal walls and doors that aren't being smashed through all melt and warp as Deku flies by, while all nearby machinery explode from the intense heat and friction. The crew of the Dark Matter Thieves have all been ordered by Geryuganshoop to stop Deku from damaging any more of the ship. But every alien who attempted to stop the hero were killed in an instant. Deku is simply too powerful and moving too fast for the aliens to try and stop him. Those who try end up as bloody smears on the walls after Deku flies straight through them, not even noticing the aliens in his way due to how fast he's moving throughout the ship. After 5 minutes of Deku smashing his way through metal walls, doors, and machinery, he begins to slow down until he stops in the middle of what used to be a hallway. It's hard to tell, since most of the surrounding metal is either on fire or warped out of shape. There's also some alien bodies littering the floor, a result of his rampage, although most seem to be missing large chunks of their bodies. Deku looks around and frowns in thought. Even with all the damage he caused, Izuku notices that the ship is still not falling out of the sky. The technology of the spacecraft is truly incredible if it can still remain afloat after all the damage he caused to the ship and its crew. Danger sense warns him of a threat running at him from behind. Deku jumps and backflips in the air to avoid a tackle from an alien who runs under him instead, landing on his feet with a sense of grace that is abnormal for someone of his size. Deku looks at the alien, who turns around to snarl at him. The alien is very large and muscular with shades of green across his shoulders and stomach. He lacks eyes on his head and in place of hands. The alien has mouths with sharp teeth that resemble crab claws. He also appears to be wearing a spiked collar around his neck. Deku focuses on the green liquid that drips out of the alien's mouth like saliva, and once it touches the floor, it melts straight through the metal, leaving behind a small hole in the floor. This one is different from the rest. Not only does it have a larger build compared to the others, but it appears to secrete acidic saliva. It likely has acidic breath as well, and it's possible that it secretes the acid from its claws as well, thought Deku, taking all but 3 seconds to analyze the threat before him. Well done, intruder. You've made it far, but this is the end of the line for you, shouted the alien confidentially. I am Geryuganshoop, and there's no way you can hope to defeat me, he declared before he runs at Deku as a green mist explodes from his mouth. My acid breath, why? Full cowl, spark barrage. A barrage of straight, but incredibly powerful punches hit Geryuganshoop nearly at the same time, and before the alien can process what just happened, his body explodes in a burst of blood and gore. The walls behind Geryuganshoop are also destroyed by Deku's attack, causing several more explosions to erupt inside the ship. Alright, let's get back in the game, said Deku before he flies upwards, smashing through several floors in the process and causing even more damage to the ship. Dark Matter Thieves ship, control room. Geryuganshoop, who has been watching Deku through the security cameras, gapes in terror and disbelief. Gee, this can't be happening. Even the mighty Geryuganshoop, the best warrior we have, was defeated. Geryuganshoop is a large being with dark blue translucent skin, and instead of legs or arms, he has a multitude of tentacles, much like an octopus. He also has an oval head and orange eyes with no pupils. Geryuganshoop tries to find more footage of the intruder, but the human is moving so fast that the cameras only manage to catch a glimpse of a green light before the feed cuts off. What manner of creature is he? And how did he get on board our ship in the first place? Exclaimed an agitated Geryuganshoop as he looks over the multiple screens in front of him. Damn it, Melzargard was supposed to be guarding the ship from any threats. Now he and I are the only elite fighters left to fend off this barbaric biped, complained the alien. The crew members by the consoles look at each other in a worried manner. Defeating one of the 3 generals of the Dark Matter Thieves is no small feat, and from the footage they just watched, the intruder appeared to have done so with practice ease. I bet he's mucking about. I need him now. Curse the bastard, exclaimed Geryuganshoop, failing to notice the doors behind him slide open. Geryuganshoop, what is the problem? Geryuganshoop immediately stops his complaining and turns around to face the one speaking to him. Lord Boros, I am sorry. I've made a terrible mistake. I've allowed one of the natives of this planet to infiltrate the ship, he apologized to the leader of the Dark Matter Thieves. Boros is a very tall cyclops-like alien with light pink, spiky hair and bangs that fall over his face. He has sharp teeth and pointy ears which are lined with silver earrings. He has one large blue eye and light blue skin with dark blue crack-shaped markings across his face and body. Boros adorns a set of golden armor which has a spiky design and a red eye in the chest. The armor also comes with a red cape. In the mere 5 minutes since he came aboard, 37% of the ship has been damaged. It seems he's alone, but he has managed to instantly kill every warrior sent to intercept him. I'm at a loss here, continued Geryuganshoop, nearly on the verge of panicking. Do not panic. As long as the power sphere remains intact, the ship will continue to function, told Boros. Somewhat impressed that a single intruder managed to sneak aboard his ship and cause so much damage on their own. Still, it's only one intruder, and while he's strong enough to defeat the common foot soldiers, he should be no match to his top lieutenants. Boros looks over one of the screens, which displays an overhead map of his ship while also displaying which parts have been damaged by the intruder. The damage thus far seems to be limited to the crew's living quarters, but our pawns alone won't be enough. Geryuganshoop, you, Melzargard, and Geryugas will destroy him. Show him what we're made of. With his order given, Boros turns to leave the control room. As much as he doesn't want to say it, Geryuganshoop knows that he needs to inform his lord about recent events. Geryugas has unfortunately just fallen, Sir, told a nervous Geryuganshoop. Boros stops and looks at Geryuganshoop from over his right shoulder. He what? He asked, his tone sounding only a little surprised after hearing about the death of one of his top lieutenants. But let me get Melzargard back here. The two of us working together will wipe out the intruder without fail, I assure you, declared Geryuganshoop, hoping to impress Boros. Boros ignores Geryuganshoop and instead turns to the monitor that shows an image of the intruder who defeated Geryuga. Is this the one that the prophecy foretold of? He wondered, and for the first time in years, he feels a sliver of excitement fill his body. Perhaps he will finally remember what it's like to feel the thrill of battle. City of Ruins. While Deku is destroying the interior of the spaceship, the S-class heroes are still dealing with Melzargard. While Metal Bat keeps the second head of Melzargard from flying away, Silver Fang, Atomic Samurai, and Piri Piri Prisoner are fighting Melzargard's main body. With a roar, Melzargard throws a powerful punch at the three heroes, but they all dodge the attack and jump towards the alien before they each pelt him with a barrage of attacks. Piri Piri Prisoner throws a barrage of powerful punches. Silver Fang delivers a series of martial arts jabs, and Atomic Samurai is using his katana to cut the alien into pieces. Ian can only watch helplessly as the S-class heroes beat the alien down with powerful attacks, and yet he knows that all their effort is fruitless against the alien, who can regenerate from any injury inflicted onto him. Comrades, direct physical attacks have no effect on it. All of our efforts have only been in vain. Let's withdraw for now and think of a way to destroy it, like with heat, he called, but is ignored by the S-class heroes. Smashing is all I'm good at. Forget it, exclaimed Metal Bat, smashing his bat into the alien's flying head. This is all I know how to do as well. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. My apologies, apologized Silver Fang while thrusting a fist into Melzargard's chest. That goes for me too. Sorry, sweet Ian, stated Piri Piri Prisoner while punching a hole into the alien's large body. Ian, I'm disappointed. Don't you have faith in me? There's nothing I can't cut, admonished Atomic Samurai while he makes another cut across the alien's leg. Ian can only watch as the Class S heroes ignore his words of wisdom. It's pointless. These guys are used to coming out on top. They aren't the type to listen. Even though there are large holes in his chest and his main head has been cut into 3 separate pieces, Melzargard regenerates from the injuries, although that doesn't deter the 4 S-class heroes from attacking him with even more ferocity. Melzargard, look, I really need you on the ship. Getting rid of the intruder takes priority, spoke Geryuganshoop, using his telepathy to speak with Melzargard through his mind. I'd love to, but I'm still busy down here. These creatures are persistent, Melzargard answered through his mind, while dodging and blocking attacks from the 3 humans. You've got to be kidding. The life forms down there are proving to be tough to handle too. What's with this planet? Nothing tough about them, denied Melzargard, even though he has yet to defeat a single one of them. What's the ship's status? Is it going down or what? It's not going down, but he has damaged 40% of the ship and more than half the crew have already been killed by this intruder. Geryugas has also fallen. There's no way, thought Melzargard in disbelief. More than half the crew dead, 40% of the ship damaged, and worst of all, the intruder managed to defeat Geryugas. That's it, he need to get back on the ship, now. I need to end this fast. Begin cleansing my location with a bombardment from the ship. Ignorant of the fact that Melzargard managed to deliver his order to the ship, Metal Bat smashes his bat down on the alien's flying head. The head explodes, but like every other time, it starts to regenerate from the damage caused by Metal Bat's swings. However, Metal Bat notices something strange floating alongside the pieces of flesh, which begins to join back together. Before Melzargard's second head completely regenerates itself, Metal Bat quickly swipes the floating object. What the hell is this? He asked, looking at the object he just took from the alien. A marble. Why have you got one of these? He asked, looking at the blue marble in his hand. He also notices that for the first time since he started pummeling it, the flying head looks very worried all of a sudden. Give it back, demanded Melzargard's head, looking to attack Metal Bat. If it was any other Class S hero who had found the marble, they might have tried to study it to find out the purpose of it and discover why the alien wants it back so much. Metal Bat, on the other hand, is a bit more Blunt. Sure, here you go, said Metal Bat, who throws the marble up before casually smashing it with a one-handed swing of his bat. The moment the marble is shattered, the second head of Melzargard suddenly turns into a puddle of rotting flesh, dying with a strangled cry. Metal Bat runs up to the puddle to make sure that the alien is actually dead. Damn, that's nasty, you nasty bastard. You dead. Since the alien isn't answering or trying to kill him, he'll take the silence as a yes. Hey, I just discovered something. These guys have a marble thing inside them. Destroy them and they die, he shouted, informing his fellow Class S heroes about Melzargard's weakness. Oh, a smirk grows on Atomic Samurai's face as he looks up at the tall alien with his katana at the ready. So I just have to keep slicing away at you until I hit this vital marble he's talking about, he stated before he begins slicing Melzargard's body, even faster than before. Unknown to the heroes, the remaining crew of the Dark Matter Thieves are preparing to launch a bombardment down on their heads, the very same thing that destroyed City in an instant. Dark Matter Thieves' ship, control room. Just after he gives the order to the artillery crew to launch a bombardment down on the enemies, giving Melzargard trouble, Geryuganshoop begins looking through the cameras to try and locate the intruder. Yet, as he goes through the live footage of literally thousands of cameras, Geryuganshoop starts getting frustrated. Where is he? Shouted Geryuganshoop, looking from monitor to monitor, only to gulp when he hears the sound of thundering footsteps behind him. Crap. The large and thick metal doors to the spaceship's control room are smashed open by a single one of Deku's kicks. The doors fly across the room and would have hit Geryuganshoop if he didn't catch them with his telekinesis. So this must be the control room, Deku muttered to himself, looking over the many monitors and the aliens who are working on the consoles on the lower floor beneath him. Strangely enough, the alien spaceship's control room practically has the same design as the one in the Hero Association headquarters. Ew. Deku looks across the platform he's standing on to see a tall alien who resembles a blue-skinned octopus, although his blue skin is starting to turn into a rainbow color as the pressure in the room begins building up. You dare enter this place uninvited and bust up our ship, roared Geryuganshoop, who shows Deku why he's one of Lord Boros' generals. As if shot out of a cannon, Geryuganshoop launches the broken doors at the intruder. With himself still using full cowl at 40% power, Deku easily dodges the metal doors by bending himself backwards in a perfect 90-degree angle so the large metal doors sail over his head. The metal doors collide in the wall behind Deku, who uses his leg strength alone to stand up straight again so he can look at the telekinetic alien. Now Geryuganshoop, the supreme telekinetic power in the universe, will grind you into blood sausage, threatened Geryuganshoop, whose voice distorts as a result of him using his telekinetic power. Supreme telekinetic power in the universe. I think Tatsu would have something to say about that, thought Izuku in good humor, even though he's facing off against an obviously powerful alien. From the power he can sense coming off the alien in waves, he would measure Geryuganshoop as a dragon-level threat. Telekinetic gravitational wave, roared Geryuganshoop as his body glows with power. Die, Earthling. The crew who are working at the consoles on the lower floor all try to run away once they hear Geryuganshoop shout out his special move. Deku can understand why they tried to run, because a second later, the forces of gravity suddenly increase drastically inside the control room. All the machinery break under the increased gravitational pressure, and the aliens who attempted to flee end up caught up in Geryuganshoop's attack. The aliens are quickly crushed under the increased gravitational force, killing them while also showing Geryuganshoop's lack of empathy for his comrades. Unlike the aliens who are easily crushed under the increased force of gravity, Deku remains standing, although the invisible pressure presses down heavily on his body, causing his feet to sink down into the metal floor, leaving him standing in a crater. The alien's telekinetic power isn't anything to scoff at. Most heroes would have been crushed to their deaths under this amount of pressure. But this is nothing compared to what I've gone through when sparring with Tatsu, thought Deku, having undergone much greater pressure from Tatsumaki's own telekinetic power. At one point, she had even used her telekinetic abilities to push him deep below the earth. He did manage to dig himself out, but being buried 500 miles below the Earth's surface still hurts like hell. Geryuganshoop can't hide his shock from seeing the human stand under the pressure of his most powerful attack. At best, his technique made the intruder slightly hunch forward for a split second before he stands back up at his full height. How is this possible? The only other one to ever live through this technique was Lord Boros, he thought in a panic. In his panic, Geryuganshoop reacts too slow to stop Deku, who jumps at him, even as the increased gravitational pressure presses down on him. Geryuganshoop soon finds a large hand wrapped around his throat and is then forcefully pushed down onto his back, causing him to lose his concentration and cancel out his telekinetic gravitational wave technique. Geryuganshoop tries to use his tentacles to grab the human and pry him off, but is shocked when multiple black tendrils emerge from the human's back and wrap around each of his own tentacles, restraining them in place. What kind of species is he? Wondered Geryuganshoop, whose eyes begin to glow as he attempts to use his telekinetic powers to crush the human. Unfortunately, the human squeezes his throat, warning him that any attempt of using his telekinesis will be met with the human crushing his neck, while Geryuganshoop doesn't actually need oxygen to survive. He has seen what the human can do with his bare fists. If the human wants to, he can squeeze Geryuganshoop's neck hard enough for his head to be ripped off from the rest of his body. "Are you the one in charge?" asked Deku, wanting to know if he's dealing with the leader of the aliens. From what he has faced so far, Geryuganshoop is definitely powerful enough to be the leader. I won't tell you a thing, stupid earthling," spat Geryuganshoop in defiance. "When Lord Boros comes for you, you will be begging for a quick death. He will kill you and make an example out of your entire planet." Deku had hoped that there wasn't another alien in charge of the spaceship, but the tentacled alien in his grip practically just confirmed it for him. "Hopefully, they aren't too much stronger than Geryuganshoop. That's all I needed to hear," stated Izuku before he raises his free fist and throws it down on Geryuganshoop's head, intending to give the alien a quick and painless death, even if he doesn't deserve it for having taken part in the killing of millions and the destruction of City A. At the last second, Geryuganshoop wraps a telekinetic layer around the human before he pushes his power inwards in an attempt to crush the earthling, or at least throw him off of him. Unfortunately for Geryuganshoop, his plan doesn't work, because when Deku feels the alien wrap his body up with his telekinetic power, Deku tenses his muscles. The simple tension of Deku's muscles shatters the telekinetic layer surrounding his body, and so, his fist smashes into the surprised alien's skull without any struggle, ending the life of Geryuganshoop in one fell swoop. Retracting the black whips, Deku stands back up and swipes his right hand across the air to flick off the dark purple blood that covers his glove, splattering the blood of Geryuganshoop across the walls of the spaceship's now destroyed control room. The S-Class Rank 1 hero looks around the room for a moment, glancing at the destroyed monitors to the crushed corpses of the alien crew. The oddity of the situation isn't missed by him. "When did my life get so chaotic?" sighed Izuku, wondering how he went from some quirkless nobody to being the #1 hero who now has to bring down a massive spaceship while defeating any aliens that get in his way. Surely, if he wasn't forced from his original home world by that villain's quirk during the attack on the USJ, his heroic career wouldn't have taken such a bizarre turn, right? Izuku scoffs to himself over the thought. Fat chance. All of a sudden, Deku turns around, staring into the empty hallway where he just came from. For some reason, danger senses warning him of a dangerous threat close by, but one that isn't an immediate threat. Using danger sense is starting to give him a headache that is pulsating every 2 seconds, almost as if "they're calling for me," stated Izuku, realizing that the leader of the alien invaders is purposely pulsating his own power, making it easy for Izuku to detect him and find his exact location. It's almost like danger sense is a sonar that fisher boats use to detect large amounts of fish. But in this situation, the leader of the alien invaders is a fish that wants to be caught. At least it saves Izuku from having to search the rest of the spaceship, which is literally the size of a city. Leaving the destroyed control room behind him, Deku heads in the direction of the leader to finally settle the score. Hero Association Headquarters, Rooftop. Each of the S-Class heroes have a role in the conflict with the alien invaders. Flashy Flash, Watchdog Man, Zombiman, and Pig God are searching the ruins of Cydia for survivors while also bringing them back to the Hero Association headquarters for medical treatment. Atomic Samurai, Metal Bat, Puri Puri Prisoner, and Silver Fang are currently fighting the dragon-level alien threat on the ground level. Genos and Tank Top Master are damaging the ship as best they can, either by firing beams of energy or by throwing large pieces of rubble at it. While the ship is so massive in size that their attacks are likely not accomplishing much, every little bit helps. Super Alloy Darkshine, Tornado of Terror, and Drive Knight are on standby, watching everything from a distance while prepared to intervene if something else were to happen, like a surprise attack from other threats or maybe even enemy reinforcements. Child Emperor, on the other hand, is typing away on his laptop while standing on the rooftop of the Hero Association headquarters, whilst everyone has gone off to fight or to help in the rescue operations. He has been trying to gather as much data as he can on the alien threat, including the massive spaceship floating in the sky. What the 10-year-old prodigy finds is worrying, as his scans on the ship has picked up an increase of energy levels in the spaceship, which he believes to be a signal that it's about to fire its weapons again. If the ship fires its weapons down on the ruins of City A, every hero on the field will be killed. City A ruins. Now that they know Melzargard's weakness, the S-Class heroes begin tearing the alien's body apart in an attempt to find and destroy the marbles that lie inside his large body so they can finally defeat him. So far, they managed to destroy another marble after Atomic Samurai got lucky and sliced it while it was still in the alien's body, leaving Melzargard with 3 heads remaining. After punching more holes in Melzargard's body, Puri prisoner manages to find another one of the alien's marbles, quickly grabbing it before it can be sucked back into the alien's regenerating body. The S-Class rank 17 hero places the blue marble in his mouth and uses his teeth to crush it. The moment Puri prisoner crunches down on the marble, one of Melzargard's heads dies and melts into a puddle, leaving 2 heads remaining. Yet, even after losing his 3rd head, Melzargard gives it little thought as both of his 2 remaining heads, which are positioned beside one another, look up at the spaceship, waiting for the bombardment to kill the annoying humans. Is it time yet? Divided by ship bombardment coming quite soon, spoke both heads. All of a sudden, the bottom of the spaceship is lit up in a bright purple light, signaling the start of a bombardment. The 4 S-Class heroes look up at the bright light in shock as dozens of massive shells are fired down on them. Both of Melzargard's heads smile in satisfaction at the sight of the incoming bombardment. It's over, you will die. There's no escape. Once the bombardment kills the humans, he can finally return to the ship and deal with the intruder who's causing havoc. Luckily for the heroes, Tatsumaki is nearby to deal with the incoming shells, now standing several feet behind her fellow S-Class heroes who are too busy staring up at the bombardment to notice her. Tatsumaki glares up at the fired shells in contempt. A green aura surrounds her as she uses her psychokinesis, and with a simple wave of her hand, each and every one of the dozens of shells immediately stop in midair, each one now caught in her telekinetic hold. They just stopped, muttered Puri prisoner in confusion. Turning around, he and the other S-Class heroes realize that Tatsumaki is using her psychokinesis to hold the shells in place. All of you muscleheads would be dead without me. Can't you finish one small fry? Stated Tatsumaki, glaring at her fellow S-Class heroes while having her hands on her hips. She then spreads her arms out and levitates herself into the air. Maybe you should try starting over from Class C. With her opinion made to her fellow Class S heroes, Tatsumaki looks up at the spaceship before she raises a single finger and points it upwards. The simple gesture has the dozens of shells turn in midair until they're all pointing back up at the ship. Hey, aliens, take your shells back, told Tatsumaki, who folds her arms across her chest before throwing them outward, using her telekinesis to make the shells spin to increase their piercing power before she launches them back up at the ship with even more force than when they were fired from the ship's artillery cannons. The heroes and a very shocked Melzargard can only watch as the dozens of massive shells are fired back up at the spaceship. The shells hit along the length of the bottom of the ship, with each impact causing widespread destruction as the entirety of the lower half of the spaceship is lit up in a series of explosions. Since the shells were launched back up from where they were first fired, they all hit and destroy the artillery cannons, leaving the ship defenseless while also killing even more of the ship's crew. The sight of the bombardment being stopped and the damage done to the ship greatly enraged Melzargard, who morphs both his arms into several large tendrils which he then launches at the 4 humans, hoping to skewer them quickly. Metal Bat jumps into the air to avoid one of the tendrils from piercing him. 3 more tendrils rush towards him while he's still in midair, but Metal Bat proves that he isn't defenseless by dodging 2 of the fleshy spears before he grinds his indestructible bat along the edge of one of the tendrils, making sparks fly while also damaging the tendril to the point that it's now useless. Another tendril tries to gut him, but Metal Bat jumps away in time and then swings his bat down on it with a loud battle cry. The other tendrils that Melzargard launches at the other 3 heroes are all caught by Puri prisoner, who wraps his muscular arms around them in a tight hold. His feet sink into the ground as he uses his entire strength to hold the multiple tendrils in place, which isn't easy, since Melzargard is fighting hard to retrieve his limbs from the hero's grasp. Nice catch, complimented Silverfang, who jumps off one of the large tendrils Puri prisoner is holding to attack Melzargard, now that he has no more limbs to defend himself with. In the blink of an eye and a flash of a blue aura, Silverfang blurs through Melzargard's right head, leaving a large hole where the head's left eye was. Found it, said Silverfang, holding a marble in his fingertips after he ripped it out of the alien's head. Begone, he ordered, crushing the marble in between his fingertips. With a strangled cry, Melzargard's second head is destroyed, leaving him with just 1 head left. Only 1 head left, told Silverfang, who lands on top of a large piece of rubble. But Melzargard is quick to morph the tendrils into one big whip, which he curls up and then throws at Silverfang. The quick counter-attack catches the S-Class rank 3 hero off guard as the attack connects and launches the martial artist through 3 thick walls of rubble before he is left embedded in a 4th wall of rubble. It got Silverfang, shouted Atomic Samurai in surprise. Weak, laughed Melzargard, who turns to the remaining heroes. You are also very weak, dead after a single hit. A change of tactics was all I needed. If I forget defense and focus on my attacks, this will all be over quickly, he declared with a sadistic grin. Your next swordsman. I will spring past that blade and squeeze your skull until it pops, he threatened as his limbs begin to morph. Atomic Samurai doesn't much care for the alien's threats as a vein can be seen pulsating on the swordsman's forehead. If you think you can do it, then be my guest. Melzargard attempts to do so, transforming his right arm into a sharp blade which he thrusts down at Atomic Samurai. Holding his katana with one hand, Atomic Samurai cuts the alien's deadly appendage into pieces. But Melzargard regrows his limb as fast as it's cut and continues to try and stab Atomic Samurai with it, only for the hero to keep cutting it into pieces with ease. Melzargard then rears his right arm back and morphs it into multiple spears which all thrust down at the swordsman. Atomic Samurai cuts at the multiple spears, but is eventually overwhelmed and forced to jump away so to avoid getting skewered by one of them. Melzargard seems to regard Atomic Samurai's retreat as a victory in his books as he laughs at the three heroes standing before him. Standing between Metal Bat and Puri Prisoner, Atomic Samurai glares up at Melzargard in annoyance. "Bastard, you sure are making things interesting around here," growled the swordsman, hands clenched around his katana. Melzargard raises his very sharp appendages in front of his face. "I'm beginning to taste victory," chuckled the alien. "Ah, that's better. The stiffness in my shoulders are gone. Guess I'm a little rusty," sighed Silver Fang, rolling his left shoulder, noting that the blow he took earlier knocked the stiffness out of his shoulder. Since his jumpsuit was ruined by Melzargard's attack, he stripped himself of it, showing his scarred and muscular body to the world. Melzargard turns around and is beyond shocked to see the elderly human still alive. Other than Boros, no other creature has ever managed to survive a direct hit from one of his attacks. "No, how can you still be alive?" Behind Melzargard, Atomic Samurai's eyes glow a menacing red as he holds his katana out in front of him. "Hey, forgetting something." Realizing his mistake, Melzargard widens his eyes in horror, and before he can turn around to defend himself, Atomic Samurai performs his deadliest technique on the alien, Atomic Slash. Within a second, Atomic Samurai performs 100 quick sword slashes across Melzargard's body which falls apart in pieces. The pieces of Melzargard turn into a mist of blood and flesh which spins in a large twister while he begins regenerating. "Insolence, such complete insolence," roared the regenerating alien in rage. Undeterred, Silver Fang calmly walks into the twister of flesh and blood. "You move that hard marble thing around inside your body in order to hide its location. But your regeneration process always begins with your head," told Silver Fang, watching his pieces of flesh build up to make Melzargard's head, although at the moment, the head is barely half complete. "Therefore, at the center of that must lie your heart. Since Melzargard is still in the process of regenerating and is barely half a head, he can't do anything to stop Silver Fang from thrusting his arm through his head, showing that he's now holding the alien's last remaining marble in between his fingers. After seeing it happen so many times, even a monkey could figure it out. "Checkmate, no bleh," cried Melzargard until Silver Fang crushes the marble with his fingers, turning the remains of Melzargard's body into a pile of mush on the floor. Puri Prisoner looks down at the melted corpse of Melzargard. "We got all the heads. That was the last one. Victory is ours," he exclaimed with his head held high, victoriously. "Yeah, but there's still that big-ass ship to deal with," reminded Metal Bat, glaring up at the spaceship which is currently being bombarded by rubble that Tatsumaki is throwing at it with her telekinesis. Each impact leads to an explosion which further damages the ship. And yet, even with all the damage done to the spaceship, it still doesn't show any signs of coming down. "I think it's best if we let Deku and Tornado deal with that," told Silver Fang with his hands clasped behind his back. "Yeah, and where is Deku anyway?" asked Atomic Samurai. "Dark Matter's ship, throne room." The throne room is a room in which only Boros is allowed entry. Not just because he's the leader of the Dark Matter thieves, but also because it's where the power sphere is located. If the power sphere were to be removed or destroyed, then the entire ship would stop functioning. The room is wide, but mostly barren, except for the multiple thick stone pillars that reach all the way to the very top of the very high ceiling. On one side of the room is a throne which Boros is currently sitting on, and attached to the wall above the throne is the power sphere that continues to fuel the spaceship with its immense power. Boros silently sits on his throne while occasionally pulsating a fraction of his power so to gain the attention of the intruder who has been causing havoc across his ship. Boros stops when he senses the intruder nearby and getting closer by the second. He's come. Just after he speaks, the tall and thick doors that lead into the throne room shatter into pieces, causing a large cloud of dust to gather by the entrance. Through the cloud of dust, Boros can see the intruder walking into the throne room, fists clenched by his sides and a serious expression on his face. Boros senses the intruder's energy and what he finds it quite promising. In Boros's vision, the intruder's energy is so powerful that it manifests itself in an aura around him, specifically a green aura which is also emitting small sparks. Boros narrows his eye, noticing something off with the human's aura. Whereas most of the human's aura is green in color, he can also see multiple auras hidden beneath his own. White, yellow, gold, blue, black, red, cyan, and orange. Most wouldn't notice, but his senses have always been sharper than everyone else's. That still begs the question, how does the intruder have multiple auras that are not his own? The finest warrior this planet has to offer. I can sense nearly no limit to his energy. I am curious over how one being can possess multiple auras. But no matter, he thought, gauging the human's immense power while also dismissing the auras he can sense within him. In the end, the multiple auras are no matter. If they somehow give the intruder even greater strength, then even better for him. Wonderful. Izuku narrows his eyes at the alien. The moment he entered the room, danger sense has been going haywire, warning him that the being before him is incredibly dangerous. In fact, this is the most pain he has ever felt from using danger sense. Even against powerful dragon-level threats he fought in the past, including Carnage, Kabuto, and Elder Centipede. Is this really the god-level threat Lady Shibubawa foretold? By the looks of it, it might very well be. Before we fight, let us exchange names, offered Boros. I lead the pirate band known as Dark Matter Thieves, and I am the dominator of the universe. My name is Boros. If not for him being responsible for destroying City A, Izuku might have been impressed by the politeness from the alien. Still, he offers his own name, just because his mother didn't raise him to be rude. My name is Izuku Midoriya, but I also go by my hero name, Deku. Izuku Midoriya, repeated Boros with a wide grin, liking the sound of his opponent's name coming off his tongue. The alien starts to walk down the steps that lead up to his throne. There exists a prophecy. Prophecy, muttered Izuku, not liking the sound of this already. I was once a traveler, exploring the universe, ravaging everything in sight. But I was too strong. Eventually, I found there were none left who could face me. I came to know the torment of utter, all-encompassing boredom. Then one day, a seer told me, somewhere on a faraway planet, a being exists who is my match, one who could rekindle my passion for battle, told Boros, walking towards Izuku, who's clenching his now shaking fists. That was nearly 20 years ago. Have you any concept the distance I traveled to get here? He asked, stopping 3 feet away from Izuku. My men thought the prophecy was a ruse, a fairy tale made up to focus my attention and lure me away. Boros's lone eye widens in excitement as a wide grin spreads across his face. But now I am certain it was true. Come and give stimulation to my existence. Izuku's vision turns red. Deku's fist connects with Boros's chest, and faster than a speeding bullet, the alien is launched backwards before he hits one of the pillars that litter the throne room. When the smoke from the impact clears, Boros can be seen stuck in a large crater in the pillar, a smoking hole now residing in the center of his damaged suit of armor. You destroyed City and took millions of lives. Because you were bored, remarked Deku in a tone colder than ice. Usually, Izuku isn't someone who can be easily riled up, having learned long ago to control his emotions so enemies can't use them to their advantage. But Boros's reasoning for attacking Earth is so utterly ridiculous that his control over his emotions slipped. Millions of people killed. Not because Boros wanted resources or to take over the planet, but simply because he wanted to cure his boredom. Even after getting hit by Deku's punch, which would have killed most demon-level and even some dragon-level mysterious beings, Boros pushes himself out of the crater in the pillar and lands on his feet, looking no worse for wear. Cracks quickly spreads throughout Boros's suit of armor before it shatters, leaving the alien's chest bare. This set of armor, which was used to seal in my immeasurable, irresistible power, has now been broken. Izuku has to forcefully shut off his danger sense quirk, just so he doesn't black out from the immense headache it causes when it senses a threat. The moment the armor worn by Boros shatters, danger sense goes off like mad, making Izuku feel like there's a million tiny needles poking his brain. Before Izuku's very eyes, Boros undergoes a grotesque physical transformation. His body gains muscle mass while also growing spiky plates. The alien's spine and surrounding tissue become exposed while his skin turns from light blue to a navy blue with light blue markings that emit energy. In the center of his chest is a yellow eye that matches the one on his face, and Boros's hair spikes up entirely and becomes slightly darker in color. Once Boros's transformation is complete, an explosion of energy erupts from Boros as his power is finally unleashed, bathing the entire throne room in a bright pink light. The ground cracks and small pieces of the floor is blown away by the alien's power alone, with bolts of pink lightning firing off in every direction. Yet, even in the face of a possible god-level threat, Deku stands tall and unyielding to Boros's immense power, which is so great that it's blowing away the surrounding air. With a powerful stomp that shakes the throne room, Deku activates full cowl and calls upon 70% of One for All. Quickly, a powerful flash of green light envelops half of the throne room, with the other half still shrouded in the pink light that Boros's energy makes up. Boros watches in great interest as Izuku's muscles bulge in size, the hero's costume straining to contain the unimaginable power that lays within. Powerful arcs of emerald lightning bounces off the human's powerful body, and an ethereal shroud of green energy envelops Izuku, just as a pink shroud covers Boros. The human's already glowing green eyes burst with energy, shining nearly as bright as the sun itself, only if the sun was colored green. The green and pink lights made by both Deku's and Boros's energy clash as they try to push the other back, but neither color yields to the other. In the very center of the clashing colors is a thin line of gray, a result of the two clashing colors mixing together as they fight against the other. The fight hasn't even started yet, but watching the human call upon his own power has already excited Boros more than he has ever been in these past 20 years. With a wide excited grin that shows off all of his sharp teeth, Boros spreads his arms out wide. It is time. Shrouded in an aura of their respective colors, both Boros and Deku run at each other at the exact same time. Within a tenth of a second, both alien and hero meet in the center of the throne room and they throw a punch at each other once they're within striking distance. Both fists connect, resulting in an explosive shockwave which propels both combatants away in the opposite direction from the other. Flying hundreds of feet in the air, Boros and Deku land on the floor at the exact same time, and once their feet touch the solid ground, they immediately jump back at each other. This time, instead of throwing a punch or a kick, Deku and Boros clash by headbutting each other, causing a shockwave that cracks the floor beneath their feet and blows a powerful gust of wind away from them. With their foreheads now touching, Deku glares into the alien's lone eye while Boros grins in excitement, seeing as they can't push the other away with just their heads. Deku and Boros pull away so they can settle their disagreement with their fists. With only a foot of distance between them, Deku and Boros throw a barrage of punches at the other, their fists moving so fast that it looks like they each have 6 arms, not 2. Yet, not a single punch manages to graze the two fighters, since Boros and Deku manage to tilt their heads and large bodies aside to dodge every punch thrown at them. After throwing hundreds of punches within the time frame of 3 seconds, Boros feints and swings a punch which manages to connect with Deku's body, although the hero still manages to block the punch by using his left forearm. However, the force in the punch causes Deku to skid backwards, and while he's leaving skid marks along the metal floor, Boros runs after the hero while shrouded in an aura of pink energy. Shrouding himself in an aura of emerald energy, Deku takes to the air and is quickly followed by Boros. To the human eye, all that can be seen are blurs of pink and green, clashing with each other throughout the throne room, resulting in multiple shockwaves and explosions. After dozens of impacts, the blurs collide with each other again and a bright pink light envelops the room for a second. Once the pink light dies down, Deku crashes onto the solid ground which craters beneath his body. But just as fast as his back hits the floor, Deku is already back on his feet and jumping away, just in time to avoid Boros, who crashes into the crater in an attempt to attack the hero while he's down, but missed him by just a split second, crouching in the crater that he just made larger. Boros lifts his head to search for the human, but his vision is filled by a large fist that is moving far too close to his face for his liking. With instinct and speed that he honed from years of training and warfare, Boros tilts his head left to avoid the incoming fist, although a small bit of his right cheek ends up singed. As Deku's arm sails over his right shoulder, the hero is left open for a counterattack that Boros uses to throw an uppercut into the hero's chest. Spitting saliva as the air in his lungs is knocked out of him, Deku is launched into the air and ends up colliding with a pillar. Even before Deku hits the pillar, Boros runs at the hero and jumps upwards, aiming for where he predicts the human to land on the pillar. Deku collides into the pillar, and while it remains standing, Deku's collision forms a crater along the side of the pillar, as well as pick up a cloud of dust which obscures Deku's body from Boros's vision. Not that it matters to the grinning alien, since the hero landed exactly where Boros predicted him to land. However, much to Boros's surprise, the cloud of dust suddenly disperses, due to Deku jumping through the dust cloud in such speed that he can't be tracked by the human eye any longer. Said hero is also flying at Boros with his left leg outstretched into a flying kick. Boros isn't just surprised by how quickly the human manages to recover from his attack, but also by the human's sudden increase in speed. He got faster, thought Boros, knowing that it's too late for him to try and dodge the hero's incoming kick, so he tries to at least land a blow before the human does. Both the alien and hero clash in the middle of the air, causing an eruption of green and pink light to flood the room. The explosion subsides as Deku and Boros land on the floor several feet away from each other with their backs turned to the other. In the space between the two, a severed arm falls to the floor. Boros widens his eye in surprise, since it's his arm that's been severed by the human's kick. Whereas Boros aimed his punch at the hero's head, which was then dodged, Deku kicked Boros in the elbow joint of his right arm, ripping through bone and flesh, and now leaving Boros with just his left arm. Even though my true power has been unleashed on you, somehow, you're still able to keep up, stated Boros in honest surprise, ignoring the pain from having his arm ripped off and turns around to face Deku, who turns back to face him as well. He's strong, thought Deku, hiding his grimace. Throughout the bout, he has been increasing the usage of One for All ever so slightly, just to keep up with the alien. Right now, he's using full cowl at 77% power. And if the fight continues like this, he'll need to increase it even more. Izuku doesn't like how Boros' surprised expression changes into a bloodthirsty grin, nor how he can sense Boros' power increase all of a sudden. How exhilarating, cried a delighted Boros, who then throws a barrage of straight punches at Deku. Immediately, Deku raises the usage of One for All to 80%, just so he can match Boros' rise in strength. Even though he only has one arm, Boros is still dangerous. Unless I'm going crazy, he's throwing punches even faster than before, thought Deku, rapidly throwing his arms out to deflect Boros' attacks. Widening his eyes, Deku suddenly reaches out and manages to catch Boros' fist with his right hand. Ignoring the stinging sensation in his hand, Deku tightens his grip on Boros' hand until he can hear cartilage snap. Even though his hand is being crushed, Boros doesn't so much as wince. However, he does clench his teeth when Deku punches him in the jaw with his free hand, seeing as Boros doesn't have his other arm to defend himself with. The power in Deku's punch tosses Boros over 100 feet in the air, as well as gives him a sore jaw. While in midair, Boros attempts to backflip so he can land on his feet, but is interrupted when a thick tendril of black energy suddenly wraps itself around his body, squeezing down on him tightly. Caught off guard by the strange appendage, Boros follows the trail of the tendril and sees that it's protruding out of the hero's open palm. Strange. I don't recall my scouts ever mentioning that humans can summon tendrils from their bodies, thought Boros, before the tendril that's wrapped around his body suddenly swings down and smashes him into the ground. The impact causes the ground to shake and crack. And for good measure, Deku repeats the motion again and again, further cracking the floor. However, when the hero attempts to do it a third time, Boros' destructive energy suddenly erupts outwards and destroys the tendril holding him. Izuku winces in pain. Whenever he uses his Black Whip quirk, the tendrils it produces act as extra limbs to his body. Destroying the whip is the equivalent of Boros ripping off one of his arms or legs. In other words, it hurts like hell. As Boros falls back down to the ground, he notices the hero's split second of pain, which he quickly capitalizes on. The moment one of Boros' feet touch the ground, he rockets towards Deku, moving so fast that it nearly looks like he teleported. Deku inwardly curses himself for letting the pain get to him, since it just gave Boros an opening to attack him. With no time to dodge or counter, Deku can only cross his arms in front of his chest to lessen the blow of Boros' powerful punch, which connects without issue. Said punch propels Deku into the air, his body moving so fast that it's nothing more than a blur. The number one hero's propelled body smashes through a thick pillar, and another, and another, and then another. It's the fifth pillar that finally stops Deku's momentum, although the impact still craters the pillar which he is now lying in. The other four pillars didn't survive the impact, as they can be seen toppling to the floor with large pieces of rubble dropping as well. Can it be feeling that one in the morning, groaned Deku, who can feel both of his arms and his back throb from the beating. Turns out that being smashed through four thick stone pillars hurts, and Boros' punch didn't tickle either, which both of his arms can attest to. It also turns out that Boros isn't finished with Deku just yet. The alien runs across the room before he jumps upwards in the air, performing a flying kick while surrounded by a shroud of pink energy. Boros plows through the four falling pillars as if they aren't even there, causing the already collapsing pillars of stone to shatter and melt just from his energized body passing through them. While his body is still racked in pain, Deku charges his full cowl all the way to 85% and pulls himself out of the crater before he runs up the pillar to avoid Boros, who smashes where he once laid. Before the melting rubble of the pillar can get halfway towards the floor, Boros is already chasing Deku up the pillar, the hero and alien looking like green and pink blurs. The two blurs circle the pillar as they climb upwards with the speed of their movements, causing the already damaged pillar to break apart even further. Not that either of them cares. They're more focused on ending the life of the other. As both alien and hero shout out battle cries which can be heard by the spaceship's surviving crew throughout the ship, they smash through the ceiling of the throne room, all while throwing punches and kicks at each other. Neither of them seem to notice the ceiling they smashed through, nor the 11 floors after that. After smashing through the 11th floor, the two combatants end up at the very top of the spaceship, which is made up of the strong purple metal with tower-like buildings protruding upwards like massive spikes the size of skyscrapers. As they are still fighting while in midair, the two fighters end up punching the other in the jaw at the exact same time, launching each other back. Both Deku and Boros land on their feet, skidding through the metal floor for a few meters before they eventually stop. Neither attempt to initiate combat, and instead, they both spend a moment to take a breather and to assess the damage done to their bodies. Tasting the familiar tang of copper on his tongue, Izuku spits out the blood that's pooling in his mouth, courtesy of the cut on his bottom lip, trailing his tongue alongside the inside of his mouth. He feels a cut on the left side of his mouth, contributing to the blood that's pooling in his mouth. Haven't felt this much pain in quite a while, thought Izuku. His arms throb and ache, his legs groan in protest, his abs clench in pain, and he winces when a sharp prick occurs in his mouth after he moves his jaw around. It's been a long time since his body has been in such a dire state. The state that his body is in now reminds him of the time he first used One for All during UAS entrance exam. Just thinking back on how thoughtless he was when first using One for All makes Izuku chuckle to himself. Can't believe it took so long for me to invent the full cowling technique. Focusing his attention back on Boros, Izuku glares at the alien. If I want to win this, I'll need to go all out, thought Deku, having never needed to use the full power of One for All before, until now at least. True, he did use it on Carnage Kabuto, but that was more to finish the fight as fast as possible, instead of an actual need to use it. Deku takes a deep breath and after a second, he lets out the air from his lungs. Immediately, immense power erupts from his body, much to the surprise of Boros. The fire-like trails coming from his eyes expand and become denser in power, making Deku's eyes look like miniature emerald suns. Deku's already muscular body bulges even more, making his body bigger until it reaches to 8 feet in height. The shroud of energy and the sparks of emerald electricity enlarge around the hero's body, to the point where standing anywhere close to Deku can become hazardous. Deku's once messy green hair spikes upwards, with each strand glowing as small sparks of electricity jumps from hair follicle to hair follicle. Even though Deku is just standing there, the immense energy that's pouring out of him is so intense that it's causing damage to his surroundings. The bolts of lightning that bounce off his body incinerates the surrounding metal, turning it into molten slag. Even the metal beneath Deku's feet is glowing red from the energy his body is releasing. Many mysterious beings from wolf to dragon level would quake at the thought of fighting the world's strongest hero while he uses his full strength. Boros, on the other hand, is filled with excitement at the prospect of his fight with the human getting even better. After 20 years of searching, I've finally found the one to give me a real fight. A shroud of his destructive pink energy wraps itself around Boros, who takes a step forward to restart his brawl with the hero. However, just after Boros takes his first step, Deku is already standing before him, having moved so fast that his speed can be seen as the equivalent of teleportation. Before Boros can grasp the hero's tremendous boost in speed, Deku has already thrown his left leg out in a roundhouse kick, hitting the alien in the chest. Agony erupts in Boros' chest as the alien folds over Deku's leg. The power in the kick alone is enough to toss Boros away and smash his body through 3 structures of metal which are protruding out from the top of his spaceship. After getting kicked through many miles of distance, Boros eventually regains his bearings and spins in midair so he can slam his feet into the metal floor to slow down his descent. Boros performs the spin without issue, but when he does so, he finds himself face to face with Deku again, whose glowing green eyes glare at him from just a foot away. While caught off guard, Boros didn't become the dominator of the universe by panicking over every little thing. Instead, he responds by throwing his fist out to punch the hero. But instead of hitting flesh and bone, his fist passes through Deku's body as if he isn't there when he obviously is. A second later, the hero disappears in thin air, revealing that what Boros punched was just an after mirage. Where did he? Boros doesn't get to finish his thought, because Deku reappears below him and uppercuts him up into the air. A punch into Boros' chin causes a powerful shockwave before the alien rockets upwards, moving at such a velocity that his body manages to break the sound barrier thrice. Within the 4 seconds in which Deku has been using his full cowling technique at 100% power, Boros has been given no time to focus his energy into healing his injuries, which are starting to pile up. Even now, just as his body passes through the planet's stratosphere, he's met by Deku, who appears before his flying body while hovering in the air as if standing on an invisible platform. Seeing an opportunity to counter, Boros attempts to use his body's momentum to throw a punch of his own at the hero above him, only for Deku to quickly throw a punch of his own down on the incoming alien in response. The 2 punches clash in an explosion of flesh and bone. Boros' remaining arm is ripped to shreds. Boros' large eye widens, not in pain, but in confusion, since he's trying to comprehend how vastly powerful the human has become all of a sudden. Boros isn't given any time to think, because his face is suddenly grasped by the human's large left hand, which also blinds him since he can't see through the palm that's now covering his face. With his grip on the alien's face being strong enough to crack Boros' skull in multiple places, Deku reels his arm back while aiming down at the spaceship that's far below him. Full cowl, seismic toss. With a mighty shout, Deku tosses Boros back down to his spaceship. Having just been tossed at even greater velocity than before, Boros has little time to prepare before he's smashed onto the top of his ship. The impact of the alien's landing causes a massive explosion of debris which fly in every direction, leaving behind a crater that's at least 40 miles in diameter. Since there's a massive cloud of dust blocking his vision of Boros, Deku flies himself down to the edge of the large crater and with a flick of his hand, disperses the dust. With the cloud of dust now gone, Deku can see that Boros is not only alive, but is somehow standing. With blood dripping from his mouth, an armless Boros takes heavy breaths, although with a grin still on his face. Yes, you truly are the one I've been searching for. In all these years, only you have managed to last this long, exclaimed Boros as powerful blue energy suddenly envelops the alien with his markings glowing an even brighter blue. I don't like where this is going, thought Izuku, who can sense an enormous amount of energy coming from the alien, and that's saying something. The enormous amount of energy seems to be focusing itself into the eye in Boros's chest, so he at least knows where the next attack will be coming from. With a loud cry, the blue energy surrounding Boros shoots up into the air, while a more dense energy builds up in front of the large eye in Boros's chest. Now to release the destructive energy held within me. Any normal creature hit by it will find even their bones vaporized, warned Boros before he unleashes a large beam of destructive energy at the hero. Everything the beam of energy touches erupts into flames and molten metal, and said energy is flying towards Deku with the intention to vaporize him. With a glare, Deku stomps his right foot down behind him and reels back his right arm, which bulges as glowing red veins stretch across the limb. Deku's right glove and the material of his hero costume around his right arm disintegrates from the buildup of one for all being focused into the one limb. Just as the energy beam is about to hit him, Deku throws a punch with his right arm. One for all 100%, Big Bang Blast. The beam of destructive energy splits in half by Deku's fist, with both halves passing by him on both sides, and the heat alone makes Deku break out in a heavy sweat. Boros widens his eyes over the sight of his destructive energy being cut through with just a single punch. Boros's surprise doesn't end there, because he then sees the hero's punch unleash a blinding white wave of pure destruction that is quickly heading towards him, incinerating everything in its path, more so than even his own attack did. Concentrating his power, a large and dense dome of blue energy surrounds Boros, just in time for the wave of destruction to make impact. The wave of destruction passes over the entirety of the ship, wiping out all the standing structures, and turns the top of the spaceship into a flat, barren wasteland. Ignoring the stinging of his smoking fist, Deku watches with bated breath to see if Boros is still among the living. None have ever managed to survive getting hit by his one for all 100% Big Bang Blast technique, but none have ever been as strong as Boros. Once the dust subsides, Izuku scowls at the sight of Boros, who's not only alive, but standing. Honestly, even with how powerful Boros is, he's amazed that the alien is alive, let alone in one piece. One for all 100%, Big Bang Blast is a simple but devastating technique where he focuses the entirety of one for all into his arm and fist, which he then punches with. The speed and strength of the punch is so great that his fist doesn't even have to directly hit his opponent to end them. The punch causes a wave of pure destruction to be released from his fist, destroying everything in front of him for miles. Not even ash remains of those hit by the technique, since it destroys everything down to the atomic level, just as it had happened to Carnage Kabuto. Boros shows how truly monstrous he really is by managing to defend himself against Deku's destructive technique. However, even though he is still standing, Boros didn't escape unscathed. Seeing as how he's missing a chunk of flesh from his left shoulder, smoking burns sizzle across his body, and the large eye in his chest is now a circle of burnt flesh. Most would succumb from the pain those injuries would cause them, but Boros doesn't appear to be bothered by his injuries, either possessing a pain-suppressant ability or he has an incredibly high pain tolerance. "You are a worthy opponent," praised a grinning and bleeding Boros. But the outcome of this battle is clear, he stated in pure confidence. "My species won the struggle of survival on the harsh environment of our home world. We possess the ultimate in regenerative abilities. I, in particular, have the godlike traits of self-healing, physical prowess, and latent energy beyond your conception. Wounds like these, which would be fatal for you, heals on me in mere moments." To prove his point, Boros's missing arms regenerate, and all the injuries he sustained from the battle heals within a few short seconds, leaving the alien as healthy as when he first started the battle. Even the eye on his chest looks as good as new, as if it hadn't been destroyed just seconds ago. "Good as new," smirked Boros, spreading out his regenerated arms to show off to the human how powerful his regeneration ability. "You, on the other hand, will only get injured more, all while your stamina gradually decreases to nothing. You will eventually grow weaker and weaker, to the point where you will become an exhausted mess." "So what?" Boros blinks at the human who interrupted him and is further caught by surprise when the human smiles. "You might be right. You can heal fast. You're abnormally powerful, and I will eventually tire from all this fighting," admitted Izuku with a wide smile on his face. "Others might see this as an uphill battle that I can't possibly win, but that doesn't mean I'll just give up. If you can heal from every attack I land on you, then I'll just have to hit you faster than you can recover. If you can endure my attacks, I'll just hit you harder. I may die here today, but if I don't go plus ultra, then I would have spat on the millions of lives lost in Cydia today. Deku slightly raises his left leg off the ground before he stomps it back down. To Boros' surprise, he actually feels the ship shift downwards for a moment before it gathers itself and returns to its previous position. Shifting his legs apart, Deku shifts to a fighting stance with his left fist out in front of him and his right one held to his hip. Let's finish this. For a moment, Boros can only stare at the human, perplexed by his words. For whatever reason, Boros feels his body let out a pleasurable tingle that requires him to take a few seconds to figure out what the feeling is. When was the last time I felt like this? To feel such joys and excitement. Yes, let's finish this. With an urge to go all out on the human, Boros bends his knees, pulls his arms to his sides and releases his power to its complete limit. A dome of pink energy surrounds Boros as he undergoes another transformation. Boros' newest transformation drastically changes his appearance, more so than the previous one. Boros' spiky hair grows longer to reach his back. His skin and eye turns completely white. His body's marking return to their original dark blue color and his white skin stretches over his mouth, hiding it from view. Izuku doesn't need to use danger sense to realize that Boros' newest transformation has made him even more powerful than before. The air itself is saturated with the energy pouring out of Boros and it's making Deku's skin tingle at the touch. Crouching while planting his right hand on the floor, Boros glares up at the hero, now going all out. Meteoric burst, moving so fast that he appears as a pink streak. Boros dashes at Deku and throws a punch straight at the hero's face. If Boros had used the move on any of the other S-class heroes, he would have likely defeated them then and there. However, Deku isn't the world's strongest hero for nothing. As much as Deku hates to admit, Boros' newest transformation makes it difficult for even him to keep up, even when using full cowl at 100% power. Using the full power of One for All did give him an advantage against Boros before his newest transformation. But the alien is now much faster than he was before, moving at speeds that not even Flashy Flash can match. All the years learning to control and improve One for All isn't enough to defeat Boros on its own. Luckily for him, he doesn't just have One for All to help him. Unknown to Boros, Deku has been discreetly using the quirk of the third One for All user who named the quirk Fajin. Fajin is a quirk that gives Izuku the ability to build up kinetic energy inside his body by repeating motion. The stored up energy can then be used to achieve a boost of both speed and strength, combined with One for All at 100% power, and he can move faster and hit stronger than ever before. Ever since the dark matter thieves destroyed Cydia, all the kinetic energy in every punch, kick and throw that Deku performed and had been hit by has been absorbed into his body to be used for later, just in case. However, there are two drawbacks to when using Fajin. The first is that when the energy is used up, it's gone forever until he stockpiles more kinetic energy. The second and biggest drawback is that when Izuku uses his full cowling technique at 100% power and combines it with the kinetic energy of Fajin, the speed he attains can be very disorienting to use. Simply put, he moves so fast that it's the equivalent of him running nearly the speed of light, even with his body enhanced with One for All. The human body isn't supposed to move that fast, since it's supposed to be impossible to do so. Flashy Flash is the fastest hero in the world, and not even he can move that quick. But seeing as how he will obviously need to use Fajin with One for All to defeat Boros, he has no other choice, although he does have an idea on how he might be able to lessen the strain. Within 1/100th of a second, Deku uses his Danger Sense quirk, while Izuku tries to ignore the intense headache from using Danger Sense against Boros. Danger Sense warns him exactly where Boros' attack is coming from and when it will connect, using Fajin to release a burst of energy. Deku uses his enhanced speed to tilt his body slightly to the left, just barely managing to dodge Boros' thrown fist, which shoots a condensed beam of destructive pink energy that melts and destroys a portion of the ship behind Deku. The pink beam of destruction leaves a trail of destruction across the ship, destroying some of the ship's lower levels and killing some of the remaining crew members as well. If Boros realizes that he just killed more of his crew, he doesn't show any grief or even acknowledgement of what he did. Instead, he's more focused on the human who somehow managed to dodge his attack while he's in his meteoric burst form. To see if it was just a fluke, Boros throws a volley of punches at the human with each attack moving equivalent to the speed of light, and yet Deku manages to tilt his head and body away every time to avoid each one of his attacks, even if only barely. While Deku has managed to avoid getting directly hit by one of Boros' punches, some of the attacks have skimmed along his body, leaving behind sharp cuts and burns across his torso and face. "How is it that you can still keep up with me?" demanded Boros in honest confusion and even some annoyance. Starting to get frustrated over the stubborn human, Boros throws his punches even faster until he eventually lands a punch onto the hero's stomach, launching him away at speeds that the human eye simply can't process. Boros disappears in a pink blur and appears behind the human who's still flying backwards. As Boros swings his left arm down at Deku, the hero kicks his foot down and, as if kicking off an invisible platform, jumps up into the air to avoid Boros' attack. "Impossible," exclaimed Boros, who flies upwards after the human. The alien and hero appear as streaks of pink and green, moving at the speed of light, although the green streak is often seen slowing down at times, even when using danger sense. This is difficult to keep up, thought Izuku, finding it hard at times to see, think, or even breathe when moving at the speed of light. Often, he has to slow down to take a breath of air and to gather his wits, but only for the quickest of seconds before he has to call upon Fajin again to increase his speed, just so he can avoid Boros when he catches up to him. "The energy shunted from my body transforms into a propelling force, elevating speed and power to a level beyond limitations of living flesh. So tell me, how is that a simple human like you can achieve the same level as myself?" demanded Boros, flying after Deku at such speeds that when he flies by the flattened top of his spaceship, the structure for miles shatters into pieces of rubble for a split second before detonating into molten sludge, just as it does for Deku when he flies past. However, when Deku slows down to take another breath of air, Boros appears above Deku with his hands clenched together and raised over his head. "Tell me," he roared as he brings his arms down on Deku's back, launching the hero back down onto the ship. Just before Deku's body hits the ship, he manages to flip himself so that he lands on his feet, although the force from the blow forces him to bend his knees as the impact held more power than he's used to being hit with. Not even Tatsumaki's psychic attacks or Super Alloy Darkshine's punches have ever hurt him as much as this. Deku's landing on the flying spaceship causes one side of it to tilt downwards, which isn't missed by the heroes who are standing below it. "City of Ruins. Whoa, what's going on up there?" wondered Metal Bat, holding his bat over his left shoulder while he stares up at the ship, which looks to be tilting. "If I didn't know any better, I would say that Deku has a hand in that," stated Silverfang while staring up at the ship with a frown on his face. It usually doesn't take this long for Izuku to deal with a mysterious being, dragon level or not. Obviously, Silverfang isn't the only one who is having that exact same thought, for Tatsumaki flies straight up towards the ship, intending to aid Deku. The only reason she stops is because it's Silverfang who asks, "You best leave it be, Tornado. We need you here, in case the ship has any more cannons to use on us," told Bang, looking up at Tatsumaki with a serious expression. The amount of people Tatsumaki allows to give her orders can be counted on one hand, and she would have fingers to spare. However, Silverfang happens to be one of those very few people, seeing as she has a lot of respect for the martial artist. "But have faith that Deku can handle this in his own. He is the #1 hero after all," told Bang with a confident smile. While he doesn't know what kind of monster is giving Deku trouble, he has faith that the world's strongest hero can get through it, just like every other time. As much as she wants to go and help Izuku, Tatsumaki knows that Silverfang is right. She's the only one who can protect the other S-class heroes from any incoming shells that might be fired from the spaceship. "If the others weren't so weak, I could help you," Izuku thought Tatsumaki, inwardly cursing at the uselessness of her fellow S-class heroes. However, she has no other choice but to stay where she is until the ship comes down. Dark Matter's ship. Still on his knees, Deku can only cover himself with his arms as multiple pink blurs continuously hit him, Boros attacking him so fast that it looks like there's 4 of him. With how fast he's getting attacked, Deku can't use Fajin to get away and recover. Gritting his teeth, Deku suddenly coughs blood, due to the injuries that are starting to stack up because of Boros' quick and powerful attacks. Realizing that he needs to get away from Boros before he gets killed, Deku combines the use of 4 of his quirks: Smokescreen, Full Blast. Using Smokescreen, the quirk he inherited from the 6th user of One for All, Deku releases a large explosion of smoke from his body which quickly spreads out to cover more than half the spaceship. Boros suddenly stops his attacks on the human and looks around at the thick smoke which is obscuring his vision. "Smoke," muttered Boros, holding his hand up to watch the smoke drift through his fingers. "What manner of creature are you to be able to exude smoke from your body?" he asked, having never seen any species who could do such a thing. The immense physical speed and strength is one thing, but how is it possible for Deku to release smoke from his body? Is that a trait all humans possess? Deku doesn't answer, and instead, he runs through the cloud of smoke and throws both of his fists out at the alien, foregoing with using Fajin and relying only on the total might of One for All. Even though Boros can't see Deku through the thick cloud of smoke, he can still sense him. That's why when Deku jumps through the smoke and throws his punches, Boros is quick to raise his hands and easily catches both of the hero's fists. It results in a powerful shockwave which blows away the cloud of smoke, as well as leave thick cracks along the floor below their feet. "Did you really think a foolhardy plan like that would work on me?" asked Boros, holding back Deku's full strength, even if his arms are shaking slightly under the strain. Deku replies by smiling a bloody smile. "Give it a second." Boros quirks his lone brow, only to notice something astray with the hero. Glancing down, he sees a most peculiar sight. Multiple black tendrils are poking out of the human's legs and are embedded into the metal floor. The alien widens his eye once he realizes the human's plan and moves to pull away, only for Deku to grab his hands and keep him in place. Deku might be injured and tired, but he has more than enough strength to keep Boros' place for a few seconds. Since he can't move because Deku is keeping him in place, Boros can't avoid the tendrils that puncture through the hull of the ship beneath his feet and penetrate his body in multiple places. Altogether, 7 tendrils are protruding out of his body, with 3 in his chest, 1 in his left arm, 1 in both legs, and there's even 1 coming out of where his mouth is. With Boros weakened at the moment, Deku raises his right leg and thrusts it out in a push kick which hits Boros in the chest. Boros' eye widens in pain, not just from the kick which turns his chest red, but also how it launches him away, therefore ripping the tendrils from his body in the most painful way possible, which leaves holes and ripped flesh all over his body. Yet, after only half a mile of being thrown back, Boros slams his hands down on the floor to slow his momentum. Once he has completely stopped, Boros looks up at Deku with a bloody smile and blood dripping from his injuries, which are starting to heal. "Yes, Izuku Midoriya, you were worth the challenge," praised Boros, even as a bloody Deku charges at the injured alien, combining Fa-Jin with One for All. Deku runs the distance between him and Boros in microseconds. Full Cal plus Ultra Spark Barrage. With the combined power and speed of One for All and Fa-Jin, Deku throws what looks like one punch, when in actual fact, he throws 1,000, each with the necessary power to annihilate an entire city with ease. Such an attack would be classed as overkill, even to the strongest of dragon-level monsters, but Boros is seen as an exception. Even when in his meteoric burst form, Boros is unable to defend himself against the hero's incoming barrage of fast and powerful punches. If he wasn't injured from Deku's previous surprise attack and tiring from using meteoric burst for so long, then he might have been able to dodge the attack. But as he is now, he can't. After the barrage of fists fly past him, the friction and power from the many blows turns Boros' entire body red for a moment before it explodes in a shower of blood. As nothing more than bits of blood and torn tissue, most mysterious beings would be considered dead at this point. Not yet. Not Boros, though. Before his blood can touch the floor, Boros instantly regenerates from being pulverized and jumps high into the air as powerful sparks of electricity pours from his newly regenerated body. "I will defeat you," declared Boros as the massive bolts of electricity that's pouring from Boros' body spills across the ship, incinerating and melting everything it touched. Yet, even with the widespread destruction surrounding him, Deku remains standing tall, staring up at the floating Boros with no fear as blood drips from his mouth and from the multiple cuts on his body. "All of my energy will be released, blasting you and this planet straight to hell." Coming from anyone else, Izuku would have called their bluff. However, Boros has just become the source of an insane amount of energy which is pulsating in him like as if he's a star that's about to implode. If Boros manages to unleash all that energy onto the Earth, he will end up destroying the planet. "He fully plans to kill me, even if he has to wipe out the planet to do it," thought Deku with a frown. The constant fighting and surpassing his body's limits is starting to take a toll on Izuku. His arms are throbbing and are starting to feel sluggish. His legs feel like jelly. Every breath he takes hurts, which indicates that one of his broken ribs have punctured a lung. The overuse of his danger sense quirk has left him with a nasty headache, and the constant combination of using the 2 quirks, One for All and Fa-Jin, has only further amplified the pain throughout his body. Yet, even with all the injuries, Izuku refuses to back down. Izuku looks up at the glowing form of Boros in the sky, and all of a sudden, his vision turns completely black. Subconscious realm. When Izuku's vision returns, he sees that he's no longer on the alien spaceship. Instead, he finds himself standing in a room with 9 thrones surrounding an empty space. But in reality, he knows that he's in the subconscious realm of his own mind, where the echoes of all the previous users of One for All reside. It's because of these echoes that Izuku can use the quirks of his predecessors, having inherited them at the same time that he inherited One for All from All Might, although he only learned how to use them after he started to improve his control of One for All over the years. Izuku remembers the very first time he appeared in the subconscious realm, being the very first user of One for All to do so while still alive. At the time, he could only use full cowl at 10%, so when he first entered the subconscious realm, he could only materialize the upper portion of his head, allowing him to see and hear the echoes of his predecessors, but to not respond. Now that he has complete control over One for All, he can materialize his entire body without incident. Knowing that the only empty throne in the room is right behind him, Izuku sighs and falls back onto it. The S-Class Rank 1 hero rubs his forehead with his left hand and groans. While the injuries done to his physical body can't be transferred over to his body within the subconscious realm, the headaches from using danger sense somehow do. Fourth, no offense, but your quirk can be a pain sometimes. I'm afraid that's the entire point of it. Ninth, remarked the fourth user, Hikage Shinomori, who's sitting on his throne alongside all the other past users of One for All. Not like Ninth can afford to not use it, stated the second user. Boros is a being that far surpasses anything we or the Ninth have battled before. I wouldn't even class him as dragon level at this point, remarked the fifth user, Degoro Banjo, who folds his arms across his chest. If what Boros says is true about destroying the planet with his next attack, then I very much believe that he is the god-level threat that Lady Shibubawa mentioned, stated the third user in confidence. The sixth user, N, rubs his forehead. And here I thought All for One was the worst monster to ever exist. Izuku hums in thought, having been informed of All for One by the echoes of his predecessors, most of who were killed by the villain over the years. A villain who is hundreds of years old, brother to the very first torchbearer of One for All and most dangerous enough of all, his quirk can be used to steal the quirks from others. In his old world, he can see why All for One was such a dangerous threat. In fact, the echoes told him that the villain who had injured All Might was none other than All for One. Years ago, All Might and All for One clashed, and in the aftermath, All Might succeeded in ending All for One for good, although at the cost of his respiratory system. Even if All for One was alive today and Izuku somehow returned to his home world, he wouldn't have anything to fear from All for One. By the detailed accounts from the echoes of his predecessors, All for One can't steal One for All with his quirk, and strength-wise, he would be classed as a demon-level threat, similar to the Deep Sea King. In his home world, All for One was the most powerful and influential villain who had fought and permanently injured the number one hero, All Might. However, in this world, All for One would still be dangerous, but he would be nowhere near the most powerful. A group of high-ranking A-class heroes or a S-class heroes should be enough to defeat All for One. Izuku doesn't like to toot his own horn often, but he has grown leagues above the previous users of One for All, due to intense training and from fighting incredibly powerful mysterious beings. All for One might have been seen as the most powerful and influential villain in his home world. But in this world, there are heroes and mysterious beings much more powerful than him. Over the years, Izuku has defeated many mysterious beings who could crush All for One like a bug, such as Elder Centipede and Carnage Kabuto. If All for One and himself were to ever fight, he's confident that he can defeat him. However, that's neither here nor there. Izuku casts a glance at the throne where a glowing yellow orb sits on it in silence, just like it has been doing for the past 9 years. Said yellow orb is the echo of his predecessor and mentor, All Might. Since the echo hasn't manifested itself into All Might's form, then that means All Might has yet to pass on. Although there are theories being shared among the other echoes as to why All Might hasn't manifested into the subconscious realm yet. Sadly, Izuku has no time to ponder on the reason why All Might's echo hasn't manifested yet, seeing as he's still fighting an alien who is about to use a destructive move that will destroy the planet if it isn't stopped. Thankfully, time in the subconscious realm goes much quicker than it does in the real world, so he has time to think. Unfortunately, his predecessors have begun bickering among each other, trying to give their input as to what Izuku should do. While Izuku doesn't mind the input, he can't very well hear them if they're all shouting over each other. As everyone bickers to themselves, the first One for All user, Yoichi Shigaraki, stares at the silently thinking visage of the ninth, Izuku Midoriya. In all these years since he passed on One for All, he never once thought that his quirk would find itself in the hands of somebody who not only knows how to use it to its fullest potential, but to also do what none of his predecessors have ever done before, evolve it. Although, to be fair, the other users of One for All never lived in a world as dangerous as the one the ninth is living in right now. To the predecessors of One for All, the biggest threat in their lives has always been that of All for One, who has spent much of his long life hunting down the One for All users and killing them. In the world that the ninth now lives in, he faces threats similar to the threat level of All for One, some of which in a much grander scale, and he faces them head-on with a smile on his face. After 10 years of the ninth constantly fighting such powerful and dangerous monsters, it only makes sense that he would eventually surpass the limit of his own body, as well as evolve One for All to become more powerful than it has ever been before. Once upon a time, Yoichi Shigaraki believed his brother, All for One, to be the most powerful villain in the world. Now, after seeing the kind of monsters that live in this world, he has come to a realization that his brother isn't as powerful as he once thought he was. In his original world, All for One is the most powerful and dangerous villain alive. But in this world, All for One would find himself crushed by a demon or dragon-level mysterious being. Deep Sea King, Carnage Kabuto, Elder Centipede and countless other monsters who the Ninth has defeated, could have defeated his brother and all his followers like sheep to the slaughter. It's not even just monsters, but many of the heroes who fight said monsters are incredibly powerful in their own right, especially those within S-class. Even more baffling is that a majority of the heroes don't have quirks or abilities of their own that can be considered as a quirk. Instead, they became powerful naturally, through the use of inventions and by training their bodies until they reached superhuman level. The first recalls the Ninth's memories, having seen what the likes of Silver Fang, Atomic Samurai, Watchdog Man, Metal Bat and the other heroes can do. I wonder, if I had trained myself hard like these heroes do, could I have been strong enough to stop my brother before all of this could have happened? Wondered Yoichi for the 1000th time. But just like before, he washes himself of such depressing thoughts. What's done is done and nothing can change the past. It's not like he's going to quit on us, are ya, Ninth? Asked the only female echo among the group, silencing the other squabbling predecessors. Chuckling, Izuku looks over at the 7th user and mentor to All Might, Nana Shimura. You know I won't. I've reached my dream to becoming the #1 hero in the world. I'm not gonna let it all go to waste by letting it end now. If I can't defeat Boros as I am now, I'll just have to go beyond even plus ultra. Damn straight. And when you knock that Cyclops off his high horse, don't forget to do so with a smile on your face. Nana even uses her fingers to spread her lips into a wide smile to emphasize her point. Nodding with smile of his own, Izuku cuts his connection with the subconscious realm, causing his body to dissolve into a green mist which begins to blow away from the feet up. However, just before his head dissolves, he hears Nana's voice speak up again. And for God's sake, will you man up and ask one of those sisters out already? I want to see some little green-haired babies. If you can, see if they'd be willing to share ouch. Dark Matter's ship. When Izuku's vision returns, he finds himself exactly where he was before he entered the subconscious realm. Boros is still high in the sky, building up his immeasurable power in order to unleash it all down on him and the planet. Even though he has never gone up against anything like this before, Deku faces the challenge with a wide smile on his face, just as All Might would. Time to go beyond even plus ultra. With the fate of the world in his hands, Deku spreads his legs out, bends his knees and brings his arms to his sides. Still smiling, Deku clenches his teeth as he focuses the combined power of One for All and Fajin into his next attack. Pure power erupts from Izuku's body as a colossal shroud of green energy and emerald lightning engulfs his body to the point where everything for miles melts from the intensity of the power. Glowing red veins stretch across the entirety of Izuku's body, with the power from the veins being so great that they're heating the hero's body to the point that it's starting to smoke. Deku's spiky hair, which is already glowing with power, suddenly erupts into actual emerald flames, matching in intensity with the glowing energy in Deku's eyes. Turns out that Deku's transformation is as painful as it looks, seeing as how the hero is struggling to contain the power from exploding out of him. While he's managing to contain it all at the moment, it's fighting hard to break out of his hold, as even his own powerful body isn't enough to contain so much power. Hence, the red veins which are cooking him inside out, and his hair bursting into flames isn't helping the matter either. Even as every muscle and bone in his body cries out to him in agony, Izuku can't help but chuckle. This reminds me of the very first time I used One for All, he thought, reminiscing of the time he took part in UAS entrance exam 10 years ago. The first time he used One for All, he had destroyed the zero-pointer to save Uraraka, but the overwhelming power of using One for All with his 15-year-old body shattered his limbs. Combining the pent-up energy of One for All and the kinetic energy of Fajin feels very similar to back then when he first used One for All, which means that he will only have one chance to finish Boros once and for all. After he uses the energy that he's containing within him, he will be in no condition to fight. Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Releasing the entirety of his latent energy, Boros opens his mouth wide and unleashes a massive beam of pure destruction down on Deku. The beam of destruction is massive in size and is blue in color with golden tones to it. It's now or never, thought Izuku, bending his knees low and tensing his muscles. Kicking off the ground, Deku flies up towards the oncoming beam of destruction, with the force of his jump being so powerful that it causes an explosion which rapidly spreads cracks across the top of the spaceship. Moving so fast that he appears as a green streak in the sky, Izuku flies up towards the beam of destruction with his right fist out in front of him, using it as a focus for his energy. Full Cowl plus Ultra, Dragon-piercing impact. Izuku clashes with the beam of destruction, resulting in a powerful shockwave of color to erupt and spread throughout the entire planet. To the populace across the planet, they all see a wave of colors wash over the sky for a brief moment. For the next 6 seconds, which feels like 6 years in Izuku's opinion, he fights against the large beam of destruction which tries to both push him back and incinerate him. Normally, Deku's powerful body wouldn't last more than 3 seconds against the destructive energy, but the emerald shroud that covers his body, which is a result of him using his full cowling technique, is protecting him from most of the damage caused by the destructive energy. After the 6 seconds pass by, Deku slowly starts to push back against the beam of destruction, although with a lot of effort. While his shroud is stopping Boros' destructive energy from incinerating his body, it doesn't mean it's protecting him entirely. Every second that Deku fights against the beam of destruction, the more it weathers away his protective shroud. Even now, the destructive energy is starting to chip off pieces of the energy shroud surrounding Deku, letting the volatile energy through. Deku grits his teeth in pain as some of the destructive energy manages to pass through his shroud of energy, burning his durable skin until it starts to bubble. Ignoring the immense pain, Deku proceeds to fight through the beam of destruction, even as more of his shroud is damaged. "I'm nearly there," thought Deku, urging his body forward, even if by doing so further damages his already bleeding and burning body. After plowing through a mile worth of blue and golden destructive energy, Deku widens his eyes in joy when he finally sees Boros at the end of it all. The sight alone is enough to spurn Deku further on, and with a cry that echoes throughout the ruins of Cydia and beyond, Deku flies up to Boros until he smashes through the beam of destruction, now floating just a mere foot away from the alien. Boros himself widens his eyes in both shock and horror at seeing the human not only stop his collapsing star-roaring cannon from destroying the Earth, but for also managing to somehow push through it, even though the energy should have incinerated him into nothing. Deku is injured, severely burnt and exhausted, and yet the human is staring at him with a wide smile that shows none of the pain he should be feeling. It's oddly intimidating. Focusing the entirety of his power from One for All and Fajin into his right fist, resulting in it glowing a bright emerald green, Deku rears his arm back and with the last of his strength, he throws one final punch at Boros. Boros tries to will his body to move, but having used up all of his energy on his collapsing star-roaring cannon technique, he no longer has any strength left in his body. Time seems to slow down for Boros as the glowing green fist sails ever closer to his face. Is this what it feels like to lose? The instant Deku's fist touches Boros' cheek, he releases all of the pent-up energy that he has been focusing into his fist. The combined might of One for All and the kinetic energy of Fajin is all released in one go. The result speaks for itself. Cydia ruins. One moment, the S-Class heroes are looking up at the ship, wondering how they should proceed after defeating Melzargard. And the next, the sky explodes in a flash of blinding green light. "What the hell is happening?" shouted Metal Bat, who stabs the end of his indestructible bat into the ground, so he doesn't get blown away by the powerful gust of wind that the explosion of green light has made. All around him, large pieces of rubble are being blown away like as if they weigh nothing, and it's taking a considerable effort on Metal Bat's part to not be blown away with them. The same can be said for Puri Puri Prisoner, who is laying low on the floor to stop himself from being blown away. Unlike Metal Bat and Puri Puri Prisoner, who are struggling to keep themselves from being blown away by the winds, Atomic Samurai only has to crouch down a little to keep himself balanced. The sky, which isn't already covered by the city-sized spaceship, is engulfed in a bright green light. While Atomic Samurai stares up at the blinding green light in amazement, he remains aware of his surroundings. Specifically, the 4-story-sized boulder which is being blown in his direction. Grabbing the hilt of his katana, Atomic Samurai pulls the blade from its sheath and swings it upwards at the boulder as it's about to collide into him. Like a hot knife to butter, Atomic Samurai's katana slices the 4-story-sized boulder straight up the middle, allowing the 2 evenly cut sides to fly past him, leaving the swordsman unscathed. "Is this Deku's doing?" shouted Atomic Samurai, sheathing his sword while he stares up at the bright light in the sky with a nervous sweat dripping down his brow. "I knew the guy was strong, but damn, this is on a whole different level." Just like Atomic Samurai, Silver Fang only has to lower his body somewhat to keep his balance. The world's greatest martial artist stares up at the green light in the sky with eyes wide in surprise. That has to be Deku's doing. Unaffected by the powerful winds, a floating Tatsumaki feels her body tremble in fright as she stares up at the bright light. What kind of monster is Izuku fighting that warrants him to do that? She thought, for once, afraid for Izuku's safety. Even when going all out in their spars together, she has never seen Izuku use that kind of power before, which means he's fighting someone close to death. Dark Matter's ship. Having lost consciousness after unleashing all of his pent-up power in one final punch, Izuku soon wakes up and the first thing he sees is the clear blue sky hanging above him. The sight can be considered one of the most beautiful things Izuku has ever seen, since it's a sign that he's still alive and the planet isn't destroyed. Izuku moves to stand up, but finds that he lacks the necessary strength to do so, managing to at least lift his head. Izuku looks down at his body and he winces at the sight. Firstly, his left leg probably shouldn't be bending in that direction. As well as that, the complete upper portion of his costume is completely gone, including his gloves which were destroyed throughout the battle. There are bruises all over his chest, with an especially large one located in the center of it, likely where he broke his ribs and got his lung punctured. Some parts of his arms, legs, and torso are either burnt or blistered, caused by Boros' intense beam of energy when he clashed with it. However, the sharp pain and the familiar purple shade of purple that colors his right arm tells Izuku that the limb is broken, likely because he focused the combined power of One for All and Fa Jin into it, which he then used to punch a massive beam of destructive energy. Honestly, he's lucky he didn't lose the arm after everything he did to it. All in all, he's in bad condition, but at least he isn't dead. Did I lose? Izuku feels his heart skip a beat, and if he wasn't already drenched in sweat, he would have broken out in a cold sweat upon hearing Boros' voice. He's still alive, he thought in disbelief. With his body in the condition it's in now, he can no longer defend himself if Boros was to attack, struggling from exhaustion and pain. Izuku tilts his head to the right where he heard Boros' voice, and what he sees shocks him. Boros is still alive, if only barely. Where Boros was once tall and ripe with power, he's now nothing more than half a torso and a head. He no longer has any arms or legs. His organs are spilling out of where his lower body used to be. His body is cooked to be black as coal. His vibrant pink hair has dulled in color, and his large eye is gone, leaving behind a burnt-out empty socket. The fact that Boros is still alive, even in the condition that he's in, is a further testament to how incredibly powerful he is. However, seeing as how he isn't using that regeneration ability he was bragging about before to recover from his injuries, Boros must have no energy left to use it. In other words, his death is inevitable. You really are incredible, admitted Izuku, turning to look back up at the sky. As much as he doesn't want to compliment the one who destroyed City A, he can't help but be amazed by Boros. In all his years as a vigilante and then a hero, he has fought all manners of mysterious beings: Carnage, Kabuto, Elder Centipede, Maragori, etc., all powerful monsters that can wipe out entire cities by themselves. And yet, Boros proved to be stronger than all of them combined. None have ever forced Izuku to not only use the full strength of One for All, but to also surpass its limitation. If anything, Boros has his respect as a fellow warrior. The prophecy held through stated the dying Boros, and for the first time, Izuku can hear exhaustion in the alien's voice. The battle was a hard-fought one. Yea, it sure was, answered Izuku, staring up at the sky in silence. After a moment of silence between the two, Izuku speaks. Was it worth it? The distance you crossed, the years you spent, all the lives you took, just to die here? For a moment, it seems like Boros isn't going to answer, or that he might have died. But before Izuku turns his head to check, Boros answers back. It was worth everything, answered Boros with his dying breath. As the alien's life fades, his lips twitch upwards into a smile. Izuku blankly stares up at the sky, knowing that Boros, the dominator of the universe, has just perished. He won't shed a tear for Boros, since he took away the lives of millions in City A, but he will miss the powerful warrior that he once was. Unknown to Izuku, Boros' life force is connected to the power sphere that lays within the throne room. Once Boros takes his last breath and dies, the power sphere shatters into pieces. With the power sphere now destroyed, there is nothing left to power the spaceship, and thus it begins to fall from the sky. Yet, even as he feels the ship fall from the sky, Izuku can only lay on the ruins of the falling spaceship and stare up at the sky, since he lacks the strength to stand, let alone escape. City of ruins. Ian gulps at the sight of the massive spaceship finally falling from the sky. As glad as he is to witness the ship finally fall from the sky, he and the S-Class heroes are still standing underneath it. It's coming down. Curious, Metal Bat looks up at the spaceship, and just as Ian said, the spaceship appears to be falling down from the sky. Hey, we better get out of here. This is bad. Run for the Hero Association HQ, told Silverfang, who then runs towards the tall building in the distance, being followed behind by Metal Bat, Puri Prisoner, Atomic Samurai, and Ian, who's lagging behind everyone else. Noticing his student lagging behind, Atomic Samurai wraps Ian's left arm over his shoulder and runs while carrying him. Ian, if we survive this, remind me to focus more on your footwork. Why yes, Master, nodded Ian in shame. Atomic Samurai then glares at the back of Silverfang's head, who is getting farther ahead from everyone else with every passing second. How is an old man like Silverfang so fast? Now is not the time to get competitive, advised Ian, hoping that they don't get squashed by the falling spaceship. Angel Dash, cried Puri Prisoner while running ahead. Hey, Pansy, don't you run in front of me. You're too slow. Metal Bat shouted at Puri Prisoner, who's running in front of him. If the spaceship does end up killing them, he doesn't want the last thing he sees to be Puri Prisoner's bare ass. Angel Dash, stop calling out your stupid moves and just run. While the heroes run for safety, Tatsumaki flies around the falling spaceship, heading towards the top where she sensed the two powerful sources of energy clash. Flying above the spaceship, Tatsumaki looks around the top of the ship, which she sees is in ruins, and soon finds who she's looking for. although not in the state she expected. "Izuku," she cried, flying down towards Deku, who she sees is laying on the metal floor, beside an alien corpse. Not that she cares about that. Groggy, Izuku looks up at the worried-looking woman who's levitating above him. After the few seconds it takes for his brain to remember who she is, Izuku smiles up at her, despite the injuries he sustained. "Hey, Tatsu, what are you doing here? I'm getting you out of here, you dolt," exclaimed Tatsumaki, who surrounds Izuku as a green bubble of energy before she telekinetically carries him and herself away, just as the spaceship hits the ground. As Tatsumaki evacuates the spaceship with Izuku, Sweet Mask looks over the fallen spaceship and then to the surrounding rubble of what used to be Cydia. "How did Cydia end up like this? All of Class S was meeting here today," muttered the Class Rank 1 hero, looking none too pleased with the devastation that was wrought down upon Cydia. Sweet Mask then spots the majority of the S-Class heroes grouped up nearby, although missing Deku, Tornado of Terror, Metal Knight, and Super Alloy Darkshine. Seeing as how the S-Class heroes who were supposed to protect Cydia are here, he can get the answers for his questions from them. "Care to enlighten me on this, Metal Bat?" Metal Bat and the rest of the S-Class heroes turn around to see Sweet Mask sitting on a pile of rubble, letting him stare down at everyone from his high perch. "Explain it to me so I can understand," asked Sweet Mask. "Handsome came in," Sweet Mask muttered. Metal Bat, "Where in the hell did you pop up from?" "I was filming a TV drama in the next town over. There was a loud war and tremors, so I came to check things out, only to find Cydia destroyed," told Sweet Mask. Since Sweet Mask answered his question, Metal Bat sees no reason not to answer the Class A hero's own question. "Monsters on this big-ass ship behind me came and attacked us. They fired artillery and did all this, but we still took care of it." Sweet Mask didn't much like Metal Bat's answer as his eyes widened and turned bloodshot in rage. "Took care of it, you say? Really? You call this devastation victory?" asked Sweet Mask, spreading his arms out to emphasize the destroyed city. "What utter incompetence. I'm completely appalled at all of you," he declared, having no problem sharing how he feels to all the S-Class heroes before him. Some of the Class S heroes like Puri Puri Prisoner, Tank Top Master, Silver Fang, and Pig God frown in annoyance over Sweet Mask's words. None of them care for Sweet Mask's insults, especially since he wasn't here when everything happened. Others like Child Emperor, Drive Knight, Flashy Flash, Zombiman, and Atomic Samurai don't really care what Sweet Mask has to say. Then there's Metal Bat, who's just angry. "Hey, you didn't even show up until this was over, so get off your high horse." "Yes, it's true that I didn't make it here on time, but every single one of you did, correct?" admitted Sweet Mask, staring down the S-Class heroes. "And you didn't save a single brick." Atomic Samurai steps in front of his fellow S-Class heroes so he can properly explain to Sweet Mask what happened. "We were having a meeting inside the HQ building when it all started. We went outside when we heard the enemy attacking, but the city was already reduced to ruins," explained the swordsman, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sheathed sword. "And, so what? You think if you just say that, the media will just let this go?" asked Sweet Mask, coldly. Puri Puri Prisoner glares up at Sweet Mask. "Hey, handsome, whose side are you on here? We worked together and did our best," he stated, unhappy with how Sweet Mask is belittling all their hard work and effort in battling the alien invaders. "I'm on the side of peace and justice," told Sweet Mask, who stands up before he slides down the rubble so to get on the same ground level as the other heroes. "Having Class S heroes this clueless and pathetic is an embarrassment. Anybody that's this useless should voluntarily retire," declared Sweet Mask, much to the annoyance of many of the S-Class heroes. "Hey, don't start talking crap with us, pretty boy," exclaimed Metal Bat, who marches in front of Sweet Mask with his hands in his pockets, looking as much as a delinquent as his outfit makes him out to be. Metal Bat shoves his face in front of Sweet Mask, who can see the veins throbbing on the Class S hero's forehead. "Who's gonna care about a pop idol with his face up his ass?" threatened Metal Bat. Sweet Mask smirks at Metal Bat, speaking in a tone that's as cold as the look in his eyes. "Do you have any idea why I don't move up to Class S? It's simple, really. I remain Class A Rank 1 so I can prevent weak, good-for-nothing pissants like you from ever moving up," insulted Sweet Mask with a cold smile. The veins in Metal Bat's forehead double in size as the young hero's temper quickly starts to get the better of him. However, before he can start a fight with the Class Rank 1 hero, a metal pod falls from the sky and lands on the ground nearby, distracting Metal Bat and Sweet Mask enough that they forget their spat with each other. The metal pod opens up, revealing a human-sized robot which has a distinct set of 3 circular marks on its face, indicating that it belongs to the S-Class Rank 6 hero, Metal Knight. Said robot is known as a reconnaissance robot, which Metal Knight uses to discreetly gather intel. The reconnaissance robot steps out of the pod so to get a closer look at the fallen spaceship. "Nice timing, Metal Knight. So you skipped the meeting and just now decide to show up?" deadpanned Sweet Mask. Drive Knight's lone eye narrows at the sight of Metal Knight's reconnaissance robot. Metal Knight hears Sweet Mask, but ignores him so he can focus on the spaceship. "This is magnificent," said Metal Knight in excitement. already thinking of different ways he can implement the alien technology to his own. Metal Knight. The reconnaissance robot turns his head to look up at Genos, who's looking down at the robot from atop a piece of uneven rubble. What exactly are you doing here? The battle is already over, asked Genos, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. During the battle with the alien invaders, Drive Knight had spoken with him privately, informing him that Metal Knight is actually his enemy, although he didn't give much when it came to evidence as to why that is. It's Genos, right? Asked Metal Knight, recalling the cyborg's name, if barely. Do not tell me you have come to recover the spaceship. Are you here to create more powerful weapons by incorporating alien technology? Asked Genos. Precisely, admitted Metal Knight. Powerful weapons are a necessity for the sake of maintaining peace and order, he explained before he commands the reconnaissance robot to walk closer to the spaceship. However, before the robot gets too far, Metal Knight says one more thing. Just look at Deku, for example. Genos hears Metal Knight and glares at the back of the reconnaissance robot's head. Even with powerful weapons, in the hands of heroes like these, they'd be wasted, stated Sweet Mask with a smile, uncaring of the glaring metal bat who's standing behind him. Hey, I found some alien survivors, shouted Super Alloy Darkshine from near the ship, waving over his fellow S-Class heroes. Curious, the S-Class heroes walk over to Super Alloy Darkshine to see the creatures who are responsible for the destruction of an entire city. The heroes walk over to see that Super Alloy Darkshine has tied up a group of aliens in chains, preventing them from escaping. Odd, none of these aliens appear to be of the same species, thought Drive Knight, noting that all of the aliens are all different when it comes to appearance. Some look like oversized bugs, one looks vampiric, and another looks more like a robot or a possible cyborg. Before any of the heroes can study the aliens more or interrogate them for answers, Sweet Mask steps in front of the group of aliens. And before anyone can stop him, he swipes his hand thrice and swiftly kills the aliens, who all turn into bloody smears that spread across the floor. Sweet Mask suddenly killing the alien hostages surprises all the S-Class heroes. What? Sweet Mask, why did you do that? Asked a very surprised Super Alloy Darkshine. They did not deserve to live. They were evil. I merely implemented justice swiftly. That's all, told Sweet Mask, brushing his hair aside, seemingly not caring about the blue alien blood that is on his left cheek. Many heroes narrow their eyes at Sweet Mask. While they won't be shedding any tears for the aliens who played a role in the destruction of City, they could have at least interrogated them for answers as to why they did it. A streak of green light in the sky catches everyone's attention. Everyone looks up and recognizes the source of the light to be the psychic power of Tornado, who is flying towards them. They also notice a bubble of energy right behind her, but they only see what's inside it when Tornado places it on the floor and disperses it, revealing the injured S-Class Rank 1 hero, Deku, much to the surprise of everyone. Master, shouted Genos in worry, being the first to move towards Deku. Izuku chuckles, even if by doing so hurts. Good to see you as well, Genos. I take it everything went well on your end. I'm more curious about what happened on your end, stated Atomic Samurai, stepping forward so he can get a closer look at Deku's injuries. Would you believe me if I said I fell down some stairs? Asked Izuku with a pained grin. Even though Deku is in obvious pain, Silver Fang slightly chuckles. This is why you're the number one hero, Deku. No other hero would be smiling and making jokes when in such obvious pain. Those must have been some strong stairs, said Atomic Samurai with an amused grin. Izuku sighs and looks up at the blue sky hanging over him. The strongest I've ever encountered. All of the S-Class and A-Class heroes are shocked to see the current condition of the S-Class Rank 1 hero. Yes, they know that he's human like most of them, but Deku always came off as some sort of invincible force of nature who can shrug off rockets, run faster than lightning, and change the weather with a punch. To see him bruised and burnt reminds them all that while he's tougher than most, he is still just a man. What kind of monster could have done this to Deku? Wondered a frowning Puri prisoner. He has seen Deku topple powerful dragon-level monsters many times before, so to see him as he is now must mean that Deku fought something incredibly powerful. This is the first time I've ever seen Deku injured at all, thought Ian, gulping at the thought of what Deku must have fought to receive such injuries. He's even more impressed by how the number one hero is smiling, even when he must be in immense pain. Did Deku fight the god-level threat Lady Shibabawa warned us about? Wondered Super Alloy Darkshine, curious over what the world's strongest man encountered on the spaceship. Sweet Mask is taking it even worse than the others, staring at the injured Deku in disbelief. Ever since the Hero Association was created, Deku has always been seen as the peak of what a hero should inspire to be. A hero of justice who defeats evil with a smile on his face. To see that same hero hurt and in pain shakens Sweet Mask. But there's something he isn't blind to notice. Even after all of this, he's still smiling, he thought, watching Deku smile and laugh with Silver Fang and Puri prisoner. As angry as he should be that Cydia was destroyed. Even with most of Class S around, Sweet Mask suddenly lacks the strength to argue. If not even Deku could have done anything to save City A, perhaps nothing could. With a lot in his mind right now, Sweet Mask turns and walks away so he can gather his thoughts. Where's Mumin Rider? I don't see him anywhere, Deku asked, looking around while feeling a little worried. The S-class heroes can take care of themselves, but Mumin Rider is still undergoing training. He's waiting at the Hero Association headquarters, answered Zombiman, pointing a thumb over his shoulder where the Hero Association is located. After we got all the hostages out of the ruins, we thought it'd be best if he stayed there. Izuku nods his head to Zombiman, grateful. That's good to hear, he said with a wince. I don't know about all of you, but I think it's time I pay a visit to a doctor. Agreed, nodded Silver Fang. We all best clear out of here. I'm sure Metal Knight has already sent his robots to start scavenging the ship. The mention of Metal Knight sours Izuku's triumph over Boros, whereas the rest of Class S took part in defeating the dark matter thieves or by rescuing civilians. Metal Knight was once again absent. Even after the aliens destroyed City A, Metal Knight could have sent one of his more destructive robots to help out, either by wiping out any aliens on the ground floor or by firing his rockets at the spaceship. I'm gonna need to have a word with Metal Knight soon, thought Izuku. But as Tatsumaki levitates him off the floor and flies him towards the Hero Association headquarters for medical treatment, he focuses his efforts on recovering from his injuries first. 4 days have gone by ever since the alien invasion and the destruction of City A. In that time, the invasion of aliens and the destruction of City A has become history-making events which every news outlet in the world has made into their top story. The world still mourns the millions of lives which were lost upon the annihilation of City A, but at the same time, the public are grateful to all the heroes who played a part in stopping the aliens from possibly destroying more cities. While some attempted to make the heroes out as the bad guys for failing to save City A, Sweet Mask's surprising support for the heroes silenced any who attempt to badmouth the Hero Association. For the heroes who played a part in defeating the alien invaders, they were all given mandatory checkups by the Hero Association doctors, since the S-class heroes are the best of the best. The Hero Association want to make sure that they're all in peak condition, due to not wanting any more of their best heroes to be sent to the hospital, since it would make the association look weak in the public eye. They also want to have the S-class heroes prepared, just in case another powerful threat emerges from the shadows. All of the heroes were given a clean bill of health, even Silver Fang, much to the surprise of the Hero Association executives who had heard from Metal Bat that the martial artist had been hit by one of Melzargard's attacks. The fact that Silver Fang took a direct hit from a powerful dragon-level threat and doesn't show so much as a scratch is further testament that he is worthy of his rank. Unfortunately, the Hero Association had no choice but to inform the world that the #1 hero, Deku, is currently residing in the infirmary within the Hero Association headquarters. Deku is one of the most public and popular heroes in the world, tied only by Sweet Mask. The public would take notice if the world's strongest hero was to suddenly go missing, especially right after he helped repel the alien invasion. Just yesterday, Sitch gave a press conference to tell the world that Deku is currently resting in the infirmary of the Hero Association headquarters. The news shocked the world down to its core, but the situation has gotten better now that the civilians can't come up with wild theories of their own, such as how Deku perished during the battle against the alien invaders. At least knowing that Deku is alive and healing will prevent people from going into a panic. While Sitch did tell the public that Deku had gotten injured from the battle with the alien invaders, he didn't go into any specifics about how injured Deku is, nor mention about how much of a threat the alien leader truly was. In fact, the only people in the world who know about Boros are the high-ranking officials within the Hero Association and all the S-class heroes. Still, many lives were lost that day, but the world moves on so they can prepare for future battles. Speaking of battles, outside the infirmary room where Deku is residing and to recover from his injuries, Tatsumaki and Fubuki are glaring at each other, both holding a bouquet of flowers in their arms. For the first time in the past 4 days, the doctors have finally given permission for Izuku to receive visitors, and neither of the sisters were going to waste a second by not visiting him. Neither of the psychic sisters intended to visit Izuku at the same time. But unfortunate timing has led to the two women walking up to Izuku's door at the exact same time, but from two different directions. This leads to the sisters standing outside the door to Izuku's hospital room, glaring at each other with sparks shooting out of their eyes. King walks around the corner of the hallway with a get-well card for Izuku, but upon seeing the psychic sisters glaring at each other from outside Izuku's room, he makes a quick 180-degree turn and walks away before either can spot him. I can pay Izuku a visit later. Hello, sister. You've come to visit Izuku, I take it? Asked Fubuki, knowing that she's just stating the obvious. Still, she attempts to make some sort of professional conversation with her older sister, even if they have their differences. Or maybe it's because they have the same specific interest. Tatsumaki lightly glares up at her younger sister, holding onto her bouquet of daisies which she plans to give Izuku. That I am, she answered before she narrows her eyes at the bouquet of flowers in Fubuki's arms. You bought Izuku carnations? She asked in an accusing tone. And what if I did? I wish Izuku to get well soon, and carnations represent healing, answered Fubuki. Yet, there's a knowing glint in her eyes. Tatsumaki's eyes narrow even further at her sister. They also represent love, if I'm not mistaken. A coy smile appears in Fubuki's lips. They do. I had no idea. No idea my ass, thought Tatsumaki, who's very tempted to use her telekinesis to rip Fubuki's bouquet out of her arms and tear it to pieces. No matter, Izuku will prefer my daisies over your carnations anyway, she stated, turning her head away in an arrogant manner. Oh, are you sure about that? You do know that Izuku isn't 10 years old, right? Asked Fubuki, covering her mouth with her right hand to hide her haughty smile, which Tatsumaki can see as clear as day. Tatsumaki's right eye twitches. Well, unlike some people, Izuku has a refined taste, and I don't just mean in flowers. Tatsumaki slaps her curvy left hip to emphasize what she actually means. Fubuki openly scoffs in her sister's face. You're right, he does have a refined taste, but it isn't for chicken bones. I'm sure Izuku prefers the taste of meat, she remarked, puffing out her chest to show off her large breasts, which jiggle from the motion. Tatsumaki may be much more powerful than her, but Fubuki has her older sister beat when it comes to sex appeal. Tatsumaki's brows twitch as her temper starts to get the better of her. If there's anything that can rile up the world's strongest woman, it's the reminder that her body isn't as mature as other women her age. And worst of all, her own little sister, who is 5 years younger than her, has breasts the size of her head. Before Tatsumaki can retaliate, either verbally or physically, the door to Izuku's hospital room suddenly opens, revealing Mumen Rider, but without his helmet or goggles. The psychic sisters turn their heads to stare at Mumen Rider at the same time, causing the C-Class Rank 1 hero to jump in fright. Sorry, I heard a commotion outside and just wanted to see who it was, said a nervous Mumen Rider, hoping to not aggravate either of the two sisters. Fubuki blinks, recognizing the young man before her. You're Mumen Rider, correct? Izuku's newest student. I am. Miss Blizzard nodded. Mumen Rider, calling Fubuki by her hero name. Forgetting her argument with her sister, Tatsumaki huffs, and with a dismissive wave of her hand, she moves Mumen Rider aside with her telekinesis, making the C-Class hero cry out in surprise. With Mumen Rider no longer blocking the doorway, Tatsumaki walks into the room with Fubuki following right behind her. Both psychic sisters suddenly stop once they're inside the room and blink at the sight before them. As expected, Izuku is lying on the lone bed in the room with most of his body covered in bandages, except for his right arm and left leg, which are wrapped up in casts. Unexpectedly, the entire room is filled with flowers, cards, and boxes of chocolates, all of different shapes and sizes. They can't even see the floor, because there's 2 feet worth of gifts on top of it. There's even a pile of gifts right beside Izuku's bed, raised so comically high that it's nearly touching the ceiling. After seeing so many gifts in Izuku's room, Fubuki and Tatsumaki now realize how pointless their argument was. Izuku, who is in the middle of writing a letter with his left hand, turns to the sisters and smiles at the sight of them. Fubuki, Tatsu, it's good to see the two of you. Fubuki pouts over the fact that Izuku doesn't call her by a cute nickname like he does with her sister. She glances at Tatsumaki, only to see her sister smirking up at her in a knowing manner, showing that Tatsumaki not only noticed as well, but is silently bragging about it to her. Fubuki glares down at her smug older sister, not that it does anything to lessen Tatsumaki's smirk. Having her fill with the silent gloating, Tatsumaki turns back to Izuku and looks over his bandaged body. Using her psychokinesis abilities to scan Izuku's body, Tatsumaki lets out a sigh of relief once she sees that Izuku's injuries are recovering without issue, all thanks to modern medicine and his fast regeneration. To think, Izuku was practically on the verge of death just a couple days ago, she thought, shivering at the memory of when she found Izuku's broken body on the collapsing spaceship. Just like herself, Tatsumaki always believed Deku to be an unstoppable force of nature who is above even the other S-class heroes. Unfortunately, the leader of the alien invaders, Boros, the dominator of the universe, had proven himself to be an unstoppable force of nature himself. After Izuku reported his interaction with Boros, the Hero Association saw it fit to rank Boros as the very first god-level threat. Not that it does him any good, since he's already dead. Still, she can agree that it's a suitable ranking for the alien, because in her mind, only a god-level threat could have given the number 1 hero so many injuries. A shattered ribcage, right arm broken in more places than she cares to count, internal bleeding all along the body, legs either broken or shattered, left lung pierced in 2 different places, etc. If anyone else had gotten all of those injuries, they would have died in agony. Luckily, Deku is much tougher than other heroes and is fast to heal, although he did have to undergo 3 hours of surgery to help the healing process. Knowing that Izuku could have died causes a sharp pain to stab her chest, and she doesn't much care for the feeling. Deciding to speak about the elephant in the room, Fubuki glances at the many gifts which flood the room. It's good to see you as well, Izuku. You're looking well. If you don't mind me asking, what is all this? She asked, referring to the piles of cards, flowers, and chocolates. Oh, this. Izuku looks over the many gifts in the room with a somewhat embarrassed blush. Some of my fans were worried for my health, so they were kind enough to send me gifts with their well wishes for my speedy recovery. This is some, thought Fubuki, looking over the many gifts which must count within the thousands. Izuku then spots the bouquets of flowers in each of the sisters' arms. What's that? Tatsumaki looks down at her flowers, having momentarily forgotten that she has them. Fubuki is quick to step forward to Izuku's bedside and hands him her own flowers with a smile on her face. I got you some carnations, in the hopes that you get better soon. Izuku accepts the bouquet of carnations with a grateful smile and an embarrassed blush. Thanks, Fubuki. That's very kind of you. Fubuki smiles back and bashes her eyes at Izuku, making the number one hero gulp. However, a green glow surrounds Fubuki before she's suddenly pulled back and Tatsumaki floats where she once stood. I got you flowers as well. They're daisies, she stated, nearly pushing them into Izuku's face, just so he can't see her blush. As Izuku's cry of surprise is muffled by Tatsumaki's flowers, Fubuki glances at the piece of paper that Izuku is in the middle of writing on. What's that you're writing? After getting Tatsumaki to take the flowers away from his face, Izuku answers Fubuki's question. There's not much to do until I've fully recovered, and since my fans were kind enough to send me letters and gifts, I thought I should write them all thank you letters, answered Izuku before he places the letter into an envelope which he then places on top of the pile of letters that's on the left side of his bed. Said pile of letters has risen to be 5 feet in height. For each one, there must be thousands here, remarked Fubuki in disbelief. She can feel her wrist cramp just at the thought of writing so many letters. Just as Fubuki said that, the door opens again and Genos walks in, carrying a large sack. You've received more gifts, Sensei told Genos, who then pours the gifts out onto the floor with the rest. Unfortunately, the extra gifts disturbs the tall pile beside Izuku's bed, which shakes uncontrollably. Izuku can only widen his eyes before the pile of gifts collapses right on top of him, burying the world's strongest man in a sea of cards, flowers, and boxes of chocolates. Sensei, cried Genos, who runs to the buried bed and starts taking off the gifts. After taking a box of chocolates off the bed, it reveals Izuku's deadpan face while the rest of him is still buried under hundreds of gifts. Are you all right, Sensei? As much as she shouldn't, Fubuki can't help but giggle at the comical sight, defeated by a pile of chocolates and flowers. How will I ever live this down? Chuckled Izuku, dramatically. Even though he's still in the middle of healing, Izuku is unharmed by the hundreds of gifts which he's buried under. The door opens once again with bearded worker entering the room while carrying a folder. The Hero Association employee blinks at the strange sight of Deku buried under hundreds of gifts while the Blizzard of Hell and Mumin Rider laugh. Tornado of Terror and Demon Cyborg aren't laughing, but both are smiling, finding the sight amusing. It's an odd sight to see 3 S-Class, a B-Class and a C-Class hero together and seemingly having fun, which is why he hates himself for having to interrupt them. Excuse me, he coughed, silencing the laughing as everyone turns to look at him. Sorry if I'm interrupting, but if you don't mind, I have some paperwork to go over with you, Mr. Deku. Bearded worker quickly finds a levitating Tatsumaki in his face with the Asper glaring down at him. Izuku is injured from his fight with those stupid aliens, and you have the audacity to ask him to do paperwork while he's still bedridden, she exclaimed in outrage, throwing her arms over her head to emphasize her annoyance. Bearded worker takes a nervous step back, knowing that an emotional tornado is a dangerous tornado. Thankfully, Deku is in the room to calm the S-Class Rank 2 hero. It's alright, Tatsu. It's part of the job and I'm not that bad, told Izuku, honestly. If he had gotten his injuries while in his old world, he would have required lots of heavy surgery and the quirk of recovery girl to recover, and even then, he would have very likely ended up in the same weakened condition as All Might, if not worse. The fact that he's going to make a full recovery with barely any scars is a testament to the advanced medicinal and technological achievements of this world. Or maybe, it's a testament to how lax his own world has become ever since the discovery of the very first quirk. Nearly 300 years have gone by ever since the start of the quirk phenomenon, and yet, technology remains mostly the same. Other than the development of hero support equipment, technology as a whole has mostly remained stagnant for 3 centuries. Child Emperor and Metal Knight would absolutely hate it. Using her psychokinesis, Fubuki lifts all the gifts from the bed and floor, and stacks them in neat piles on the other side of the room. The gifts still cover half of the room, but at least now, they aren't on the floor so Bearded Worker doesn't have to swim through the gifts to get to Izuku's bedside. Sending Fubuki a nod of thanks, Bearded Worker walks over to Deku's bedside and offers the hero a folder. Unfortunately, recent events has led to a small panic in many cities across the world. Everything has calmed down for now, but many people are unsettled over how easily we were invaded by the aliens and how they managed to destroy an entire city before we could retaliate. News of your hospitalization hasn't helped matters either, told Bearded Worker, knowing that it's best to be honest with the number one hero. Sharing an understanding look with Bearded Worker, Izuku opens the folder and reads the first page, which details the reconstruction of City Atlas. He thought they were reconstruction plans, but after reading it for a third time, he looks at Bearded Worker in understandable confusion. Improvements to the Hero Association headquarters and construction of highways connecting to the other cities. Impressive, and I can see the benefits, but why don't I see anything involving the reconstruction of City as a whole? That was Metal Knight's idea, I'm afraid. He's focusing his robots on the construction of the highways and the improvements to the headquarters only. Metal Knight's robots have already cleared up the spaceship and removed all the rubble from the destruction, but he has offered no plans to reconstruct the city, answered Bearded Worker, honestly. Izuku stares at Bearded Worker in disbelief. Wait, so Metal Knight is just going to leave City as a barren wasteland? Does he not realize that City is the largest of all the cities and is the largest landmass in the world? It should be obvious, and it is. Izuku does approve of the plans to renovate the Hero Association's headquarters and the highways, which can offer heroes fast and easy transportation to the other cities. But he most definitely does not approve of the land, which used to hold City A, to be left as a barren wasteland. Reluctantly, Bearded Worker nods his head in confirmation. I'm afraid so. At the moment, renovations on the Hero Association headquarters are 75% complete while the highways are practically finished. Looking over the specifications of the renovations, Izuku sees that Metal Knight is going to make the Hero Association headquarters into an impenetrable fortress, even more so than it was before. Once upon a time, Izuku would find it very hard to believe that such renovations can be nearly completed in just 4 days, as well as have all the rubble and the alien spaceship cleaned up within the same time frame. It would take an army of construction workers to do all that, and it would require months, if not years, to finish it all. It took Metal Knight just 1 day to have all the rubble in the spaceship cleaned up. 3 days later, Metal Knight's army of robots are nearly finished with the renovations and the highways leading to the other cities. Izuku knows that if Metal Knight wanted to, he could reconstruct City entirely within the week, maybe 2. Remind me to have a talk with Metal Knight later, sighed Izuku, now having something else to argue about with the S-Class Rank 6 hero. An amused smile grows on Bearded Worker's face. Of course, sir. Speaking on the renovations, the executives are wanting your input on the matter, you being the number one hero after all. I approve of the renovations and the construction of the highways, but the executives and I must have a discussion about rebuilding City A, even if we have to start off slow, told Izuku, who waits for Bearded Worker to write down his request. Once Bearded Worker finishes, Izuku turns to the next page in the folder and reads it. The page focuses on some new regulations and future improvements to the Hero Association, and for a moment, he doesn't find anything wrong with them. That's until he finds something strange regarding to the improvements of the association. Heroes from Class A and Class S will be given the option to live in the Hero Association headquarters. What about Class C and Class B? From the specifications I've read, there should be more than enough room for all the heroes. Fubuki and Mumen Rider smile over Izuku's consideration for the lower-ranked heroes. Genos nods his head in approval, having nothing against lower-ranked heroes. Tatsumaki, on the other hand, looks at Izuku like as if he just grew another head. And why should they be allowed to stay? Honestly, I'm disappointed that the A-Class weaklings are being given the same privilege as Class S. Izuku pats Tatsumaki on the top of her head and sighs, making the S-Class Rank 2 hero puff her cheeks in annoyance. Oh, Tatsu, someday you'll learn. Ignoring the Asper's glare, Izuku turns back to Bearded Worker. There's already enough tension between the higher-ranked heroes and the lower-ranked, and this won't help at all. It's no secret that low-rank heroes are unhappy with how those from S-Class gets more media attention, pay, and other benefits. Only permitting S-Class and A-Class heroes to stay in the refurbished headquarters will only annoy them further. Mumen Rider nods in agreement. Whilst he didn't become a hero for fame or riches, he's not naive enough to believe that every hero is the same. Heroes from each class often do become popular within the city they operate in, especially for those within the top 10 of their class, but that kind of fame is nothing when compared to the international coverage that S-Class heroes get. Many within Class C, Class B, and even Class A have mentioned the unfairness over how Class S heroes get special benefits, such as Child Emperor getting his own lab, and even how Puri Puri Prisoner can come and go from prison whenever he wants. Last he heard, one of the biggest known protesters is the A-Class Rank 8 hero, Death Gatling. I'm afraid that decision was already signed and approved by the association executives, sir. It's out of my hands, but I will share your input with them, answered bearded worker, apologetically. Sighing in annoyance, Izuku pinches the bridge of his nose and shakes his head in disappointment. Sometimes, he wishes the executives wouldn't try so hard to divide the heroes who are supposed to be working together to protect the world from disastrous threats. Silently, he turns to the next page, which refers to how best the Hero Association should prepare to face the god-level threat that Lady Shibubawa predicted before her unfortunate death. Plans for the god-level threat. Unless I hit my head harder than I thought, didn't we just defeat the god-level threat? Boros on his own was so frighteningly powerful that ranking him less than a god-level threat would be seen as an insult to his prowess, and that's without including the threat of the dark matter thieves as a whole. An army of aliens, 2 dragon-level threats and a spaceship which had enough firepower to level an entire city in a near instant. Along with Boros, how could they not have been the god-level threat that Lady Shibubawa was talking about? The Minister of Justice believes that the god-level threat may still be out there. Personally, I believe that the dark matter thieves were the threat which Lady Shibubawa prophesied, but Sitch is determined to make sure we're ready to deal with another god-level threat if one does show up in the next 6 months, informed bearded worker. Honestly, Izuku can't see any fault in the Minister of Justice for preparing for the worst-case scenario. The dark matter thieves may have been the god-level threat, but perhaps they were just an unfortunate coincidence who happened to be a god-level threat on their own. I guess I can see his point. Still, how is he going to prepare for the suppo? Izuku stops speaking so he can focus his attention on the piece of paper which details some plans that Sitch wants to use to prepare for the god-level threat. After reading it for a 4th time, Izuku stares at bearded worker in annoyed bewilderment. Sitch isn't for real, is he? Bearded worker doesn't need to ask which part of Sitch's plan that Deku has a problem with. Sir, tell Sitch that I refuse to support this crazy plan of his, and if he attempts to follow through with it, I will tell the world how much I disapprove of it, told Izuku, leaving no room for negotiation. Now, Tatsumaki's interest is piqued, along with everyone else's in the room. It's not every day that the number 1 hero openly threatens the Hero Association. What are you two talking about? Fubuki is wondering the exact same thing, knowing that if Izuku wanted to, he could seriously damage the Hero Association's reputation. Izuku is the world's strongest and most beloved hero, having practically founded the practice of heroism. If he openly defied the Hero Association, not only would many heroes support him, but so too would many from the public. The Hero Association wouldn't survive the backlash. I do remember hearing rumors about how some executives used their influence and wealth to have some mysterious beings captured and kept as pets. At least, that was until Sensei discovered what they were doing and promptly took them all into custody, arresting nearly half of the Hero Association executives in one go. Even with all their wealth and power, they couldn't prevent Deku from taking them down, thought Genos, staring at Izuku Midoriya, who holds more power than anyone else in the world, and not just in physical might. The executives may be the ones who run the Hero Association, but the true power behind the organization is Sensei. If they were to cross him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Apparently, Sitch believes that the Hero Association may not be prepared to deal with the god-level threat. Therefore, he wants to request the aid from villains all over the world to help combat the threat when it comes. Other than bearded worker, who is already aware of Sitch's insane plan, everyone else stares at Izuku in disbelief. That's crazy. Why would the Minister of Justice think to do such a thing? Cried Mumen Rider is disbelief. Requesting the aid of villains is just plain crazy. Genos turns to bearded worker for confirmation. Is he truly that desperate? I'm afraid so. The Minister of Justice wants to prepare for the worst possible outcome, answered bearded worker. I'm all for preparing for the worst case scenario, but asking for help from villains isn't the way to go about it, told Izuku with a hardened stare. Having spent the past 10 years fighting villains as much as mysterious beings, he has come to somewhat understand what they're like. If a time of crisis did occur, the villains would most likely stab them in the back instead of actually helping. Go tell Sitch to not bother with going through with that plan of his. If he wants to prepare for a god-level threat that he believes is yet to come, then he can discuss the details with me. As a nervous sweat drips down his forehead, bearded worker nods. Of course, Mr. Deku. I'll inform the Minister of Justice of your points immediately. Satisfied, Izuku turns the next page in the folder, and after a few seconds of reading the page, he blinks in surprise. A spring resort. Correct. It's a way for the association to show their gratitude for all the hard work you and all the other heroes put in to stop the alien invasion. Every hero who played a part that day will be taken to the Hero Association Spring Resort for an all-inclusive paid stay, answered bearded worker with a smile. I'll be looking forward to that, stated Tatsumaki, flying over Izuku's shoulder so she can get a good look at the details from the folder in his hand. Fubuki curses herself for the missed opportunity. Having been 5 cities away from City A, she couldn't make it in time to fight, even if she wanted to. The Hero Association Spring Resort is known for its world-famous hot springs. Usually, only the well-connected or incredibly wealthy can get a room there, she thought, knowing that she doesn't have the funds to stay there herself. While accepting that, Fubuki doesn't like the thought of her sister being left alone with Izuku in the spring resort, even if they're in the company of the other S-class heroes. Izuku looks over at bearded worker while quirking a lone brow. And when you say every hero, no matter their class, answered bearded worker with a smile. Sitch was insistent on rewarding every hero who helped out, no matter how small their role was. That's good. Hear that, Mumin? Hope you're ready for a day of relaxation, cause when we come back, I'll be running you ragged with training, cheered Izuku while pumping his left fist in the air. Much to Mumin Rider's embarrassment, once the attention of everyone suddenly turns to him. Thankfully for the C-class hero, Genos takes the attention off of him. But sensei, what about the Hero Academy? Aren't you required to be there, seeing as you are the principal? Izuku shakes his head. Hero Academy will be closed for the next 2 weeks so the students can come to grips with what happened to Cydia. Many had family and friends living in the city when the dark matter thieves struck. They'll want to attend their funerals. Oh, muttered Genos, realizing the full severity of what happened a few days ago. The cyborg never once thought about the people who had friends and family living in Cydia before the aliens destroyed it. Speaking of which, if you turn to the last page, it contains details of a memorial monument that the association plans to build on the outskirts of the headquarters. The name of every man, woman, and child will be etched onto the monument as a way to remember them by. Izuku reads over the last page, which details plans for a large monument that will be built on the outskirts of the reconstructed Hero Association headquarters. It'll be placed where anyone can go and pay their respects to the dead. The thought brings a smile to Izuku's face, although a saddened one. That would be nice. A moment is spent with everyone silently mourning the millions of lives that were cut short. 3 days later, Hero Association headquarters. Ah, it feels so good to finally get out of that bed, sighed Izuku while he stretches his arms above his head, relishing in being able to move once again. Having fully recovered from his injuries, Izuku has shed himself of his bandages and casts, having literally broken his casts off by simply tensing his muscles. No longer garbed in bandages or a hospital gown, Izuku has replaced them with a pair of black shorts with a green outline, a sleeveless white t-shirt with the words T-shirt written on the front in black letters, and a pair of red shoes. The number 1 hero is currently looking out of a window to check out the newest renovations of the Hero Association headquarters, and honestly, he is very impressed with what he sees. Whereas the Hero Association headquarters was once just a very tall skyscraper, it is now an impenetrable fortress of steel that's made up of multiple buildings of different sizes. The reconstructed headquarters is surrounded by a deep trench which is filled with water, meaning that the only way to enter the Hero Association headquarters is either from one of the connected highways or by flying. Although any unauthorized aircraft that gets too close will be shot down by one of the many cannons and turrets that Metal Knight installed into the building. If any airborne mysterious beings were to attack the headquarters from the air, they would be met with enough ordnance to destroy even the most resilient of monsters. Good to see you up and about, Deku. Izuku turns to see the Minister of Justice, Sitch, walking down the hall towards him. It's a good thing that I heal fast. Otherwise, I'd be tearing my own hair out in frustration for being stuck in bed for so long, he chuckled. Sitch smiles in amusement and stands beside Izuku so he can look out the window as well. Either way, it's reassuring to see you recovered from your injuries. The media have been hounding the association with questions about your health. Hopefully with your return, it'll placate them enough to disperse. Not likely, thought Izuku, knowing that the media are very akin to sharks. If they smell blood in the water, they'll hunt down a story with every fiber of their being. He can respect their stubbornness, but it can get annoying fast, especially when they start making up stories to sell. Izuku deadpans over a memory of how 2 years ago, a rumor was spread that King and himself were in a relationship together. He isn't sure why or how the rumor was spread, but it made quite a few ponder over the possibility of it being true. The rumor was noticeably popular with women, although some weren't as happy about the rumor as others. It took Izuku a lot of effort to stop Tatsumaki from tearing down that media channel's building in retaliation. Sitch's face turns serious as he looks out the window. I hear that you don't support my plan moving forward. Izuku's face turns just as serious. I am more than willing to prepare for a possible god-level threat in the next 6 months. But I do not support your plan to recruit the help of villains who are more likely to stab us in the back when the time comes. And how would you attempt to prepare for the possible god-level threat? Asked Sitch, wanting to know if Deku has an actual plan. He knows his own plan isn't great by any margin, but the destruction of City and the hospitalization of Deku has shown him that they aren't as prepared as they think they are to deal with a god-level threat. Calling for the help of villains may be despicable, but it's the only answer he can think of. Izuku takes a minute to think about his options. For starters, we can request the aid of those who aren't known villains. There are plenty of capable scientists who can aid us in some way, such as Dr. Cusino. Sitch blinks, surprised at himself for not thinking of that. The Hero Association isn't lacking in brilliant scientists, but none stand out as much as Metal Knight and Child Emperor, who use their inventions to defeat mysterious beings. Sitch is aware of Dr. Cusino, who is known as the scientist of justice, and his brilliance can be compared to the likes of Child Emperor and Metal Knight themselves, especially since he's the one who made Genos into the powerful cyborg that he is today. Having him on our side will surely help against the god-level threat. Perhaps he can even enhance all the other heroes who use cybernetics. There are also other noteworthy individuals and organizations who could help us. Bang has an older brother named Bomb, who is said to be a master martial artist himself. There's also the world-renowned Council of Sword Masters, which Atomic Samurai is a member of, told Izuku confidently. It also wouldn't hurt to request every hero, from Class C to Class S, to up their training and improve their fighting skills. Of course, we'll have to inform them of the possible threat, so they know what to expect. Sitch rubs the back of his head, awkwardly. After you give me so many good options like that, I'm starting to feel a bit stupid for thinking of asking for the help of villains, admitted the Minister of Justice, feeling ashamed at himself for being so blind. At times, he forgets there are noteworthy individuals who aren't a part of the Hero Association. Izuku turns to Sitch and offers an understanding smile. No need to feel ashamed. I know that you're under a lot of pressure while trying to have everyone ready for a worldwide threat. Hopefully, your time in the spring resort tomorrow will help ease your nerves. Any other hero would have probably held the offered advice over his head, so Sitch is grateful that Deku is the S-Class Rank 1 hero. He can only imagine what Tornado would be like if she were to be the number 1 hero, and the thought brings a shiver down his spine. A hot springs may be just what I need to help calm myself so I can get back to thinking clearly. Thank you, Deku. As always, you seem to know what to say to make someone feel better. Izuku offers his signature smile. It's just part of the job. Being the number 1 hero doesn't mean I just punch monsters and look good doing it. Sitch laughs over Deku's pretend arrogance. I guess not. Still, you have my thanks. I'll leave you be to enjoy the day. I look forward to seeing you and the other heroes tomorrow at the resort. With a wave, the Minister of Justice walks down the hallway, leaving Izuku alone by the window. Now alone, Izuku drops the smile and turns to the window to stare at his own reflection. If there is a god-level threat coming, I need to be ready for it. Tomorrow, Izuku will enjoy the day by resting at the spring resort, but afterwards, he will be focusing most of his attention on training his 2 students and himself. Next day, Hero Association headquarters. Early in the morning, the heroes and some Hero Association staff arrive on the rooftop of one of the recently constructed buildings that makes up the headquarters. Waiting for the large group on the helipad is a military transport helicopter, which is what they'll be taking to the spring resort. We're going there by chopper, asked Tank Top Master in surprise. He thought that they would be driving to the spring resort, not flying there. The resort's coordinates are only known by a select few within the association. Its location isn't even on any maps, digital or otherwise, and there's no actual roads that lead up to it. The only way to get there is by flying, told Child Emperor while he licks a lollipop. I heard the resort is very exclusive, usually used by the higher-ups in the Hero Association and those who heavily sponsor us, remarked Atomic Samurai, chewing on a blade of grass while leaning his left hand on the pommel of his katana. The master swordsman doesn't go anywhere without his trusty katana or his wakizashi. Let's get going. There's a hot springs with my name on it, sang Piri Piri Prisoner, who enthusiastically marches towards the helicopter once the back door opens up for them. The S-Class heroes and association employees quickly follow after Piri Piri Prisoner, not noticing 4 other heroes trailing behind the group. I can't believe this is actually happening, gulped Lightning Max, nervously as he stares at the backs of the world's strongest heroes. Not even his encounter with the Deep Sea King has been this intimidating. A whole day in an exclusive spring resort with nearly all of Class S, muttered Stinger, trying his best to control his shaking hands. Other than Metal Knight and Drive Knight, literally every other S-Class hero has shown up, including Deku. So why do I feel so nervous, like as if I'm about to pick a fight with a dragon-level monster all on my own? Lightning Max and Stinger happened to be in the Hero Association headquarters when Cydia was destroyed by the alien. While shocked at the widespread destruction caused by the aliens, they were quick to take one of the association's armored vehicles so they can scour the ruins of Cydia for survivors. During their search, they came across Mumin Rider, who was also searching for survivors, and the 3 heroes decided to work together to improve their chances of finding survivors. Since they played a part in rescuing survivors and bringing them back to the Hero Association headquarters for medical attention, they were both invited to come along to the spring resort trip. Ian pats his fellow A-Class heroes on their backs to try and calm them, but this causes the 2 heroes to jump in fright instead. You 2 need to chill. Just think of it as just any other regular day in the hot springs and try not to get so jumpy when near the others. They might not like it. The A-Class Rank 2 hero turns to the lone C-Class hero. Isn't that right, Mumin? Newman Ryder turns to Ian, surprised that the A-class rank 2 hero is addressing him so suddenly. What, me? Easy for you to say. If not for Sweet Mask, you'd be in Class S already, muttered Stinger, speaking to Ian. No, you're wrong. I once thought the same. But after witnessing the fight between the S-class heroes and that dragon-level alien, I now realize how far behind I truly am, thought Ian, knowingly. In his brief fight with the alien, Ian had quickly lost his resolve. Not only was the alien so overwhelmingly powerful, but whatever damage he inflicted upon the creature's body healed itself within seconds. Even the powerful attacks from the S-class heroes couldn't inflict any lasting damage on the alien. But unlike himself, who was quick to give up, the S-class heroes remained resolute and fought the alien, even when all their efforts appeared to be in vain. However, if not for their resolve, the S-class heroes wouldn't have discovered the alien's weakness, which soon led to them coming out victorious. I've still got so much to learn if I ever want to surpass Sweet Mask and join the ranks of Class S, thought Ian, knowing that he has a lot more training to undergo, both physically and mentally, but he's determined to one day earn his place among the legends of Class S. Once the heroes and association employees are all seated in the seats lining the walls, the door closes up and the helicopter soon takes to the air. Why do Deku and myself have to take this rust bucket to get to the resort? We could have flown there and back 10 times by now, scoffed Tatsumaki, folding her arms across her chest in annoyance. Her glare may come off as intimidating, but for everyone else, it's hard to find Tatsumaki scary right now while she's sitting right beside Deku. Deku is over 7 feet tall and packed with muscle. Tatsumaki has a lithe figure and is barely 5 feet tall. The staggering differences in their height is more apparent when they're sitting beside each other, and it makes for quite a comical sight. Even their personalities are the complete opposite to one another. True, but we wanted everyone to arrive at the same time so the manager of the resort doesn't have to go over the introductions and rules a second time, answered Sitch, who's sitting opposite to Deku and Tornado, right between Atomic Samurai and King. Sitch's reasoning is understandable, meaning that Tatsumaki can only scoff and brood silently to herself. After 2 hours of flying and idle chatter, the helicopter finally arrives at the location of the spring resort. As the pilot lowers the helicopter to the designated helipad, Izuku looks out of the window to see that they're in a small clearing that's surrounded by a thick forest, and in the distance, he sees tall mountains with no sign of civilization for miles, except for the spring resort, of course. Once the helicopter lands, the heroes and association employees all exit the vehicle. Once outside, some like Flashy Flash and Silver Fang take in the fresh air, which they sorely missed during the flight. Others look around, enjoying the beauty of the surrounding nature. Once everyone has gotten their bearings, they all head into the spring resort, which is a large 3-story building. Izuku notices how the building is designed much like a traditional Japanese building. Once the heroes and association employees enter the building, they are met by a middle-aged woman who has long black hair that's tied up into a bun and is wearing a beige-colored kimono. Good day and welcome to the Hero Association Spring Resort. My name is Ruki Katsuragi and I am the manager of this fine establishment, she greeted with a practiced smile. Let me be the first to say how much of an honor it is to host the very best that the Hero Association has to offer. If anyone has any questions, you can come to me at any time. She waves a hand towards a duo of women nearby who are dressed exactly like herself. If you could please follow these ladies. They will lead you to your rooms, and once everyone has settled in, you can all try out our world-famous hot springs. As everyone follows the two women to their rooms, Metal Bat whistles in appreciation as he takes a look around. Not too shabby. While not one for expensive resorts, he can see the appeal of it. I should schedule something nice like this for Zenko and myself, he thought, wondering if his little sister would like to go to something like this. Oh, I've been looking forward to this. I hear the water cleans out the pores, leaving immaculate smooth skin, stated Puri Puri prisoner with an excited smile. I'll just be happy to relax in the hot springs. Some of my muscles are still aching, groaned Izuku while he rubs his right bicep where he can still feel an ache. While he may have completely recovered from his injuries, his muscles are still a bit tender from the condition I saw you in last week. I'm amazed you can walk at all, said Bang, looking Izuku up and down. He broke his body while fighting a god-level threat, and 7 days later, he's walking around as if nothing happened. Youth really is wasted on the young. Perhaps you should rest in your room, sensei. I'd hate for you to strain yourself too much, said Genos, having been just as worried as the others when they saw the condition Izuku was in after his fight with Boros. While touched, Izuku waves off Genos' worry. No need to fret, Genos. Some time in the hot springs and I'll be right as rain. After the two employees lead everyone to their separate rooms, they all end up in the hot springs, basking in the hot water. Ah, this is nice, sighed Izuku, sinking himself into the hot springs, alongside with the other male heroes and Sitch. The S-class rank 1 hero then looks around the hot springs, noting how it's designed exactly like those found in Japan. In fact, the entire building is designed just like a traditional Japanese building, with the employees even wearing traditional kimonos. It's crazy how much of this world's culture is exactly the same as Japan's. Even the language and the currency are the same, he thought, having been amazed that the entire world spoke Japanese and only used yen as its currency. At least it saved him from having to learn a different language when he first arrived. That has always baffled Izuku. Even if the world is divided by cities instead of countries, he would have thought that a few cities would have their own traditions or languages because of how large they are. Instead, everyone speaks the one language, use the same currency, and the traditions from his home country are the exact same as those in this world, except for the prejudice against the quirkless, obviously. Still, it's odd how similar this world is to his own and yet so very different. The water feels nice, sighed Bang, enjoying how the hot water soothes his old aching bones. The Hero Association is quite generous, providing this inclusive retreat, free of charge, said a smiling Ian who isn't used to spoiling himself like this. But it seems like some heroes are mooching off of it, smirked Atomic Samurai, who glances at Stinger and Lightning Max, who are sitting at one end of the hot springs, notably a distance away from the S-Class heroes. What did those two do to come along anyway? Stinger and Lightning Max flinch at Atomic Samurai's accusing tone, as well as how some of the other heroes turn to look at them. Hey, that isn't nice. These two darlings helped out in the search and rescue operations. They more than deserve this little vacation, stated Puri Puri Prisoner, defending the two A-class heroes, much to their relief. Besides, having these two lovelies here gives me more eye candy to stare at. Stinger and Lightning Max's relief quickly dissipates once Puri Puri Prisoner winks in their direction. Lay off them, Atomic. Stinger and Lightning Max are exceptional heroes who more than earned this, told Izuku, not wanting to get into any arguments. But like Puri Puri Prisoner, he doesn't like how quickly Atomic Samurai dismisses the two A-class heroes. Stinger here has only been a hero for over 6 months, and he has already risen to a class rank 10 in that short time. Lightning Max is also a skilled martial artist who I've seen attend the Super Fight tournament. Your disciples best watch out, because they might just find their ranks taken from under them soon enough. Lightning Max and Stinger turn quite bashful after getting such honest praise from the world's strongest man. Atomic Samurai throws a glare in Izuku's direction, although he remains relaxed against the edge of the hot springs. You saying my disciples are weak? None miss the dangerous edge in the master swordsman's voice. Ian is just relieved that his master doesn't have his katana on him at the moment, although he is still chewing on that blade of grass, which can be classed as a dangerous weapon while in the hands of Atomic Samurai. If a fight breaks out between them, Master will definitely use the grass as his weapon, thought Ian, who glances at Deku. However, Deku is the world's strongest man, having single-handedly defeated the world's first god-level threat. Not once has Ian ever questioned the strength and skill of his master, but there's a reason why Deku is considered a walking natural disaster, even among Class S, which is filled with heroes who are all considered monsters in their own right. Still, he knows for sure is that if a fight did break out between the two S-Class heroes, the Spring Resort wouldn't survive the aftermath. All I'm saying is that there are other heroes among Class A who are gunning for your students' ranks. None can get past Sweet Mask, so they'll have to make do with the ranks just below his, told Izuku while making direct eye contact with the glaring Atomic Samurai, showing no fear to the world's greatest swordsman. For a minute, Atomic Samurai and Deku glare at one another as the other S-Class heroes watch in silence. All except for Tatsumaki, who is on the other side of the wooden wall which separates the women's side from the men's side. A moment later, Atomic Samurai and Deku laugh at the exact same time, making the three A-class heroes and the lone C-class to sigh in relief. None of them are prepared for a possible fight between two high-ranking S-class heroes. Bastard, you might just have a point. Maybe it's about time I upped my students' training. I did promise Ian here to help improve his footwork, laughed Atomic Samurai, patting his student in his shoulder. Ian looks down in shame, remembering how he lagged behind the other heroes while they fled from the falling spaceship. Bang looks at Lightning Max in interest. You've attended the Super Fight tournament. That's mighty impressive. Only the best from their dojos end up participating in the Super Fight tournament. Perhaps we can have a spar later. Lightning Max stares at Silverfang in disbelief. An offer to spar with the world's greatest martial artist and multiple-time winner of the Super Fight tournament. I would be honored, Mr. Silverfang. Lightning Max hopes that the squeak in his voice is just his imagination. Silverfang chuckles in amusement over the A-class hero's nervousness. Please, no need to call me by my hero name. Just call me Bang. Yes, sir. Dude, why are you wearing swimming shorts? Asked Metal Bat to Child Emperor. Last time he checked, it's weird to not be nude when in the hot springs. You think that's weird? What about what Watchdog Man is wearing? Asked Super Alloy Darkshine, who's sitting across from Metal Bat. The S-Class rank 11 hero points at Watchdog Man, who is sitting in the middle of the hot spring, just like how a dog would. As usual, he has the same blank expression on his face. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? asked Watchdog Man, his facial expression not once changing. Why are you wearing your hero costume in the water? Asked Super Alloy Darkshine like as if it should be obvious. Izuku laughs, having already seen Watchdog Man wear his hero costume in the water, but he didn't say anything because he knows it would be pointless to try and get him out of it. At this point, I think Watchdog Man is more dog than man, he thought, having never once seen the S-Class rank 12 hero wear anything else other than his dog costume. Neither has he ever seen Watchdog Man not walk on his hands and feet, just like an actual dog. Even the hero's fighting style revolves around him fighting like a dog. Still, to wear his hero costume in the hot water must be very uncomfortable for him, thought Izuku. Although he can't exactly tell, since Watchdog Man's facial expression remains blank like always. Stinger is quietly watching everything that's been going on in the hot springs, and so far, he only has one thing to think about. S-Class heroes are weird. XXX. Once they all have their fill of the hot springs, everyone meets up later in the large hall where they are to enjoy good food and drinks. The heroes and the Hero Association employees are all dressed in kimonos, with the men wearing blue kimonos while the women wear pink ones. And they are all kneeling in front of small tables which hold their food and drinks. On one side of the room is a stage which is currently occupied by Sitch, who speaks into a microphone so everyone can hear him. In relation to the threat, I wanted to thank you all. I am grateful for all of your hard work the other day. For today, I want all of you to let go of all of your stress and burdens and just enjoy the night to your fullest. Sitch raises his glass of beer into the air. Cheers, everyone. In response, everyone picks up their own glasses and raise them up into a toast. Cheers. With that said and done, everyone digs into their food and drinks. When Izuku sees Watchdog Man scarf down his food like a dog eating from a bowl, he laughs and nearly chokes on his food because of it. Sensei, are you all right? Asked Genos from Izuku's right side. Once he swallows the piece of salmon that's stuck in his throat, Izuku laughs again. Yay, I'm fine, Genos. Just saw something funny. That's all, laughed Izuku, finding Watchdog Man's antics to be hilarious. Feeling parched, Izuku downs some sake. This is good sake. What brand is this? It's Dragon Slayer sake, answered Tatsumaki from Izuku's left. It has a distinct flavor and is quite strong, which makes it pricey enough. Due to how strong it is, Tatsumaki only takes small sips. Izuku blinks down at Tatsumaki. I'm surprised that you know so much on sake. I never pegged you for the drinking type. Tatsumaki holds her nose up high. I'm not much of a drinker, but I do like the finer things in life. That just so happens to include having a bottle or two of Dragon Slayer sake if I feel like I'm in the mood. I can see that. Tatsumaki does enjoy some of the more expensive accessories in life. Fubuki too, thought Izuku, having seen the kind of clothes and jewelry that the sisters like to spend their money on. Even their hero costumes are made up of the best material that money can buy. A tinge of pink colors Izuku's cheeks as he recalls the 4 high-cut leg slits that Tatsumaki's form-fitting black dress has, which shows off a lot of her legs and figure, as well as how Fubuki's costume enhances her curves. Before Izuku's thoughts can devolve any deeper on Tatsumaki's and Fubuki's sensual taste in fashion, Puri Prisoner stands up and sheds himself of the top of his kimono, showing off his bare torso and muscular arms. By the blush on his cheeks and the slight sway to his feet, it looks like he got deep into the bottle pretty fast. How about we finally find out who's truly number one? Asked Puri Prisoner, who twirls to the center of the room, impressing Izuku with his balance, even when he's obviously drunk. The S-Class rank 17 hero then starts posing so he can show off his impressive muscles. Izuku watches as Tank Top Master and Super Alloy Darkshine walk to the center of the room as well, take off the top of their kimonos and begin making poses of their own to show off their own powerful muscles. Of course, Tank Top Master is wearing a tank top under his kimono. Bah, those muscleheads are getting cocky. Show them why you're the number one hero, Deku, exclaimed Tatsumaki, pointing a finger up at Izuku. By the way her finger is shaking and with the pink coloring her cheeks, Izuku guesses that Tatsumaki has been drinking more than she can handle. Knowing that he doesn't have much of a choice when it comes to Tatsumaki and wanting to get in on the fun, Izuku downs a cup of sake and stands up. As he walks towards the center of the room, Izuku sheds the top of his kimono, showing his own muscular upper body to the world. Oh, a challenger approaches, hiccuped Puri Prisoner, who raises his arms to show off his biceps. You dare challenge me, mortal? Going along with it, Izuku tenses his muscles and holds up his left arm to show off his bicep. I dare. The next few minutes is spent with Deku, Puri Prisoner, Super Alloy Darkshine and Tank Top Master doing a mix of drinking, posing and sometimes a bit of both. For the Female Hero Association employees and the resort employees, they see no reason not to enjoy the show. Tatsumaki herself is enjoying the show as well, although her eyes are more focused on Deku than anyone else. Why must I be surrounded by idiots? Sighed Flashy Flash before he takes a bite from his fish. Child Emperor is thinking along the same thing. feeling a little disappointed that the number 1 hero has joined in on the antics. The next few hours are spent with the heroes and the association employees celebrating and having fun. Newman Rider, Lightning Max, and Stinger are facing off against Puri Puri Prisoner in a 3-on-1 arm wrestling competition. Yet, even together, the 3 heroes just can't seem to push Puri Puri Prisoner's hand down. Even when they put all their strength and weight into beating the S-class hero, Puri Puri Prisoner's hand doesn't budge. Deciding that he teased the 3 of them long enough, Puri Puri Prisoner immediately brings his hand down and wins the competition, but accidentally uses too much strength, which causes the 3 heroes to be tossed through a nearby wall, much to Puri Puri Prisoner's embarrassment. Child Emperor and Zombiman are keeping to themselves and chatting with each other while trying to ignore everyone's loud antics. Sitch and Tank Top Master have gotten into a drunken argument about tank tops. Watchdog Man is circling the room in an attempt to find someplace comfortable to rest. The Spring Resort employees are struggling to keep up with Serving Pig God, who is eating food at an exceptionally fast rate. A tipsy Atomic Samurai and Silverfang are sitting across from each other and playing a game of shogi. As all of this is happening, Izuku manages to pry himself away from a drunk superalloy Darkshine who is determined to prove that he has the shiniest muscle. Now that he's free, Izuku barely ducks in time to avoid a laughing Tatsumaki who is flying around the room in a drunken haze. Ha ha ha, I nearly hit you, sang Tatsumaki, who spins around so she can point at Izuku's face and laugh. In her other hand is a half-empty bottle of sake, and her face has gone red from all the alcohol she has drank. I take my eyes off you for a minute and you get yourself drunk, sighed Izuku. He'll admit that he's feeling a bit tipsy himself, but compared to everyone else who seem to be testing the limits of how much alcohol their bodies can handle, he's doing all right. By the looks of it, the only ones who appear to be sober are one of the female association employees who is busy watching out for her friend who's drinking a lot more, Child Emperor, who is underage, and Zombiman, who possesses an incredibly fast healing factor which makes it impossible for him to get drunk. I am not drunk, you're drunk. Hiccup Tatsumaki, who unconsciously calls upon her telekinetic powers, which causes the nearby tables to levitate. Metal Bat, who is currently sitting on one of the tables, falls off of it and curses. That's it, you've had enough, stated Izuku, who uses a black whip to snatch the bottle of alcohol from her. That's mine, cried Tatsumaki, only for Izuku to wrap an arm around her waist and lift her over his shoulder while he walks out of the room. Hey, where are you taking me? The drinks are all back there, she cried, pointing back at the room they were just in. You're going to bed to rest. Don't want you to lose control of your powers and destroy the Spring Resort just because you couldn't handle your drinking. Tatsumaki's blush deepens and she rubs her hands against her cheeks with a drunken giggle. Oh my, I'm being taken to bed by Deku. I wonder what the media would think of that. As he opens the door to Tatsumaki's room, a blush covers Izuku's face. Don't say it like that, he cried, moving to take Tatsumaki off his shoulder, only for the Asper to cling to his neck. Tatsu, you need to let go. It's time to go to sleep. I was so scared. Izuku stills and his eyes widens when he feels something wet drip on his neck. Is she crying? When I saw you on the ship, I thought you were dead, cried Tatsumaki. Your body was broken all over and there was blood everywhere. You're supposed to be strong like me. If you were to die. Izuku realizes that Tatsumaki is referring to when she found his broken body atop the falling spaceship after he defeated Boros. I never realized me getting injured would worry Tatsumaki this much. She never was one to express her feelings, being pretty much her only friend. Izuku can understand why seeing him on the verge of death would hurt her so much. Gently, Izuku wraps his arms around Tatsumaki and brings her into a comforting hug. It's all right, Tatsu. I'm not going anywhere. You can count on that. Izuku can hear the Asper sniffle. You promise? It would take a lot more than a god-level threat for me to kick the bucket, remarked Izuku, who smiles when he hears Tatsumaki giggle. Fubuki would never believe me if I ever told her Tatsumaki can giggle like any other girl. When he feels Tatsumaki's grip around his neck slacken, he pulls the Asper away and chuckles when he sees that she feels asleep. All the alcohol and high emotions must have tuckered her out. Shaking his head with a smile on his face, Izuku gently places Tatsumaki into her bed and covers her with the blanket. Once he's sure that she's comfortable, Izuku leaves the room as quietly as he can so to not wake her up. It's only when he's outside the room and closes the door that he lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding in. Really hope she doesn't remember this in the morning, muttered Izuku, nervously. Tatsumaki never likes to show off her softer side, since she believes it makes her look weak. If she remembers their talk just now, he can expect her to challenge him to a spar tomorrow, just to remind him how powerful she is. A conversation between Puri Puri Prisoner and Zombiman from nearby distracts Izuku. Is it true that if I punch you to a bloody pulp, you'd recover a few seconds later? Puri, no punching other heroes. The work of the number 1 hero is never easy. City Z Ghost Town. A few days after the spring resort trip, Izuku kept his promise to his 2 students by helping them improve their combat skills while also upping his own training so he can be ready for any other god-level threat that might appear. Today, he intends to improve Mumen Rider's skills as a hero even further and does so with the help of another S-class hero. Standing to Deku's left while in an abandoned warehouse in the ghost town of City Z, Mumen Rider openly gapes at what he sees. Is that for me? Izuku nods with a smile on his face. Sure is. Alongside the pair is Child Emperor, who is currently standing beside his latest creation. Said creation is a motorcycle, although calling it a simple motorcycle would be doing it an injustice. Unlike other motorcycles, this one has 3 wheels instead of 2, with 2 in the front and 1 in the rear. It is made up of a combination of polished dark brown metal over brushed gold mechanics, and the back has thruster, similar to ones found on jets, only much smaller in size. Fenrir from Final Fantasy VII, just colored brown. Izuku has never much cared for fast cars or bikes, seeing as he can fly wherever he wants, but the masculine side of him is a bit jealous of his student's new ride. The motorcycle is a piece of engineering art. I call it the Mumen Buster, told Child Emperor with a proud smile. All the while, he licks a pink lollipop. It can go over 300 miles per hour, is made up of the same reinforced metal that we scavenged from the alien spaceship, and is fitted with so many gizmos and weapons that it would take all day to explain them all to you. Child Emperor walks to the side of the motorcycle and presses a button on the windscreen, showing that it's a touch screen. On either side of the 2 front tires, compartments expand out, revealing 2 gun barrels. The rest, you can figure out for yourself. Mumen Rider gulps when he sees the 2 gun barrels on the front of the motorcycle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Child Emperor scoffs. Please, the guns are the safest things I installed on the bike. That's even worse, thought Mumen Rider, imagining a scenario where he gets blown up after pressing the wrong button on the motorcycle. This is to help you fight monsters and save civilians more efficiently, Mumen told Deku with an encouraging smile. You've improved, but you're still nowhere near ready enough to defeat a wolf-level mysterious being on your own. Yet. That's why I asked for Child Emperor's assistance to help construct the Mumen Buster, just for you. If I know Child Emperor like I think I do, there should be more than enough firepower in the motorcycle for you to kill even a demon-level monster. At least nodded Child Emperor, who puffs out his chest, feeling proud that he got such high praise from Deku. Mumen Rider rubs the back of his head, looking unsure. I appreciate this, I really do, but I used to drive around in a motorcycle before and I had to stop because I kept running traffic lights. But that motorcycle couldn't fly, remarked Child Emperor, who presses another button on the front of the motorcycle. From its sides, wings expand out and the motorcycle's wheels turn sideways, making the motorcycle hover a foot off the ground. Izuku whistles at the sight of the hovering motorcycle. They definitely don't got anything like this in my world. He then gives Mumen Rider a gentle push towards the motorcycle. Go on, give it a try. Mumen Rider gulps and waits for Child Emperor to shift the vehicle back to its drive mode. Obviously, he wants to try out the motorcycle on the ground first before he even thinks about trying to fly it. Slowly, Mumen Rider gets on the motorcycle, and once he's sure that it won't explode on him, he nervously presses a finger on the windscreen to test out how everything works. He must have pressed something, because the gun barrels on the front of the bike start shooting 950 JDJ bullets into the wall at the other side of the warehouse. Mumen Rider cries out in surprise while Deku and Child Emperor quietly watch the stream of bullets hit the wall. After nearly a minute of constant firing, a panicking Mumen Rider presses the same button and sighs in relief when the smoking barrels stop firing before they sink back into the motorcycle. Whistle, if that's the safest thing on the motorcycle, I'm curious to know what else it can do, whistled an impressed Deku. Mumen Rider looks over at the wall opposite to him to see what Deku is referring to and widens his eyes at the sight. The entire wall opposite to him has been completely shredded to pieces. Everything from the steel coverings and the concrete has been ripped apart, leaving a gaping hole and a pile of rubble. Mumen Rider looks down on the motorcycle he's sitting on and gulps, realizing that he has a weapon of mass destruction resting between his legs. The C-Class hero goes into an uncontrollable coughing fit once he realizes how dirty that sounded in his head. As Mumen Rider comes to grasp that he's now the proud owner of a very dangerous motorcycle that's outfitted with deadly machinery and weapons, Child Emperor looks up at Deku, curiously. Mr. Deku, do you mind if I ask you a question? Izuku looks down at Child Emperor and chuckles over how respectful his fellow S-Class hero is to him. If only Flashy Flash and Metal Knight could be just as respectful as Child Emperor. A mere fantasy, I'm afraid. Honestly, he should be lucky that most of the Class S heroes can act respectful. You built my student a splendid motorcycle for him to improve his career as a hero. The least I can do is answer your questions. And please, call me Deku or Izuku. Mr. Deku makes me feel old, he said with a booming laugh. Child Emperor gawks up at Deku, knowing that as much as he wants to, he couldn't just call the #1 hero by his normal name. He's the hero that stands above all others. The hero who founded the act of heroism 3 years ago and the only reason why the Hero Association exists today. Calling him by his original name just feels too disrespectful, even if Deku gives him permission to use it. Okay, Deku. Just calling him that without honorifics feels weird on the 10-year-old's tongue. I'm just a little bit curious as to why you didn't think to ask Metal Knight to build the motorcycle. He shakes his hands in front of him, suddenly going into a slight panic. Not that I'm questioning you, because I'm honored. It's just, if you were looking for unrivaled firepower, Metal Knight would have done a better job. Izuku answers by rubbing the top of Child Emperor's head while giving him his winning smile. Don't sell yourself short, Child Emperor. You are a brilliant inventor and an even better hero. If there's anyone who could have helped me, it was you. Being a child prodigy, Child Emperor is a lot more mature than any other kid. Whereas children may like getting patted on the head by someone they like, Child Emperor finds it an invasion of privacy. And if anyone were to do it to him, other than his parents, he would snap their wrist without a second thought. I guess I can let it slide. This one time, he thought, looking down at his feet so Deku can't see him blush in both embarrassment and delight. He may be a child prodigy, but he's still a child who looks up to Deku, just like everyone else, so him earning such praise from Deku is a dream come true for him. Izuku takes away his hand, much to Child Emperor's hidden displeasure, and looks over at Mumen Rider, who is in the middle of looking over the different features of the Mumen Buster. Besides, even if I wanted to ask Metal Knight for a favor, we aren't exactly on speaking terms at the moment. Really? Asked Child Emperor, blinking up at Deku in surprise. Why? Metal Knight has a problem with being forced by the Hero Association to attend the Hero Conference in person, and he knows that I am involved. Child Emperor, just like every other hero in the world, knows about the Hero Conference. 2 days ago, the Hero Association had sent a widespread message to every hero in the world, informing them to gather at the Hero Association headquarters in 2 weeks for an important announcement. The meeting is mandatory and failure to attend will result in a demotion in rank, as well as a threat of suspension. The world is abuzz with many curious over the possible reason as to why the Hero Association is calling every hero for a mandatory meeting. Calling a meeting for all of Class S is a large event on its own, but in the 3 years that the Hero Association has been operating, not once have they ever called for a mandatory meeting for all heroes in every class. Child Emperor already knows the reason for the meeting, as does every Class S hero and the association executives. What Child Emperor didn't know was that Metal Knight is not only going to be making a rare public appearance at the Hero Conference, but that he's being forced to go by the Hero Association and Deku. Is there a reason why you're making Metal Knight show up in person? At the Hero Conference, Sich will be explaining the possible god-level threat that could show up at any time in the next 6 months. Most of our fellow heroes will get nervous, since none of them have ever witnessed a god-level threat before. That's why, when Sich gives the meeting, all of Class S will be standing alongside him on stage, as a show of unity against the god-level threat. Metal Knight being there in person will display a strong message to everyone there as well. I never actually thought about that. Showing that all the top heroes are prepared to fight together to defeat a god-level threat will be good inspiration for the lower-ranked heroes. Metal Knight being there in person will also help prove the severity of the situation, and also improve the image of unity, thought Child Emperor, understanding Deku's plan to inspire the heroes, even at a time of possible crisis. That, and Metal Knight was the only S-class hero to not take part in the battle against the Dark Matter Thieves. This is his punishment for not attending the S-class meeting and for not helping out in the fight. Looks like the number 1 hero can be a bit spiteful like the rest of us, thought Child Emperor, looking up at Deku with a deadpan stare, trying to not point out the clustering aura surrounding the still smiling Deku, although his smile nearly looks strained. 5 days later, abandoned quarry. You're gonna need to be faster than that, Genos. Yes, sensei. From atop a cliff beside an abandoned quarry, Fubuki watches as Izuku spars with Genos. So, this is a spar between 2 S-class heroes, she thought, trying her best to keep track of the 2 S-class heroes as they blitz across the quarry in insane speeds. While her eyes can't physically follow the speed of the 2 Class S heroes, her psychic powers are able to sense where they are, most of the time anyway. Izuku hasn't thrown a single punch. He's just dodging. When you said that we were going to have a learning experience, I never once thought you meant this, Miss Blizzard stated, Eyelashes, who is sweating over the intensity of the sparring match between the demon cyborg and Deku. They're moving too fast for me to see, cried Lily, who can barely make out 2 blurs moving in the abandoned quarry. How's she supposed to learn if she can't even see the 2 S-class heroes spar? What's he doing? Asked Mountain Ape, pointing down at the other side of the quarry where they can see Mumen Rider driving his new motorcycle. Izuku wants Mumen Rider to grow accustomed to driving his new motorcycle, explained Fubuki, not once taking her eyes off of Deku and Genos' spar. It wouldn't do for him to drive a vehicle he isn't familiar with. That's a nice bike and it has some serious speed to it, stated Eyelashes, who watches Mumen Rider make a sharp turn. Where'd he get the bike anyway? He asked, not believing that Mumen Rider could afford to buy a custom-made bike for himself, and the Hero Association wouldn't just make the bike for a Class C hero, even if he's ranked number 1. A gift from Deku to help improve Mumen Rider's career as a hero. It was designed and built by none other than Child Emperor. The 3B class heroes gape at Fubuki, finding it incredible that Mumen Rider is riding a vehicle which is not only a gift from the S-class rank 1 hero, but also built by the child prodigy, Child Emperor, the S-class rank 5 hero. A muscle in Fubuki's hand twitches as the spar between the two S-class heroes comes to an end. As she expected, Genos is panting from exhaustion, but remains unharmed, since Deku has only been testing Genos' speed and reaction time. Genos is fast and powerful, but none of his attacks have touched Deku, who is unharmed and not even sweating, as expected from him. Izuku pats Genos on the shoulder as the pair walk towards the cliff where Fubuki and her group are waiting for them. You've improved, Genos. You're faster and wiser than when we first sparred. Keep this up and soon, you may just land a blow on me yet. I've only improved because of your wise guidance, Sensei. Don't forget Dr. Kusino, remarked Izuku, pointing a finger at Genos. If not for all his hard work and effort on fixing and improving your body, you wouldn't be where you are now. Genos has the decency to look ashamed for forgetting all the work Dr. Kusino puts in for him. He makes a point to show his thanks to the scientist the next time he sees him. Of course, Sensei. By the way, have you spoken with Dr. Kusino about the invitation? I did, and he has graciously accepted, answered Genos with a smile. Izuku returns a smile of his own, inwardly relieved to hear that Dr. Kusino will be coming to the Hero Conference, which will occur at the Hero Association headquarters. It has been agreed upon by Sitch and the other executives to invite each and every hero to the Hero Association headquarters for a meeting to discuss the possible God-level threat in the next 6 months. Obviously, it isn't a simple affair to get over 500 heroes from all over the world to meet up at the association headquarters, so it's been decided that the meeting will take place in 2 weeks. A week has gone by, so the heroes still have some time to handle their affairs and to find transport to City A. However, it isn't just the official heroes who have been invited to the meeting. As recommended by Izuku, the association has sent out invitations to powerful individuals and organizations who are not aligned with them, such as Dr. Kusino, Bomb, and the Council of Swordmasters. Hearing the roar of an engine, Izuku and Genos stop and watch as Mumen Rider drives in their direction before he stops in front of them. How's the bike treating you, Mumen? Still takes a while for me to get used to its speed, but I'll get there, answered Mumen confidently. Izuku is interrupted when something heavy crash lands a couple feet behind him. Mumen Rider gasps in surprise while Genos and Izuku turn around and take fighting positions. Izuku narrows his eyes once he sees a large shadow rise from within the cloud of smoke. Target found. A large metal arm swings out of the cloud of smoke and disperses it, revealing a very large and chunky humanoid robot. The robot is designed with lavishly decorated ornaments and plating while also adorning a royal fur cape and a crown. Standing at 3210, the robot towers over everyone, basking the 3 heroes in its large shadow. A robot, muttered Genos in surprise and wariness. I am Machine God G4. You are the strongest hero, Deku. I have come to eliminate you. From the back of Machine God G4, a sword hilt pops out, allowing the robot to reach up and pull a giant sword out from its back. The robot then points the large sword at Deku, who calmly looks at the point of the sword, which is only 2 inches away from his face. Well, before you eliminate me, can I ask who sent you? Asked Deku, looking away from the sword and up at the robot's one glowing eye. Once upon a time, he may have been surprised by being suddenly attacked, but he has learned that being the number 1 hero comes with some slight disadvantages, assassination attempts being one such disadvantage. Mysterious beings and even hitmen from criminal organizations have all attempted to end his life at some stage, but all have failed, obviously. From the way G4's eye glows a bright sinister purple, Izuku predicts the robot will answer his question with violence. Classified, bellowed G4, who swings his giant sword from his left, intending to bisect Deku in one fell swoop. Deku doesn't move a muscle to stop or avoid the attack, and yet, the sword doesn't so much as graze him. That's because the large sword is enveloped in a blue glow which stops it while in mid-swing. What is this? Machine God G4 looks at its sword and scans the strange blue aura surrounding it. The robot tries to pull its sword, but the strange power is keeping the blade in place in midair. You seem to forget that there are other heroes here, said a glowing Fubuki, who levitates over to Deku, hands held out in front of her so she can focus her psychokinesis on the robot's sword. This robot is strong. It's taking nearly everything for me to keep it in place, she thought as sweat drips down her brow. Luckily, she doesn't have to keep the sword at bay for any longer. Machine gun blow. G4 is suddenly hit with a barrage of fast and powerful punches, courtesy of Genos, who uses the opportunity to land the first hit against the unknown enemy. As Genos dishes out a flurry of punches on the large robot, Deku watches his students' movements with an analytical eye. Genos has improved a lot since the last time I've seen him fight. He's gotten faster and his punches hit harder than before. Since he's just standing a few feet away, Deku can feel the wind blow his hair back with every punch Genos lands on the robot's tough shell, right before it returns to its messy curly state. After throwing exactly 199 punches, Genos throws one more punch at the robot's chest. Only this time, he activates his incineration cannon for added power. When Genos' fist touches G4's chest, he activates his incineration cannon and blasts the robot back with a powerful burst of concentrated heat. Seeing as Genos is handling the threat well enough on his own, Izuku looks back at Fubuki, who has surrounded herself in a barrier made up of her own telekinetic energy. As strong as she is, he would feel more comfortable if they moved to a safer distance so they don't get in Genos' way. Newman Rider has already done so, having driven to the top of the nearby cliff where Fubuki's subordinates are waiting for them. We should head back to your group, Fubuki. Knowing Genos, I suspect it won't be long till this location gets bombarded with explosion. Fubuki frowns and opens her mouth to protest, seeing the chance of defeating the large robot as a way to gain further accolades. That is, until Genos unleashes a powerful explosion which gets far too close for comfort. Maybe you're right, she admitted from behind her protective dome of energy. While confident in her own strength, she isn't sure if her barrier could hold against Genos' overwhelming firepower. Unaffected by the extreme heat and power of Genos' nearby explosions, Izuku picks Fubuki into his arms in a princess carry, much to her surprise and embarrassment, and with one mighty leap, glides through the air and lands on top of the cliff where Newman Rider and the 3B-class heroes are waiting for them. Once Deku lands on the cliff, the three members of the Blizzard group run over to check on their leader. "Miss Blizzard, are you okay?" asked Eyelashes, worried that the reason she's being carried by Deku is because she got caught in the battle between the robot and Genos and got herself injured. Mountain Ape is just as worried, but Lily looks at Fubuki with a knowing smile. "I think Miss Blizzard is more than okay." Realizing that she's still in Izuku's arms, Fubuki lets herself down and attempts to make herself look regal once again, but not before she sends a glare in Lily's direction. Izuku's attention is focused on the fight between Genos and G4, and he's pleased to see that for the most part, Genos is on the attack and winning. A good defense makes a good offense, but Genos does it the other way around, he thought, noting how Genos' constant barrage of attacks is giving G4 very little time to land a counterattack. The large robot sometimes gets a hit in, but Genos is quick to return fire, giving G4 no time to capitalize. "Amazing," muttered Newman Rider, walking up to Deku's side so he can get a closer look at the fight. "So this is what S-class heroes can do. What threat level would you think the robot is?" Izuku rubs his chin in thought as he watches the cyborg and robot fight. "If I could hazard a guess, I believe G4 to be a demon-level threat, although nowhere as powerful as the Deep Sea King. As much as Genos is improved, he would still struggle to defeat that monster." Newman Rider feels his heart quicken over the memory of the Deep Sea King. The C-class hero has yet to meet a mysterious being as bloodthirsty or as powerful as the Deep Sea King. "God, I'm lucky to be alive after my encounter with him," he thought, knowing that the only reason he isn't dead is because the Deep Sea King didn't take him seriously. After wiping the knowing smile off Lily's face over the threat of retribution, Fubuki steps to the other side of Izuku, having been listening in on his conversation with Newman Rider. "You afraid that Genos might lose? In our line of work, losing is always a possibility," remarked Izuku. "Still, I'm not worried. G4 is strong and surprisingly fast," he said, just as G4 uses the jet boosters on its back to launch itself into the air above Genos so it can stomp down on the cyborg, but Genos dodges and fires more bursts of explosions at the robot. But that's mostly because of his size and mechanical body. Just by watching, you can tell that Genos is faster and stronger than his opponent. Everyone does watch, just in time to see Genos stop G4's swinging sword with his bare hands, right before he breaks the tip of the blade with pure physical strength. After throwing away the broken sword piece, Genos aims his left fist up at the robot's face. Thrusters built in the arm activate and fires Genos' mechanical arm, which is still connected to the rest of his body through a cable. The flying arm hits G4 right in its lone eye and throws the large robot backwards. Yet, G4 quickly regains its balance and slams its feet into the ground to slow itself to a stop. Genos glares at the robot while he uses the cable to pull his arm back and reattach it back into place. "None of my physical attacks can get through its thick shell," thought Genos as he thinks up a plan to defeat G4. Genos bends his knees as G4 rushes the cyborg and throws down a punch, only for it to smash the ground, since Genos jumps over the attack. Spinning in midair, Genos lands on top of G4's back and plants both of his hands over the gaps in between the robot's heavy metal plating. "In that case, I'll just have to melt your circuits until there's nothing but slag." Heat and electricity builds up in Genos' hands before he unleashes a powerful burst of fire that filters through the gaps of G4's armor. G4 can only struggle as the flames of Genos' incineration cannons melts its internal circuits to the point where boiling sludge spills out of its armor gaps. Satisfied that he has destroyed the enemy, Genos jumps off of G4's back and watches as the large robot's body collapses into a puddle of melted sludge. Wow, none of the demon cyborg's attacks could scratch that robot. So he instead uses his intense firepower to melt the robot from the inside out, remarked Eyelashes, looking very impressed. He always thought that the S-class heroes were more brawn than brain, but Genos just proved him wrong. Fubuki nods her head in respect to Genos. Impressive indeed. Guess Genos truly did earn his S-class ranking. Izuku folds his arms across his chest as he stares at the puddle of melted sludge that Genos just made with G4's body. The fight isn't over yet. Everyone turns to Deku in confusion, unsure of what he means by that. I don't know about everyone else, but it looks over to me, sir, said Mumin Rider as he glances at the puddle of sludge of what used to be a large robot. The robot's body was just turned into a puddle. Izuku glances over at his second student with a knowing smile. Was it? Genos takes 3 steps towards the direction of the cliff where everyone is waiting for him, only for his sensors to detect an energy signature right behind him. Specifically, in the puddle of melted sludge. Widening his eyes in surprise, Genos barely moves out of the way in time to avoid a series of laser beams that fire out of the puddle. Sliding to a stop, Genos remains crouched on one knee as he narrows his eyes at the puddle of sludge. From the puddle, a smaller robot with black plating and rounder features walks out. So you were hiding your true body all along, stated Genos, who stands up, studying the real body of G4. You are not my target. Get out of my way, shouted G4, sounding frustrated with Genos' persistence. From its smaller body, G4 fires multiple laser beams at Genos, who jumps away to avoid said lasers. As Genos continues his fight with G4, Izuku and Fubuki are having a conversation with each other. Did you hear the news about the hero hunter? Asked Fubuki, curiously. Izuku frowns in distaste over the topic on the recent villain who has been making a name for himself recently. The hero hunter, Geru. I have. A martial artist who has been attacking heroes recently. But unlike most villains, he doesn't kill the heroes he defeats, just sends them to the hospital with broken bones and broken pride. I've heard that his latest victim was Tank Top Vegetarian. Knowing them, the Tank Topper army will be on the lookout to get revenge. Of course, it doesn't need to be mentioned that Tank Top Master will be the one leading the hunt for the hero hunter. That man has always held a sweet spot for his underlings. With the Tank Topper army looking for him, it shouldn't take too long for them to find the hero hunter. It'll either end with the hero hunter behind bars or... Izuku doesn't like to think about the possibility that the hero hunter could defeat Tank Top Master. If the villain were to defeat an S-class hero, he'd be a far too big of a threat to be left alone in the world. Hopefully, Tank Top Master and his crew can handle him on their own. Fubuki glances away from the fight between the robot and cyborg to look at Izuku. Have you heard anything about what Silver Fang is going to do about him? Izuku rubs the back of his head. Bang is going through motions, he said, awkwardly. Saying that Bang is going through motions is putting it lightly, seeing as he recently shut down his dojo and kicked out all his students, including Chirenko. It may come off as harsh, but Izuku can tell that Bang is doing all that he can to protect his students from Geru, just in case he returns to the dojo. Izuku remembers Bang telling him once that the reason he lost most of his students before was because his star pupil had gone mad and beaten all the other students to the point where they had to be sent to the hospital. From what I hear, Bang has gone to search for Geru and has enlisted the help of his older brother, Bomb. Fubuki closes her eyes and shakes her head while not even bothering to pay attention to the sudden explosion in the quarry which blasts hot wind into her face and blows her hair back. She doesn't need to look to know that the explosion was caused by Genos. What a mess. The hero conference is in a week and now there's a hero hunter running around, sending heroes to the hospital just when we need them most. She opens her eyes and looks up at Deku, appearing curious. You gonna look for the hero hunter as well? She asked, knowing that Izuku takes his job as a hero a lot more serious than most others, hence why he's S-class rank 1. As much as I would like to, I wouldn't even know where to start. Geru has attacked heroes in different cities with no discernible pattern, so his movements can't be predicted. He could be anywhere in the world right now, answered Izuku, who watches a victorious Genos walk in their direction while carrying something in his left hand. Besides, Bang wouldn't appreciate it if I were to hunt down Geru as well. However, if I do come across him, I will put a stop to him. The conversation comes to an end once Genos jumps to the top of the cliff where everyone else is. A quick look over of the cyborg shows that he suffered little damage from his fight with G4, other than a few scratches and scorch marks where some of G4's laser got too close for comfort. Well done, Genos. You defeated a demon-level threat and suffered little to no damage. It shows how far you've improved since the first time we met. While taking heavy breaths, Genos has a proud smile on his face. Thank you, Sensei. Without your teachings, I may not have won against this opponent. Newman Rider looks down at the metal object in Genos' hand. You keeping that as a trophy? He asked, having not thought that Genos would be the kind of hero who would take trophies of his victories. The C-Class hero knows that there are a few heroes who do so, such as the A-Class hero, Snek, who used the skin of a mysterious being he once defeated to make a suit that he now constantly wears, showcasing his trophy wherever he goes. Genos holds up the object, revealing it to be the upper half of G4's destroyed body. I am taking this in the hopes that Dr. Cusino can use the parts from it to further improve my body. Izuku smiles. Genos, always in such a rush to get stronger. You shouldn't be afraid to take a breather now and then. Fubuki scoffs, as if you're one to talk. Tatsumaki tells me that you've been upping your training in the Hero Association gravity rooms. Lifting Darkshine's weights while under 400 times the force of gravity isn't what I'd class as rest. Izuku coughs into his fist with a small blush decorating his cheeks. Fair point. To be fair, he did promise himself that he'd train to prepare for a god-level threat, just in case one does show up. While he may have beaten Boros, it was by the skin of his teeth. If another mysterious being shows up and is as strong, if not stronger than Boros, he wants to be ready for it. XXX. Deep below the surface of City Z lies a massive underground structure that currently houses over 500 monsters, ranging from wolf-level threats all the way to dragon level. Right now, each and every monster are in the main hall of the base, having been told that there would be a briefing about the upcoming attack on the Hero Association. The main hall of the underground base is massive in size, taking up multiple levels, in which there are platforms surrounding the large and empty space so that all of the monsters can attend and take part in briefings. Funnily enough, even with 500 mysterious beings who all vary in shapes and sizes, only one of them is taking up most of the empty space in the room due to its massive size. The mysterious being is the largest and by far the most terrifying of all the other monsters, being quite ominous with an appearance that is mostly humanoid. It has several spikes pointing upwards above its head, cracked skin, empty eyes, a long spiky tail, and multiple sets of pointed teeth inside its mouth. Its shoulders, wrists, and fingers have the appearance of monstrous snake heads with pointy teeth, with the latter ending in claws. Its knees have an appearance of snake skulls, and its clothing consists of a large cape connected to a circular, veiny joint in the center of its chest and a piece of cloth covering its lap. Said monster is sitting on a large throne that's made of solid rock. The mysterious being is known as the Monster King, Orochi, who's considered to be at least a dragon-level threat. Gyoro, why are we not proceeding with the assault on the humans? Asked Orochi, his voice booming across the walls and unnerving the surrounding monsters. From what he remembers, Gyoro planned to send monsters to attack the cities all over the world. The coordinated assault would then leave the Hero Association overwhelmed and too distracted to stop them from completing their other goals, such as capturing an important hostage connected to the Hero Association and recruiting humans of interest to turn them into monsters so to bolster the numbers of their own organization, the Monster Association. The surrounding monsters mumble to each other, agreeing with Orochi, but none dare make their opinions heard. The last monster to interrupt a briefing ended up being fed to Orochi, a fate that they all want to avoid. Gyoro is a large slug-like monster with a single eye, no visible facial orifice, and 8 arms protruding through his head. He has 4 main arms, stubby legs, 3 toe feet, and a fat circular pink body. While larger than the average monster, Gyoro may as well be an ant when compared to the Monster King, Orochi. Being the military advisor to Orochi, Gyoro stands before the Monster King so he can discuss their plans, unlike the other monsters who stand and listen from the sidelines. Apologies, Lord Orochi. Recent complications have made it impossible for us to proceed with our intended plan, told Gyoro with a short bow. The military advisor ignores the loud muttering between the other monsters. Obviously, many monsters wanted to go out and take the fight to the Hero Association. Complications. Deku, my lord. The muttering between the monsters suddenly stops, basking the large hall in silence with nobody daring to even breathe loudly. Just hearing the name of the S-Class Rank 1 hero has a powerful effect on the surrounding monsters, silencing even the dragon-level monsters in the hall. After all, Deku is considered the bogeyman for monsters, and for good reason. After the destruction of City A, I had discovered that Deku was critically injured during the battle with the alien invaders, explained Gyoro. The monsters begin talking to each other, and this time, they don't even try to lower the volume of their voices. Deku is injured. Impossible. I thought Deku was supposed to be invincible. This could be our chance to finish him off once and for all, before our fellow compatriots do something stupid like attacking the Hero Association headquarters, said Gyoro, having noticed a few executives considering the thought of killing Deku while he's weak. Deku has already made a full recovery. He's as strong, if not stronger than he was before. Again, silence fills the hall as the monsters realize that they've missed the perfect opportunity to finish off the S-Class Rank 1 hero. Some aren't exactly happy about that. Why tell us now when you could have told us while he was weak? Gyoro turns to look up at one of the platforms where one of the executives of the Monster Association waits for an answer. Black sperm. By the time I discovered Deku was injured, he was already halfway through his recovery. In the time it would have took for us to gather the necessary monsters to stage an attack on the Hero Association headquarters, Deku would have already recovered. To put it bluntly, we would have been slaughtered. Black sperm is an odd-looking humanoid monster of small stature. He has a completely black body and a pale white face with black eyes and a tail-like protrusion on the top of his head. Compared to other menacing-looking monsters, Black Sperm doesn't seem like much, but there's a reason why he's an executive to the Monster Association. Aracha's gaze turns to Black Sperm, and whereas other monsters would cower and whimper, Black Sperm returns the look without a shred of fear. Black Sperm then looks down at Gyoro with a contemplating frown before he nods in acceptance. I guess I can see your point. Excellent, cheered Gyoro, who raises his arms over his head in joy. As I was saying before, I had discovered that Deku was injured from his fight with the alien invaders. I was hoping to use Deku's weakened state to commence with our plan, but his fast recovery has only derailed them. If we were to continue with our plan now, we would only lose more monsters than we could recruit, nor would we be able to capture a hostage from the Hero Association. What now, then? Asked Orochi, wondering what his second-in-command is planning. If we are to swell our numbers, we need to proceed with a more subtler approach. C, you're going to the Super Fight Tournament? Asked King from Izuku's left. The S-Class Rank 7 hero is wearing a baseball cap and has the hood of his hoodie up so to hide his appearance from everyone else. Being in Class S is enough to get widespread fame and attention on its own, but it's even worse when he's known as the rival to the world's strongest man, Deku. He has yet to find the person responsible for making up such an outlandish rumor. Yup, Silverfang was supposed to attend as a judge, but he cancelled on them, so they asked me to come in his place. I don't think they were expecting me to say yes, cause they were so shocked when I did, chuckled Izuku, wearing a hoodie of his own to hide his hair and face, although his is a light green with the word hoodie printed on the front of it, unlike King's simple gray hoodie. Are you sure about this, Sensei? With your hero work, your training regime, duties as principal of the Hero Academy, and now this, are you not overworking yourself? Asked Genos from Izuku's right. Unlike his fellow S-Class heroes, Genos isn't wearing a hoodie to hide his appearance and is, of course, recognized by the surrounding public. However, unlike with Deku where people feel comfortable to get close and ask him for an autograph or a picture, Genos' cold stare discourages people from getting too close. It also means that everyone's attention is more focused on Genos and not the two large hooded men beside him. Don't fret, Genos. It's gonna take a lot more than that to overwork me. Besides, we might spot some fighters who could be possible hero material, answered Izuku, feeling only slightly guilty for dropping his paperwork on his assistants at the Hero Academy. With everything going on, he has little time to do much of his paperwork at the Hero Academy, and to be fair, if the other S-Class heroes can skimp out on their paperwork, what's the harm of him skimping just a little? Well, I wish you luck, said King, patting Izuku on the back before he turns down a different path. You're not gonna come and watch the Super Fight Tournament with us? Asked Izuku, surprised that King would turn up the chance to see the best martial artists in the world fight. King turns and shrugs his shoulders. Not my kind of thing. I'm just gonna head home and play some games, he said before he walks off, disappearing into the crowds. Should have expected that, deadpanned Izuku, feeling stupid that he didn't think that King would just head off home to play his video games. Unknown to either Izuku or Genos, who returned to walking in the direction of the Super Stadium, the hero hunter, Geru, is walking towards them in the opposite direction. Geru is a young man with sharp features, yellow eyes, and long silver hair that spikes upwards in two large prongs. He has a lean muscular build which can be seen through his tight black long-sleeved shirt, loose-fitting white martial arts pants, a yellow sash wrapped around his waist, and Tai Chi slippers. This sucks. Can't find any worthwhile heroes nowadays, grumbled Geru, who walks with a slouch and with his hands in his pockets. It's been days since he whooped Tank Top Vegetarian's ass, and since then, he's been struggling to find any worthwhile heroes to fight. Every time he goes out to hunt, he fails to find at least one hero. It's almost like all the heroes are disappearing somewhere. Groaning in annoyance, Geru looks up, hoping to spot any hero, even a C-Class nobody, only to stop and gape when he sees a certain pair of men walking towards him. Heroes. And not just any heroes, but S-Class. Geru instantly recognizes the demon cyborg, Genos, who he recalls has recently joined Class S. While he's a perfect target for him to hunt, Geru's eyes are instead focused on the hooded man beside Genos. Why, it can't be. It's actually Deku, thought an excited Geru with a savage grin. While the hoodie may fool the civilians, it doesn't fool him. He spots some curly green hair from beneath the hood and the diamond-shaped freckles on his cheeks. But it's the raw power coming off the man that truly makes him stand out. Geru licks his suddenly dry lips and tries to contain himself from attacking Deku then and there, although with great difficulty. I can't believe my luck. To face off against Deku, the world's strongest man. Not even the old man is as strong as him. Others might be put off from fighting low-ranked heroes to suddenly fighting the S-class rank 1 hero. But Geru isn't exactly normal. To fight Mr. Invincible himself. I'm so pumped. With a bloodthirsty grin, Geru takes a step forward to leap towards Deku so he can drive his fist into his face, only for an overwhelming pressure to drop down on his shoulders, paralyzing the hero hunter where he stands. This pressure, where did it come from? Thought Geru, who looks down at his feet. Said feet refuse to budge even an inch, no matter how much he wills them to. Geru grits his teeth as he tries to fight the invisible pressure, only to find his efforts to be in vain. The now very sweaty hero hunter then looks up at Deku, who's on the other side of the street, only to widen his eyes at the sight. For Deku's presence now makes him look 1,000 times larger than what he really is. Geru's neck has to crane upwards, just so he can see the large visage of Deku. It's like I'm looking from the bottom of a dangerous mountain where the peak is hidden above the clouds. Geru's grin widens at the thought of climbing such a mountain, but even he knows that fighting Deku now would only result in his death. Disappointed, Geru turns and walks away, but leaves with a big smile on his face. I'll find you again, Deku. And when I do, it'll end with you bloodied and on your knees before me. They left, thought Izuku, glancing in the direction of a street where he sensed someone who seemed to be on the verge of attacking him, but they thought against it in the end and left. Unfortunately, the busy streets makes it impossible for him to pinpoint who the possible attacker is. Something wrong, Sensei? Asked Genos, noticing Deku stop for a moment. It's nothing. Let's just get to the stadium. By the way, you ever have a corn dog? Genos, City C Super Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for waiting. I am pleased to announce the start of the 22nd Super Fight Tournament, exclaimed the Super Fight announcer, who is a man dressed in a black suit with a tie and a pair of sunglasses. He has a groomed mustache and keeps his dark hair in an afro that's in the shape of a microphone. The announcer is standing on the arena in the middle of the stadium as the thousands of people who are watching from their seats all cheer in excitement for the upcoming fights. The Super Fight announcer points an arm towards one of the 2 tunnels that leads into the arena. Let us welcome all of our entrants, he announced into the microphone in his hand. All the martial artists attending the tournament walk out onto the arena one after the other while the announcer introduces them to the audience. First up is the class A hero, Lightning Max, who has entered the Super Fight Tournament for the very first time. Max of the Hyper Karate style, dressed in a personalized white and black karate gi instead of his usual hero outfit. Lightning Max walks out onto the arena while he waves to the audience. I can only see myself winning, he said, confidently. Next is our only female entrant. Her lightning speed attack could be considered a form of art. It's Lin Lin of the Palm's Bell Fist. Hurry it up. I want to fight already, mumbled an impatient Lin Lin. Lin Lin is a young and small girl with a lean build and a slender figure. She has red eyes, dark hair braided and tied into loops with bangs that cover her forehead. She wears a maroon kipao-style top with white arm warmers and a scarf. She accessorizes with bells in her hair, ears, and shoes. Next up is Benpatsu from the Harsh Path Arts Dojo. Benpatsu chuckles and walks out with a confident smirk and his arms folded. He is a lean-built man with his dark-colored hair gathered up in a high braid. He has a small mustache and wears a black gi. And now, one of our top 4 regulars. His serpentine arms enclose his opponent to take them down. The man ranked the lowest of Class A heroes. It's Snek of the Biting Snake Fist. Did you have to mention that I'm the lowest ranked Class A hero? Asked a calm, but inwardly annoyed Snek, not that the announcer can hear him. Just like Lightning Max, Snek is wearing his specially customized martial arts outfit instead of his hero costume. Do not fret, folks, cause we got a lot more fighters to show. Always electrifying. It's Volton from the Fist of Thunder and Lightning Dojo. Volton is a man with sunken cheeks and round eyes with dark markings around them. He keeps his black hair slicked back and wears a high-collared olive green outfit with golden decorative buttons. Pazuzu from Pazuzu's Nuclear Explosive Fist Dojo. Pazuzu is a man of muscular build with his dark hair kept in a long mohawk. He also has thick eyebrows and a small beard. His attire consists of a tan-colored one-strap top with black wristbands. Gatlin of the Multi-Hit Style. Gatlin is a young man with dark hair swiped to the right. His eyes have dark markings around them and are of different color, with his left eye being light blue and his right eye being red. He wears a turquoise hooded top, black t-shirt and gloves with a Gatling gun's muzzle printed on them, with bandages wrapped on both arms, along with black shorts and boots. The kindred spirit from the Sunflower Dojo's Gentle Art of Self-Defense, Hamukichi. Hamukichi is a very muscular man with many scars on his body and face. His hair is light brown with 2 small buns on each side. He has a full beard and a perpetual blush on his cheeks. He wears light shorts with hamster prints on it, dark leg warmers, wristbands, and a belt. Dave of the Crushing Giant style. Dave is a very large obese man with slicked back dark hair. He wears a white shirt that barely covers his stomach. He also wears black pants with suspenders. Rosie of the Psychoanalytic Martial Art. Rosie is a young man with light-colored eyes and gray hair that parts to the left and has an undercut. He wears a blue suit with a white shirt underneath and a red diamond pattern tie. Mentai of the Spice Fist. Mentai is a young man with red hair and eyes. He has a small X-shaped scar on his right cheek and a band-aid over his nose. He wears a brown short-sleeved shirt that has chili on it, gray pants, maroon fur on his collar and wrist, and chestnut rose gloves. Jacuman from Giga Pro Wrestling. Jacuman is a very tall, muscular man with a well-defined jaw and wide nose. His hair is light brown and kept short. He wears a short-sleeved white shirt with an umber singlet over it with the initials GP on it in yellow. Shows of the Fist of the Pure Blood Master Race. Shows is a tall man with light-colored eyes and white hair that's parted on the left side. He wears a red turtleneck with a checkered pattern, black gloves, and white pants. He also seems to be missing eyebrows. A former student of the Fist of the Flowing Water Crushing Rock. Sourfist of the Sourfist Style Kempo. Sourfist has short dark hair, but his most noticeable feature is his taut face, strained to the point where it appears that he has been eating sour food. He also has a cleft chin. Sourfist is muscular, although short in size. This is his 7th consecutive entry. Can this man who refuses to give up finally make it to the top? It's Zakos from the Head First Rushing Style. Zakos is a young man with long, blonde hair that is slicked back and has a prominent widow peak. He has green eyes and his eyebrows are prominent, pointing outward. He wears a traditional, red embroidered, pink uniform, a white belt around his torso, and red sunglasses. Next up is a surprising entry. First-time contestant. He's from the Fist of the Flowing Water Crushing Rock Dojo. Give it up for Cherenko. Visibly shaking, Cherenko clenches his fists to try and control his nerves, mildly succeeding. Stop shaking, damn it. I need to do this to prove to Master Bang that I am worthy to be his student. And now for the strongest man in super fight history, our returning 2-time champion. His fights are always one-sided, but according to him, he hasn't even shown us his full strength yet. Bakuzen of the Dark Hell Assassination Art. Bakuzen is a muscular man with spiky dark hair. He keeps his sideburns unkempt and spiky, and has a bushy unibrow and goatee. He is wearing a white martial arts uniform with torn sleeves, and we have another unrivaled contender. He's returning for the first time in 7 tournaments, the young legend who managed to win 4 times in a row. It's Suryu of the Void Fist. Suryu is a tall, handsome young man with a lean, muscular build. He has blue eyes, tan skin, and black hair tied in a ponytail reaching his lower back. He is wearing a navy blue martial arts uniform with white linings, long sleeves, and star-shaped buttons. Unseen by those watching, he is also wearing metal bands around his biceps. Suryu waves at the cheering crowd with wild abandon, loving the attention being given to him. He spent the last 3 years since he disappeared goofing off, and apparently, he's only after the prize money this time. Is he so powerful because he doesn't crave fame or notoriety? However, Bakuzen is also in the tournament, so that's Suryu. If I can kill him, I'll become the strongest man in the history of this tournament, thought Bakuzen, staring at Suryu from behind. Bakuzen may look bored, but he's staring at Suryu's back with such intensity that Suryu can actually sense it. I can practically feel his bloodlust piercing my back, thought Suryu. Not that he has anything to worry about. In fact, he's greatly disappointed by the turnout of martial artists. None look like they could give him any kind of a challenge. I actually wanted to fight the guy who won last year's tournament. Suryu recalls watching last year's tournament where an exceptionally skilled martial artist in a wolf mask had won the tournament effortlessly. Sadly, it looks like he isn't participating this year. I wanted to play with someone stronger if I could. Now then, before we start off the matches, there is some big news that we would like to mention, exclaimed the announcer into his microphone. Some of you watching in the stands or from your homes might not be aware, but the bigwigs in charge had invited the S-Class hero, Silver Fang, to judge this year's tournament, in which he accepted. The announcer waits for the crowd to stop cheering before he continues. Unfortunately, a private matter has come up that Mr. Silver Fang couldn't postpone, thus he had to cancel at the last minute, he announced, not surprised when the audience starts booing to show their displeasure over the world's greatest martial artist not attending. Wait, so Master Bang isn't coming, said Cherenko, both perplexed and disappointed. The only reason he joined the Super Fight tournament was so he could prove to his master that he deserves to stay in his dojo. But how can he do that if Bang isn't here? I'm not surprised. Master Bang is probably swamped with work from the Hero Association. Why a gifted martial artist like him wastes his time as a hero, I'll never know, stated Zakos while pushing up his sunglasses with a finger. That's too bad. I was looking forward to showing off for him, muttered Gatlin in disappointment. It's not every day you get to show off your skills to the world's greatest martial artist. Before you bring out your pitchforks and torches, I've got some good news to share, declared the announcer, silencing the crowd. Silver Fang may not be here with us today, but another hero agreed to take his place as judge, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Hummed Bakuzen in slight interest. I wonder who it is, wondered Hamukichi, tapping his chin while thinking about who the possible hero could be. Probably some wannabe martial artist who took up hero work for an easier lifestyle. Like these two, said Roshi, pointing his thumb back at Lightning Max and Sneck. Neither hero rises to the insults, but they do show their displeasure by narrowing their gazes at Roshi's back. Could it be another Class S hero? Asked Mentai, hoping that it is. The S-Class heroes are considered the strongest fighters in the world, so he'd love to show off his fighting style to one of them. If it's his all-time favorite S-Class hero, King, he'll try to get an autograph from him. Doubtful, other than Silver Fang and Deku. There aren't any proper martial artists among the Class S heroes, and I imagine that Deku wouldn't want to waste his time judging a simple tournament, stated Lin Lin while folding her arms across her chest. She refuses to acknowledge the likes of Piri Piri Prisoner, Tank Top Master, and Super Alloy Darkshine as martial artists, seeing as they're nothing more than muscleheads who only manage to defeat monsters by using their overwhelming physical strength. At least with Deku, he combines his immense physical power with his own martial arts style, the Deku style, which makes him the unstoppable force of nature that he is today. He's the man who rises to any occasion, stopping natural disasters and defeating monsters as easily as breathing. The one who fights the shadows of all that is evil and does so with a smile on his face. An excited tension fills the stadium as every set of eyes widen in recognition and quick anticipation, including all of the martial artists. Only one hero in the world matches the announcer's introduction, especially the part about the hero smiling. No way, exclaimed a skeptical Roshi. Is it really him? Muttered Sourfus, shaking at the sheer thought of having his personal martial arts judged by him. Cho's arrogant smirk stretches as a psychotic look appears on his face. The announcer dramatically waves his arm towards the second tunnel. He's the man who knows no fear, the one who's considered the world's strongest man. It's the one and only Deku. Dressed in his hero outfit, Deku emerges from the tunnel, waving towards everyone in the stands. Deku's smile makes his pearly white teeth glint off the sunlight. The sight of the number one hero is enough to rile up everyone, viewers and martial artists alike. I can't believe it. Deku is actually here in person, muttered Zakos, astonished that he's standing only a couple feet away from Mr. Invincible himself. The world's strongest man, muttered Bakuzen, looking at Deku intently. Defeating Suryu is one thing, but if he could defeat Deku, then he would be proclaimed the world's strongest fighter. Once bored, Suryu now struggles to contain his excitement as he watches Deku climb up onto the arena. It's him, the world's strongest man, he thought, grinning in excitement. The thought of testing himself against Deku ignites a passion in Suryu that he hasn't felt in quite a while. Once on the arena, Deku steps up beside the announcer who offers him the microphone, only for Deku to politely decline. Deku then looks out at the viewing audience. It is my honor to judge this year's Super Fight tournament. I've always been a fan, so you can say that it's a dream come true for me to judge it, he said, his voice booming to the point where everyone in the arena can hear him without issue, showing why he doesn't need the microphone. I would like to wish every fighter here good luck in their matches. I hope to see some interesting fights. You heard it from the man himself, folks, remarked the announcer, getting cheers from the audience. Now, without further ado, let the 20-second Super Fight tournament begin. City, standing atop the rooftop of one of the many skyscrapers dotting the landscape, Bang and Bomb watch the nearby streets, hoping to find any sign of Geru. This would be easier if we used another hero as bait for Geru, told Bang, impatient over the lack of progress in their search for Geru. True, but as of now, even Geru would struggle to find a hero. What with them all leaving for the Hero Association conference, told Bomb, leaning a foot on the edge of the rooftop. Bang grunts, knowing his brother is right. Most heroes are likely preparing for the trip to the Hero Association headquarters, especially the ones who live in the cities farthest away. Hence, why there are so few heroes out on the streets, leaving the protection of the cities and its civilians to the police and military. I heard that Deku took your place as judge for the Super Fight tournament this year, said Bomb, hoping to make some small talk with his brother. While he did agree to help Bang search for Geru under the excuse that his brother's former student would attack his own dojo, he also came to try and break his brother out of his brooding phase. Ever since it was revealed Geru was the one hunting heroes, whilst calling himself a monster, Bang has been constantly brooding and lamenting past mistakes. To see his usually cheerful brother act like this is enough to break Bomb's heart. Crouched by the edge of the rooftop, Bang's old but sharp eyes look from person to person, searching for his former pupil. That young man really needs to learn how to take a break. He may be the number one hero, but he's still young. He should be going out with his friends, getting into trouble and hooking up with girls. Although, Bang involuntarily shivers at the thought of what Tatsumaki might do if Izuku ever did get a girlfriend. Maybe that's the god-level threat Shibubawa was speaking of. With his hands behind his back, Bam turns to his brother, looking bemused. I think the last person Deku should be getting advice from on how he should spend his time is you, brother, or do I have to remind you of how you used to be? Bang drops his head and sighs. Do you have to bring that up? I was young and brash back then, he said, knowing that he had been arrogant and foolish back in his days of youth. If not for Bam literally beating the arrogance out of him back then, he wouldn't be where he is today. Arrogant and stupid too, continued Bam, who smirks when Bang throws him a glare. Yes, that too, grumbled Bang, who stands up, although still with a hunch. Thankfully, Izuku is a better sort of man than I. Bang smiles in fondness. That boy has the power to wipe out multiple cities with a swing of his fist, and yet there's not an arrogant bone in his body. Even with all that power and fame, the boy is humble to a fault. Such a person is very hard to find these days, especially in the current world of martial artists and heroes. Bam smiles when he sees the hard edge in his brother's eyes turn soft and hears the fond tone in his voice when he speaks of Deku. He's a special kind of person, all right. No better person to be the #1 hero, I say. True, agreed Bang with a nod. Much to Bam's disappointment, the soft look in his brother's eyes fades as he returns his focus on the search for his wayward student. Anyway, enough about him. It looks like Geryuganshoop isn't here. Let's move on to the next city. Bang then jumps across the rooftops, leaving Bam behind, who watches as his brother hops away. I hope this search of yours helps you find the piece you're looking for, brother, muttered Bam before he jumps after Bang. City C Super Stadium. And now, let us begin round 1, declared the announcer, all while pretending he isn't fanboying over Deku, who's sitting right beside him in the announcer's booth. It's Lightning Max versus Lin Lin. Lightning Max and Lin Lin are the only two fighters standing in the arena, both of who are in their respective martial arts stances. On the outskirts of the arena is the referee, who chops his hand down to signal the start of the match. The instant the referee starts the match, Lin Lin presses on the attack by leaping high into the air. She spins while in midair and uses the falling momentum to add more power into her upcoming attack. And Lin Lin makes the first move. That's an impressive leap. Lin Lin's palms bell fist style must put a lot of focus in training her leg muscles. To spin while airborne and use her own falling momentum to boost her attack power is also quite clever, commented Izuku, studying both fighters with an analytical gaze. Oh, that's quite a lot of praise coming from the #1 hero. Does that mean you predict Lin Lin will be victorious against Lightning Max? I never said that. Just as Izuku spoke, Lightning Max places his hands on the floor, using them to balance his whole body. Now standing on his hands, Lightning Max rapidly spins himself before he thrusts his legs out at Lin Lin, who's dropping down on him from above. Lightning Max's fast reaction time leads to Lin Lin's own momentum being used against her, as Max's feet kick her in the stomach, stopping the female martial artist in her tracks. Lin Lin coughs up spittle before she's thrown back to the other side of the arena, unconscious. Lin Lin is down. Many were skeptical about just how strong he is as a martial artist. But Max managed to beat Lin Lin without a single scratch, exclaimed the announcer. Izuku looks at the announcer, wondering what he means by that, but doesn't mention it for now. Lin Lin is a skilled martial artist. There's no doubting that, but it's obvious that what she lacks in isn't skill, but experience. The announcer turns to Deku, interested. Experience, you say? Lightning Max is a top-class hero who has fought not only villains, but mysterious beings as well. You could say all that experience sharpened him into a fine blade. Lin Lin is good, but Lightning Max has fought faster and deadlier opponents in the past. I see. When you put it like that, it makes sense that Lightning Max would be the superior fighter, nodded the announcer, who looks to see that Lightning Max and Lin Lin have been removed from the arena, and now the next two contenders are ready to fight. Round 2, Zakos vs Chirenko, is about to begin. Izuku looks down at the arena, focusing more on Chirenko than Zakos. Admittedly, he's surprised to see Chirenko enter the tournament, but he can make a guess as to why he did so, having heard about how Bang kicked him out of the dojo. While Bang did it to protect Chirenko from Geryuganshoop, Chirenko doesn't know that. Having seen the kind of student Chirenko was, Izuku admittedly can't imagine him performing well against the other martial artists, most of who are masters of their respective martial arts. Begin. As the name of his fighting style suggests, Zakos immediately rushes Chirenko and throws a cross punch, in a very rough stance of the fist of the flowing water crushing rock. Chirenko tries to deflect the attack, only to be too slow as the blow hits him in the face, knocking him back a few steps. Zakos presses on with multiple attacks, a mixture of punches and kicks that all make impact against his opponent. Izuku winces every time Zakos deals a blow on Chirenko. It's been barely a minute and Chirenko is already bleeding and covered in bruises. Zakos presses on the offensive, giving Chirenko no time to defend himself. Chirenko has his guard up, but has yet to attack. Will this be the first time Zakos wins a match? Grabbing Chirenko's arm, Zakos tosses him over his shoulder. Chirenko lands on his back with a pained gasp. Apologies, but my girlfriend is watching from the crowd and I need to win this, apologized Zakos, who stomps down on his opponent's skull, only for Chirenko to roll away. Luckily, he did, because Zakos' stomp slightly cracks the ground where Chirenko's head used to be. Shakily pushing himself onto his feet, a bruised and bloody Chirenko spits out blood and holds his hands up. Damn it, get your head in the game. I need to prove to Master Bang that I am worthy to be his student. I need to defend myself. I need to fight. I need to win. Izuku's eyes widen slightly when he sees Chirenko go into the fist of the flowing water crushing rock stance again. But this time, Chirenko's stance has become sharper and more refined. He even sees a barely noticeable blue aura wrapped around Chirenko's hands, exactly the same as Bang, but not as prominent. It's still amateurish at best and his body is shaky from his injuries. But all in all, it's a near-perfect fist of the flowing water-crushing rock stance. Well, I'll be. Izuku isn't the only one to notice Chirenko's improved stance. His guard has gotten better. It's still amateur, but better than it was a minute ago, thought Zakos, keeping his own guard up, just in case. He's not gonna get his ass handed to him, not when he's so close to his first victory. Even if he doesn't win the tournament, he can confidently propose to his girlfriend, knowing that he earned his first victory today. Going in for the kill, Zakos rushes in at Chirenko to end the fight then and there. Zakos throws a jab towards Chirenko's face, intending to knock him out with this blow, but something surprising happens. Chirenko moves his right hand with surprising grace and manages to deflect Zakos' punch away, much to everyone's surprise. I can't believe it. After spending the entire match as Zakos' punching bag, Chirenko has now begun his counterattack, exclaimed the announcer in excitement. Just like Master Bang thought me, thought Chirenko, gritting his bloodied teeth in determination, not noticing a small ethereal blue glow covering his hands. He deflects Zakos' punch, deflect with the grace of flowing water, and then Zakos widens his eyes when he sees Chirenko's other hand thrust out at him, now that he's been left wide open. He cries out in surprise and pain when Chirenko's fist strikes him in the face, tilting his head back as blood spills from his nose. Counter with the strength of a crushing rock. Chirenko ignores the aching pain in his hand, enjoying the feeling of managing to use one of Master Bang's own techniques for the first time. Master, I only wish you were here to witness this. Zakos' body falls backwards. But just as the back of his head was going to hit the floor, he manages to hold himself up by using only his leg strength. With a grunt, Zakos raises his upper body until he's standing upright again, much to Chirenko's horror. Angry and annoyed as blood drips from his nose, Zakos lunges at Chirenko. I will not lose. Crap, cried Chirenko, attempting to get back into his stance, but he's too slow. Zakos' fist connects with Chirenko's nose and the sound of cracking cartilage reveals that Chirenko's nose broke. Zakos then wraps his hands around the back of his opponent's head to use as leverage so he can thrust his knee into Chirenko's stomach. Chirenko spits out blood, feeling his ribs crack from the attack. I need to get away. I need to make space, but what Chirenko's thoughts fade as an elbow to his temple forces him into unconsciousness. Master, even as his opponent collapses to the floor, a heavily breathing Zakos waits until the referee declares him the winner. Once he does, he lets the weight fall off his shoulders, having now won his first ever match after 7 attempts. I did it, he muttered, not even caring that an obvious rookie had gotten a hit in. It has finally happened. After 7 attempts, Zakos has finally earned himself his first victory in the Super Fight tournament. Chirenko had put up a good fight, but it was obvious that Zakos was the more skilled and experienced fighter. Zakos' fighting style may be rash, what with him rushing headfirst into the fight, but his experience and better training has made him the victor. Izuku's grin widens ever so slightly. Still, Chirenko shows promise. If he were to take his training seriously, he just might become a skilled martial artist of his own right. As the crowd cheers in excitement and the matches continue on, nobody notices a small pink figure high in the sky, being mostly a single eye with bat-like wings poking out the side of its small body. Monster Association headquarters. The matches are underway, told Psychos, standing before Orochi as he looks through the eye of his spy drone that is watching the Super Fight tournament from a distance. By the looks of things, there are a few contenders who may prove useful to our organization. Psychos glances up at Orochi's massive form. Once they've become monsters, of course. Deku is in attendance, as I predicted, confirmed Psychos, nodding. The plan will begin once we reach the finale of the tournament. By then, we'll have a brief understanding of all the martial artists' skill levels and find out which ones will make the better monsters. Orochi sits in silence, allowing his second-in-command to run the operation. They've already gone over the plan beforehand, so he already knows what they need to do to get Deku away from the stadium. Psychos watches the matches from the safety of his spy drone. waiting till the end when they'll start their plan to remove Deku from the stadium so they can turn all of the contenders into monsters to fill their ranks. City C Super Stadium. As time passes by, Deku watches multiple matches between the contenders, offering comments for each one. Some of the matches provided an impressive demonstration of skill while others were a bit lackluster. Still, Izuku enjoys the thrill and exhilaration that the tournament exhibits, and it only grows in intensity once the next match starts and the obvious crowd favorite steps out onto the arena. It's him. It's the man himself. Nobody expected to see this man compete again, and the crowd is buzzing in excitement to see him in his element. Suiryu has entered the ring, exclaimed the announcer, the floor practically shaking from the loud cheers and stamping of feet of everyone in the stadium, all excited to see Suiryu fight. His opponent is Max. As Suiryu walks onto the arena, Lightning Max is already there and waiting for him with his arms folded, studying his opponent who he knows is considered the favorite to win the tournament. Look at Mr. Popular. Could he really be that better than me? Wondered Max, not caring for the arrogant smile on his opponent's face. He closes his eyes so he can recollect on the reason he entered the tournament. No way, I can't see it. Don't forget, this guy isn't the one you're after. Compared to that monster, this clown is nothing more than a scrub. Opening his eyes, Max looks at Suiryu, who is now overshadowed by the memory of the Deep Sea King who stands in all his terrifying glory. The Deep Sea King's bloodlust and staggering physical might still haunts Max to this day. Never in all his life did he ever feel so weak and powerless than when he fought against the Deep Sea King. But now, after giving it all to his training, he can finally see if any of it paid off. Even better, he can showcase his training's results in front of the very same man who defeated the Deep Sea King. Watch me, Deku. I want you to see how much I've improved since that day. Suiryu, I entered this tournament because I have to get stronger. If I fail, I can't call myself a hero. I'm sorry that I got to do this to you, but I consider you a competent and capable opponent. That's why I'm going to use our match to test my new monster fighting technique, told Max in full confidence. So, you're a professional hero, then? I see. That means you train with lofty ideals in mind. I guess everyone has some reason to be seeking strength, remarked Suiryu, smirking when he sees that his words got to the hero. Unknown to either martial artists, whilst everyone else can't hear them speak, Deku's enhanced senses lets him pick up on everything they're saying. So, Lightning Max has a new technique to fight monsters. I can't wait to see it, thought Izuku, looking forward to seeing this new technique. At the same time, Izuku doesn't care for Suiryu's condescending tone when he spoke of Max being a hero. Fighters, begin. Immediately, Max charges at Suiryu, moving so fast that when he kicks off the floor, he causes a barely noticeable shockwave. Izuku's eyes perk up at the sight of Lightning Max's speed. In all the clips I've seen him in online, not once did Lightning Max move so fast. He must have undergone extensive training after the Deep Sea King incident, moving so fast that he's almost like a blur. Lightning Max performs a series of difficult spins and flips, each one adding more momentum to Max's finishing move. Lightning Pinwheel Double Axe Kick. Max finishes his attack with a front flip and a double axe kick. Unfortunately, Lightning Max's attack never connects, since Suiryu counters with a high kick to the side of Max's face, showing off his lightning-fast reflexes. The powerful kick knocks out the A-class rank 19 hero almost instantly. Personally, the reason I sought strength, said Suiryu, just as his kick throws Max across the side of the arena. The hero's unconscious body bounces and rolls along the floor, stopping just shy of the arena's edge. But so I could live the easy life with not a care in the world. Sorry to shut you down, but I was stronger, finished Suiryu, smiling over his easy victory. Izuku tries hard not to show his disappointment. Not for Lightning Max losing, but for Suiryu. Personally, he's impressed by Suiryu's fast reflexes and power that he used to defeat an A-class hero with one move. While Suiryu may not have shown off his full capabilities in the multiple tournaments he attended, Izuku estimates that the martial artist's skill level would be considered S-class worthy. It's just a shame that Suiryu shows no interest in using his skill and talents for the betterment of everyone else. Unfortunately, Suiryu isn't only powerful, but he's very much aware of how powerful he is. Handsome and incredibly skilled, Izuku can imagine Sweet Mask giving permission for Suiryu to join Class S if he were to ever join the Hero Association, just like how he did with Genos. Sadly, Suiryu is far too arrogant and self-serving to be a hero, as shown by how he admits that the only reason he entered the tournament was so he could win the prize money. All that talent, all that power, and he wastes it on living the comfortable life. It's not often that Izuku gets annoyed, but he hates to see so much potential be wasted. In the stands, Genos watches the match with an indifferent expression, but is inwardly startled over how Suiryu managed to defeat Lightning Max so effortlessly. A hero defeated by a single kick. There are more people out there who are stronger than heroes than I realized. From Izuku's perspective, the next few matches varied in terms of length and martial artist skill. In the match between Snek and Benpatsu, Snek proved his martial arts skills to be far superior than Benpatsu's, who then resorted to insults and dirty tricks to try and get an edge over his opponent. Instead, Benpatsu soon found himself face down on the floor after a particularly nasty strike to the chest, courtesy of Snek, which resulted in the hero's victory. The next match between Volt and Bazuzu ended in just a few seconds after Volton uses a mixture of martial arts and electricity to defeat his opponent, leaving Bazuzu's unconscious body smoking on the arena floor. Using a combination of electric strikes, Volton takes the victory. Bazuzu may be the physically superior fighter. Volton's electrical attacks was just too much for his body to handle. Although, Izuku is curious over the source of Volton's electricity. Is it an iconic ability that only he possessed like Tatsumaki and Fubuki's psychic abilities, or is it because of some kind of device that he's carrying on his person? The next match was between Gatlin and Hamukichi. Most spectators placed bets on Hamukichi to win the match, what with him being nearly twice Gatlin's size. Those very same people soon curse over their losses once Gatlin drops Hamukichi, winning the match. Gatlin's super fast punches were like a bombardment of fists. Hamukichi is down and he isn't getting back up. In the battle between speed and power, speed often comes out on top. Despite Hamukichi's best efforts to defend himself, Gatlin's barrage broke through his defenses with relative ease. Hamukichi's larger frame didn't do him any favors either. The match between Dave and Roshi turned out to be the quickest of them all so far. Roshi didn't even get a chance to show off his martial arts to the public. By the time he took a step forward, Dave had already jumped high in the air, surprising many. Nobody expected the large overweight man to be able to jump so high. However, everyone did expect Roshi to fall unconscious once Dave landed on top of him, having cratered the floor upon impact, and Dave puts the smackdown on Roshi with a thundering body press. Roshi is out of the tournament. In the match between Chose and Mentai, Izuku nearly had to jump down to the arena to save Mentai from his bloodthirsty opponent. Mentai did put up a good fight, but Cho's superior skill and brutal fighting style was too much for him. The problem was that even after Mentai surrendered, Chose was still keen to continue the fight, wanting to spill his opponent's blood. If not for the referee getting in between them, Izuku would have gone down there himself to stop Chose. The referee stopped the fight. Chose a tough one. Mentai was simply outclassed. Before Chose leaves the arena, he glances at the announcer's booth, making brief eye contact with Deku. Smirking at the number 1 hero, Chose walks away. Izuku didn't like the look Chose sent his way, but thankfully, the next match distracts him from the bloodthirsty fighter. The match was between Sourfist and Jacumen, and unlike most of the previous matches, it wasn't as one-sided as the others. Both fighters were of similar skill levels, but in the end, Sourfist won by performing a chokehold on his opponent. What Izuku especially liked about this match was the good sportsmanship, as Sourfist offers Jacumen a handshake, with the pair soon raising their hands in the air while crying manly tears. Sourfist wins with a beautiful chokehold. The two fighters congratulate one another. What beautiful sportsmanship. It's nice to see good sportsmanship between the contenders, admitted Izuku, smiling at the sight. Once Sourfist and Jacumen vacate the arena, the next two contenders enter. On one side of the arena is Zakos, sporting a bandage over his newly reset nose. On the other side is a bored-looking Bakuzen. Now, onto the next match. Zakos, who advanced by beating Chirenko, is going up against two-time consecutive champion, Bakuzen. His lethal dark hell techniques have turned many of his matches into pure bloodbath. Will this bout also end with his opponent hopelessly demolished? We've got medical personnel on standby, just in case. All I do is teach lessons to those who don't belong here, scoffed Bakuzen while looking at the tense Zakos. Listen up. When martial artists trade blows, it's not some friendly sport. It's kill or be killed, life and death. Bakuzen's lips twitch upwards into the bare inch of a smile. So come at me with the intent to kill. Zakos grits his teeth, hating how his opponent is looking down on him. Bakuzen might be the two-time champion, but he didn't win his first match to be stopped here. Fine, if you want me to come at you with the intent to kill, then I'll grant you your wish. The referee chops down his hand to signal the start of the match. Begin. As per usual, Zakos immediately rushes in to land the first and hopefully last blow of the match. Bakuzen may be better, but if I can land a killing blow on one of his vital points, I can end the match here and now, he thought, targeting Bakuzen's neck. With a strong kick, he could snap Bakuzen's neck and defeat him before he has the chance to retaliate. Bakuzen not moving doesn't matter, since Zakos is confident he can land his blow first. Once halfway across the arena, Zakos jumps and aims a flying dropkick at Bakuzen's throat. With this kick, I'll win. Amateur. Just as it seems Zakos' kick is about to make contact, Bakuzen performs a high kick at Zakos' airborne body. Bakuzen's powerful leg hits his opponent's left side, and the sound of Zakos' left arm breaking can be heard by nearly everyone in the stadium. As if time has slowed to a halt, Zakos' eyes widen in sheer agony. Bakuzin's powerful kick then launches Zako's away, causing the blonde martial artist to bounce off the arena floor painfully. After the 6th bounce, Zako slides to a stop on his back, unconscious with blood dripping from his lips and his left arm bending in the wrong direction. The moment Zako stops bouncing, the medical personnel rush towards him to immediately get to work on his injuries. Incredible. It took no more than 2 seconds for the match to come to an end. Zako's rushed in to make the first move and he paid for it with a shattering kick from Bakuzin. Zako's is lucky that his arm was in the way of Bakuzin's kick. If his arm didn't take the brunt of Bakuzin's kick, Zako's ribs would have shattered and some of his internal organs would have ruptured, explained Izuku, impressed with Bakuzin's reaction speed and strength. Even if he didn't like how he could have killed Zako's with that blow if it had properly connected. By that one move, Izuku predicts that Bakuzin's skill level is around that of an A-class hero. As the announcer continues to comment on Bakuzin's quick and brutal victory, Izuku notices Bakuzin walking towards the unconscious Zako's and he gets a bad feeling about it. The medical personnel working on Zako's turn to Bakuzin in confusion when they see him walk up to them and their unconscious patient. "Can we help you, Bakuzin?" asked one of the medical personnel, confused by his presence. Bakuzin shakes his head as he stands over Zako's. "No, just wanted to remind this amateur about what I said." Bakuzin then raises his right foot over Zako's head. The medical personnel attending to Zako's pale, realizing what Bakuzin intends to do. "Bakuzin, wait," cried one of the medical personnel, moving to try and stop the martial artist, but is too slow. "It's as I said, you amateur. Martial arts is about life or death. Kill or be killed." Bakuzin drops his foot down on Zako's skull, intending to smash it into a bloody paste. He would have succeeded too, if not for another foot to appear above Zako's face, taking the blow that would have killed him. Bakuzin's stomp is stopped dead in its tracks by the other foot that doesn't even budge from the blow. "What the?" said Bakuzin, surprised that someone managed to sneak up on him so quickly and to stop his stomp so easily. Following the foot to its owner, Bakuzin's gaze eventually meets with the unhappy face of Deku. Standing face to face with the world's strongest man has Bakuzin come to grips with how tall the hero is. Bakuzin stands at just over 6 feet in height and yet, he has to crane his neck to look up at Deku. "The fight is over, Bakuzin. Walk away," told Deku, an evident warning tone in his voice. There's a part of Bakuzin who really wants to fight Deku here and now. After all, who better to test his full strength than against the man considered the strongest in the entire world? Whilst tempted to do just that, Bakuzin isn't ignorant to the absolutely monstrous aura pouring off the hero. The aura is a radioactive green in color and washes over the entire stadium, and yet, Bakuzin seems to be the only one who can sense it. It's a warning if he's ever seen one before. "If I attack, he would clobber me in an instant," he thought, drops of sweat dripping off his brow. Bakuzin is prideful, but he isn't stupid. The difference in power between them is massive, so much so that a fight between them would end with him defeated in an instant. Annoyed that his prey has been taken from him, but nowhere near suicidal enough to take on the #1 hero, Bakuzin removes his foot from Deku's before he walks away with his head held high so he can keep some dignity. Incredible. Whereas Bakuzin was gonna finish his opponent off, Deku stepped in and took the hit for Zako's instead. And by the look of things, he didn't even feel it. That's the #1 hero for you, folks. As Deku returns to the booth, Tsuryu watches from a tunnel, leaning against the wall with his arms folded. "So that's Deku, huh? He really does look as strong as he does on TV," he said to himself, smiling after watching Deku make Bakuzin retreat with a prod of his aura. Witnessing Deku's aura in person made Tsuryu's spine shiver, making him want to fight Deku even more than ever before. Bakuzin took out his opponent with a single-hit knockout. "Guess I'll do the same. Gotta impress Deku somehow." Within an hour, multiple matches take place until the tournament eventually reaches the stage of the quarterfinals. In the first match of the quarterfinals, Snek is up against Tsuryu. Already, 5 minutes have passed since the match started and it has mostly consisted of Snek attacking while Tsuryu dodges. Frustrated over the lack of progress, Snek steps away from Tsuryu so he can catch his breath. While Snek needs to take a breath, Tsuryu remains calm, smiling without a hint of exhaustion. Taking deep breaths, Snek glares at his cocky opponent with unbridled frustration. "I mustn't doubt myself, so I've tried to keep it completely out of my mind, but I can't. I can never shake it," he thought, recalling his early career as a hero, specifically the time he once fought and defeated a large toad monster all by himself, saving the lives of over a dozen people. Looking back, I once shone brighter than anybody. I felt the pride of being one of the few real heroes. I had the power to protect people and it filled my spirit with purpose. Then, Snek starts thinking about his recent failures, such as when he failed to protect civilians from the Deep Sea King. If not for Demon Cyborg arriving in the nick of time, the Deep Sea King would have slaughtered every man, woman, and child in the shelter. But slowly, over time, reality set in. Try as I might, there were others who I couldn't defeat. Having regained his breath, Snake returns to attacking Suryu, delivering rapid but sharp jabs and kicks, each one giving off the illusion of a snake jumping at Suryu with its jaw wide open to take a bite out of him. However, the snake illusions never do, as Suryu dodges every one of Snake's attacks with ease. Are professional heroes even necessary? Lately, I haven't been so sure. After Suryu jumps away from another one of his attacks, Snake studies his smiling opponent while still lost in his own thoughts. If I didn't exist, if the Hero Association didn't exist, would there be someone who would step up and defeat the monsters in our place? At the very least, there seems no need to protect a man like this, he thought, his faith as a hero shaken while recognizing Suryu's strength. Suryu's easygoing smile and the lack of an actual martial arts stance is starting to annoy Snake, and that annoyance only worsens when Suryu opens his mouth. I liked Max from earlier. Nice and aggressive, said Suryu, praising his previous opponent, even if he defeated him painfully easy. Hard to believe from the guy who's been on his heels and won't fight back, remarked Snake, keeping his guard up. Suryu's guard might look wide open, but Snake isn't a fool. Suryu may look lax, but the lazy stance is the exact same that Lightning Max fought against, and he was defeated in a near instant. Having learned from Max's mistake, Snake keeps his guard up so to not give Suryu any openings to exploit. One mistake will cost him the match if he isn't careful. You misunderstand me. I was just checking out how skilled you are. Class A heroes make a lot of money, I hear. If your level is all it takes, it might be worth my while, said Suryu before laughing. Just kidding. Why should I work for money? Snake can't believe the despicable words that's coming from the mouth of his arrogant opponent. How'd you get to be so strong? Why does a guy like you who has no real sense of purpose have such power? Suryu puts his hands on his hips and hums in thought for a few seconds before he shrugs his shoulders. Maybe I was just born talented. Everything about you disgusts me. Back when I trained, all I did was keep my master company. I haven't even practiced in years, told Suryu, his uncaring attitude only angering Snake even more. The playful look in Suryu's eyes turned serious. But I'm curious, how'd you get to be a hero? With that level of ability, I mean. Snake's eyes widen in outrage. What was that? More strong monsters are appearing every day. Even performing at your best, you won't make any difference. With or without heroes, those who are going to survive will survive. Survival of the fittest means the weak gets weeded out. It's just the natural order of things. Snake finds Suryu's blatant lack of empathy for those who are killed by monsters greatly disturbing, and he isn't the only one. The announcer gulps as a dangerous aura engulfs Deku, his smile not reaching his eyes. Mr. D. Deku. The announcer jumps with a squeak when Deku's fingers dig into the table in front of them, each digit slowly digging grooves into the wood. Natural order. Are you actually suggesting that we ignore the people being attacked by monsters? Asked Snake in a mix of anger and disbelief. Suryu shrugs, uncaringly. Whatever happens, I know we'll survive. And who do you mean by we? The strong, of course. Snake looks at Suryu in pure disbelief. Wait, you're not. Snake never gets to finish. Suryu's quick and powerful kick hitting him against the side of his face, resulting in Snake's unconscious body spinning in place like a pinwheel. After multiple spins, Snake's body eventually hits the ground with the side of his head making contact with the floor first, leg still raised from his kick. Suryu's cold eyes don't even spare a glance to the unconscious hero by his feet. Understand now. Izuku isn't someone who's easy to anger, having long since gotten control over his emotions. While his control is nowhere good enough to keep him from hiding his emotions, no longer do they control him. It had been quite a problem for him during his first year as a vigilante, especially during those times he couldn't save civilians from monster attacks. That had been an unhealthy moment in Midoriya's life, but it did lead to him understanding one big factor of a hero's life. You can't save everyone. Still, it's not often that Izuku loses his cool, but after listening to Suryu's views on the Hero Association and monsters, he admits that the martial artist vexes him. Sure, not everyone has the greatest opinion of the Hero Association, but Suryu's blatant disrespect to the heroes who risk their lives every day to protect innocent civilians annoys him greatly. His views on the world is also disheartening to hear, not only because of how barbaric they are, but because those are the same views that are often popularized in his home world. Those with powerful quirks survive and thrive while the quirkless are left to fade into obscurity. Closing his eyes, Izuku takes a deep breath of air to help calm his nerves. It takes longer than usual, but once his nerves are settled, he releases the air trapped in his lungs with a sigh. Only then does he notice the squeamish announcer beside him. Sorry about that, he apologized with an embarrassed chuckle. Thankfully, the announcer gets distracted when someone walks into the booth with details on the next matches. The semifinals are about to begin. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.